Meanwhile, others are settling down. Please go through the respective task reports on your respective table. Thank you. I request everyone to please settle down. I request all the organizing committee members to assist the members. I hope all the members have been settled down. Now, I request you all to stand up for the national anthem. Jai Hind. Thank you. I request everyone to please be seated. Good morning, our esteemed alumni, chair people, chief executive board, organizing committee, and our dear members. We welcome you to the Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 11. HYA has been the unit of Street Cause since its inception in 2011. Over the last 9 years, we have done various permanent projects to help and impact the underprivileged. As a part of the Assembly, we discuss the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and how these goals can be achieved. As a part of the second phase, the four goals to be discussed are zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth. The young, selective, fervid minds get a chance to voice out their opinion and thoughts on the above mentioned goals and would execute them with high integrity for the next 4 months. The rules to be followed are: I request you all to mute your mobile phones throughout the assembly. Kindly pick up your placard properly to be recognized. If you want to raise any motions or speak anything, kindly address the chair table by respected chair. Crosstalks are not encouraged. Every member will be allotted with an organizing committee lead to carry forward the required information from your side to the chair table, organizing committee, or any other delegate who is present in the assembly. Unless you are recognized, you are not permitted to talk. We request everyone to actively participate. Failing to follow any of the above rules, you will be suspended from the assembly. Thank you. Now, I take the privilege to invite G. Ramya, Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 11 and also the first ever Chief Executive Officer of Street Cause India. Now, I would take the honor to invite Pranay Reddy, Co-Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 11 onto the chair table. With all due respect, I would like to invite M. Samit, Chairperson Execution of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 11 and our first Chief Operating Officer of Street Cause India. Thank you. Now, I take the opportunity to invite Ritesh Reddy, President of Street Cause Hyderabad, and declare the House open.
Thank you, Nihal. So, a warm welcome to all the members, organizing committee, chief EB members, alumni, and all. So, first of all, let me begin with telling about the HYA. So, the tale of Fine. The tale of HYA has started in 2011, has witnessed 10 outstanding assemblies with wonderful projects put up for our own members for every year, which are inspiring, empowering, and also uniting the youth across cities. Now we are crossing the boundaries and getting into entire India. So it gives me immense pleasure to let you know all that the Street Cause Hyderabad has transformed into Street Cause India. This is what we all proud of. Thank you. And we have new cities adding this year that are Pune, Kochi, Chennai, Bangalore, and Vizag. That's because of Vision 2030. So the agenda of Vision 2030 is basic to spread across 30 cities by 2030. Now, we have been considered as the toughest year this year because we have multiple challenges throughout the year, but we have made challenges with the milestones too. We have recruited the CEO office. We have made the Vision 2030 and expanded to a national NGO now. So now Street Cause is being considered as a national NGO. And today, currently, we are working on RFC, which is the first ever national fundraising of Street Cause Hyderabad, Street Cause India, sorry. Where we have a target of 2 CR as combined, including all the cities. Now, Members, I would like to acknowledge, I would like to take this moment to urge you folks to make the best of this opportunity to witness your upcoming future endeavors in the HYS session. And conveying all the best and have a good assembly, and I declare the house open.
Hello members, a very good morning. So firstly congratulations to all the phase 2 members who've got selected. And I totally understand how tough it is to wake up at 4 a.m. on Sunday morning, having your exams or backlogs tomorrow, still coming to the assembly today. So thank you so much folks. Today's I would like to let you know the goals for today, the 4 goals we're going to discuss for today, and they're going to be clean water and sanitization, zero hunger to end hunger, decent work in economic growth, good health and well-being. So we would like to start debating for the first goal of today, which is going to be clean water and sanitation. Any speeches on the floor? Any speeches on the floor?
Anyone? Okay, fine. We'll start with the motions. Any new motions on the floor? Okay, I'll repeat the goal name. Clean water and sanitation. Chief EB, you guys can actually start. Okay, Jaidir.
Well, thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as the goal is all about clean water and sanitation, I would like to present the motion saying setting up water purifier plants in the rural villages, so that nowadays we are actually seeing a lot of water contaminated, and also we actually use them by setting up water treatment plants and all.
Any points of support? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate has mentioned, that setting up a water purifier in a rural areas, right? So currently, as we are saying, there's a lot of drinking problem facilities, especially in the rural areas as comparative to urban areas. Obviously, there might be problems in urban cities also, but comparatively, rural areas are much more facing this kind of problem. So setting up of a water purifier is very, very essential, and it would be really great project if HYI could take up.
Okay, great. Any kind of contradictions? I request members to start pulling up the goals, because it's you guys are the phase, and I hope we did good in the phase 1, right? We have very good members. I mean, there's not even a single goal has been started. So I want members to start with a new goal. Sorry, new motion. Okay, any new motions on the floor? The person at the corner. Yeah, you.
Sorry to disturb, but I request OC members to please assist members with the mic, and also, I request all the members to please raise your placard properly, so that we could see your names and acknowledge. Member, you can continue with your motion. Gaurav Sai.
I can't hear. Remember, just give me a second.
Yeah, am I clear? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say that taking water purifiers in the rural areas may be okay. I agree this statement up to some extent, but everyone should afford, like entire country, even the poor, and everyone in middle class, it may be rich, because water purifiers can they can afford who has a purchasing power. But this is a not permanent impact according to my situation. Instead of going for that, we can take as a project of chloride tablets. Chloride tablets purifies the complete water, and this could be the affordable to every one of the citizen of country. So thanks for. This is my point.
Okay. Any contradictions? Shrita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. If we don't have a setup for the purification of water, a vessel or of such sort that contains the water to purify it, I don't think using any of those chlorine tablets or the tablet that you've mentioned will be of any use if we don't have it actually set up for us.
Any points of support? Contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, to contradict your point, they are not going to be purchasing the purifiers. We are going to set it up for them, and they will just take the water from us, right? And instead, chlorine tablets is going to cost more on the long run instead of the water purifiers.
Okay. We'll move to the new motion. Any new motions on the floor? Raunak.
Hello. I believe in villages and everywhere the awareness of sanitary pads is...
Sorry, member, you didn't acknowledge the chair. You can please sit down.
Sorry.
Any new motions? Ritika?
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. It's not just the rural areas that don't have water, like proper water facilities. Urban slums do face this problem. Providing them with a feasible water filter, the ceramic one, which is the old model of water filter, would be really great step towards providing clean water to the urban slums.
I think that's the same motion what Jaideep told. It's just a play, there is a play difference, right? Is there any new motion? I mean, different kind of. Syed? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Government can provide clean water by digging borewells near places facing a water crisis. Like underground, there's a lot of water, and the places where the government cannot reach out and cannot supply tankers, we can dig the borewells, and there will be availability of water.
House is adjourned for 5 minutes to set everything with the technical issues. OC, could you please check all the technical issues with the mics? I request OC members to please take care of each of the rows to handle mics.
We have bunch of mics. I mean, like, we have 10 to 12 mics, right? Use those. Mehak, can you repeat the motion?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There is a lot of underground water present, and the government and the people cannot reach out each and every places at a time. So what we can set the motion is the digging of bore wells, where there is a scarcity of water, and whenever the water is required, we can use these bore wells and have the water facility.
Any contradictions? Last, Josh.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. So, as you said, digging of bore wells, but for that you need government permissions. You need there's a procedure which you have to go through, and government is not that good that they're going to give you the permissions and all at once, and you can start digging bore wells. It's a long procedure where you have to take. It's going to take months to get one permission itself. So it's better like if in another way we can just try to give clean water rather than digging bore wells, but giving them some suitable options and friendly, eco-friendly options.
Have you have any contradiction to that point? Yeah, go ahead.
So what do you think, like what are the facilities we can require to give clean drinking water?
Can you repeat?
What do you think are the facilities available for providing clean drinking water?
You have an answer.
Other methods like to give, to rather than digging bore wells, there are another method which is, I think nowadays they are using is like, we are not going through bore wells. Government is giving water to the slums through a way like water is being given free. And I guess it's been started since 2019. So even in villages, only the thing is that water is there, but they don't want to dig bore wells because that water is being used for other industrial purposes. So there is no chance where you can get water or where you can dig water. The government has taken their own initiative to give water even to slums. So in a way, we have to see an eco-friendly option in which we can help through not digging bore wells.
Okay, both of them please be seated. Any new motions on the floor? Sneha.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Municipal workers go from door to door to collect the trash with bare hands. So we can provide them with gloves and other sanitization kits.
Any kind of contradictions? Any contradiction? Can you repeat the goal motion once again?
Yeah. Municipal workers who go from door to collect the trash, they do it mostly with bare hands. So we can provide them with gloves and other sanitization kits.
Any points of support? Preetham.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with the lady. Municipal workers don't wear all the gloves and everything. We can provide them gloves, but in addition to that, we should tell them the importance of that, because they feel uncomfortable wearing those all. So by providing them, we can also provide information and importance of that.
Okay, please do. Any points of support? Nihal. 1 second. Nihal. Jaidir.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. I would like to just add a point for the respected co-delegate as mentioned. So the plan of actions, what we can do is we can create, an awareness session to the especially of the municipal workers, where explaining them as they might be not feel comfortable about their respective own sanitation. So we can create a self-awareness session about them regarding the how to what you say as right now COVID is also there and many other new pandemics viruses is also coming. So we can provide them awareness sessions about sanitation. We can at that moment point we can distribute the gloves and respective needs. That's one of the motion.
Any points of support? Contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So the thing is, the government is providing them with, masks and gloves, especially because of COVID at the moment. The government is looking into all these things. It is just the awareness about, using them. It is about them not wanting to wear it. So rather than provision of it, it is supposed to be, we're supposed to spread awareness about, the usage of it.
Yeah, Nihal, you have any point opposite? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As you mentioned that you are telling the
Nihal,
government.
acknowledgement. Please sit down. Any points of contradiction? Satvik.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, I'm contradicting his point because if government actually provides everything, then why are we here? Why is the notion of clean water and sanitization? And I think not only providing awareness, and we are here as an NGO involving in everything and providing with the needs and sanitation. I think this is my point.
Okay. Nihal, you have a point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned that, I would just like to contradict one point. He mentioned that the government is providing many things, but government provides many things, but even though the government is providing, we are still here discussing about the issues, right? It's not about only government giving so many things. Even though they provide so many things, it's our responsibility to find that where is the point where, the municipal workers, because there might be giving, but there might be even one slight chance of, all the, they might not be able to reach out to all the municipal workers, right? So it can be one of the motion where we can take up this and we can provide a awareness session at the same time providing the mask and also gloves, respective gloves.
Any points of contradiction? Sanya.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to contradict the point of my co-EB member, because when we talk about awareness and just talking to someone doing some work, I think that's the bare minimum that anyone could do. So we being an NGO, we being Street Cause India, we being members of Hyderabad Youth Assembly, I think we should be going so much more beyond than just talking to people and spreading awareness. I really believe we should be talking about some concrete solutions we could get to these people and not just limit ourselves to providing awareness sessions. Thank you.
Nihal, you have a point, right? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. Okay, as my co-EB member is mentioning that talking is the only thing, but the first step begins with the initiation, and because without talking with them itself, we can't directly go to them and give something, because they should also know something about before giving something, right? Obviously, before taking any initiation, you should first approach them, you should convince them, you should have a practical kind of pitch with them. Then only we can take any other initiation. Okay, if as my co-delegate member has been mentioning that talking is not the only thing, then I would like to ask my co-EB member what would be the exact plan of action she could take up for, where we can give some initiation.
Sanya, you have any point? No? Okay. Any points of contradiction? Shrita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-EB member has already mentioned that the government is not doing anything here. First things first, they fall under the cadre of the GHMC, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, right? So definitely the government is providing them with the bare minimum that they need, masks and gloves. So I think spreading awareness would be enough rather than us going and providing them with the basic bare minimum again.
Nihal.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Providing awareness is very, very important. That's true. I absolutely agree with your point. But instead of just because if you're taking an example, we don't only listen to our friends or any suggestions we are getting. So don't you think that all the municipal workers will listen to just going to initiation and talking with them and listen? So instead of just giving an awareness session, we can, after providing the pitch of, giving awareness session regarding the sanitation, the gloves and everything, we distributing it practical life, it would be impactful to the respective municipal workers.
You have any points, Shrita? Go ahead. The house is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Nihal, I would like to contradict your point again here. So why incur an additional expenditure when the government is already spending on it? So they will be providing them with the masks and gloves, right? I see GHMC workers who come near my house wear masks and gloves and work. So I don't think providing them again with the masks and gloves would be necessary.
As you mentioned that the GHMC workers have been provided the mask and gloves and everything, right? But don't you think that each and every person, it's not that because, Hyderabad city, if you take only Hyderabad city as an example, it's a wide area, right? There might be that the government, because in GHMC also which you are talking, it's based on the area wise. It might be that you are in the area which you are living, they might be providing the respective gloves and everything. But not each and every area of the municipal workers have been provided with that, right? We can't guarantee that.
Which area? Can you be a little specific? I couldn't hear.
Members, you could please sit down. So folks, rather than discussing about distributing gloves and masks, let's talk more about clean water and sanitation. There are more projects which we could implement. So I would request all the members, EB, organizing committee and all the delegates sitting here to come up with more innovative projects or executable projects. Thank you.
Any new motions? Any new motions on the floor? Vaishnav Raj.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There are many villagers. Are without dairying. They are having lots of industrial areas in their particular villages, and those people, that industrial areas represent industries. Waste is getting into the nearby rivers, nearby ponds or the lakes over there. So I request, let's go to a village where it is happening particularly, and let's make them feel dare and come those villagers to talk about themselves. Why? Because even not only to the person but also marine system is getting affected with that. So let's create this let's call them out and speak for themselves. So thank you.
Member, could you please summarize your motion?
We needs to go to a particular village where this is happening, and if at all we recognize that particular village, and we can go to that particular village, and we need to insist the villagers to fight, to talk for themselves, to stop that processes. So this would be helpful for the upcoming generations as well. It can be a stopping process, what I feel.
Any points of contradiction? Sneha.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate have said that village people can oppose the industries, they have set up with huge investment. If they are to dispose their waste not in the rivers, what would be the other solution for them?
Any more points of contradiction? Jaideer.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, firstly, there are two major points involved in this particular motion raised by my co-delegate. So, the point one is industries are actually set up so that villages will be getting employment from that. So, that thing, village doesn't do that. And the second thing, the major issue is in most of the villages there are a lot of politics involved. So, because of that politics, villages doesn't even raise their voice. And if we go to their place and ask them to raise their voice, it's not that case which we actually expect. There's a lot of negativity being spread on our particular NGO, so I don't recommend that to be happening. So,
any more points of contradiction? The member at the last, Gaurav.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chef. I would like to say that, see, if we are going to fear, then who is going to solve the problem? We have took the responsibility, because implementation should be done. Like, when you are going to any village and if you are going to say there is a politics in that, so it is indirectly we are fearing for them. See, our responsibility is without fearing, we should face the problems and we should find the need of them. Exactly, if they want empowerment is not only in the industrial areas, it can be in many ways. So only focusing on employment, so there should be industry should be built in the rural areas. It may cause the environment pollution too. So in the industries we can take up new projects like eco-friendly one, rather than disposing all the waste in the rivers and that, like compost pit वगैरह we can take for fertility, for increase of lands वगैरह, and we can get, of course, like if the farmer is working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gaurav,
Thank you.
please sit down. Any points of contradiction? Sindhu, Jaidev, go ahead.
thank you so much for acknowledging me. So, I just wanted to ask my co-delegate a small question. So, as he in your lane or in your street, and did you actually go raise that question in front of your mayor or the councillor who belongs to your colony or the local corporator? You doesn't do that actually, right? So if you yourself doesn't do that, like I personally feel there are a lot of potholes have been dug in Hyderabad, and in the morning while I'm coming to the assembly, I find a lot of roads being constructed, and also you can't actually stop government or raise your voice, right? So the same way villages are even more illiterate, and they doesn't even care if we go and talk to them regarding I'll be back of you, I'll be supporting you. They doesn't even care. They only care about the sarpanch, whatever he says, they listen to them. So that's what I just wanted to convey. Thank you.
The member who raised the motion, you have any point to contradict Jaideep's? Go ahead.
Like my co-delegate said that industries are giving employment to the particular village, but it is also affecting to a particular sector, like the people who are doing fishing. Those people are affecting with that particular waste which is being into that river or else the lake, and they can't sell it off to the sell it in the markets or wherever, and it is affecting directly to the human beings again. So this is what my point is. And also, like, if at all the industries the waste should be into some other place, so they can dig a nearby area, but not into the lakes, what I feel. So this would be another option to do it, what I feel.
Any new motions on the floor? The number at third bench. Yeah, you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me.
Can you please tell your name and then?
Naina.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So my motion is about the sanitary pads. Like I totally appreciate even rural areas and urban areas are using those, and many girls are aware about that. But the main problem with the sanitary pads are like many girls don't know how to properly dispose it. Like personally, when I went to many washrooms, I see people are throwing just like that in the washrooms, and like I think most of the girls will understand that problem. When they throw those sanitary pads like that, the girls who are visiting, going to use those bathrooms again, like they feel it's very unhealthy to breathe that air and those to see that sanitary pads. So what we can do is we can create awareness in colleges and schools how to properly dispose the sanitary pads, and like we can show them the way to how to properly close and throw it in the dustbins. And I think this is very important.
Any points of support? Vaishnavaraj.
Like my co-delegate said, like wasting of this like decomposing of the particular like pad, we can even help them in giving the menstrual cup, which can be used for 5 years. Like there are lots of people who doesn't knows about menstrual cup nowadays, so we can go approach girls as well. Like many girls who are sitting in the hall even doesn't knows about how to use it properly. So let's encourage girls to use it. Why? Because there are almost like 3 million tons of pads, which plastic is being coming every year. So we can give menstrual cup, which will be for 5 years, and this would be helpful for helpful for the society. What I feel.
One small request from the members: the first 2 rows, please raise your placard to your shoulder level, and the other 3 rows or 4 rows, please raise up.
Among children before they hit the puberty stage, creating awareness, telling children, telling it openly in the classroom, showing them PPTs, how to use a sanitary pad. It's not just for girls, but also for guys. Just in case if a girl is having problem or she hits her period, she should not hesitate to ask a guy to just go and get a sanitary pad from a...
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So our motion is about, like, the goal is about, sanitation and clean water, right? And it's, I mean, how does spreading awareness among guys even come under, sanitation here? I mean...
The member who raised the motion, you have any point to contradict? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, spreading awareness is well. If
Pavitra, you have any point to add?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think my co-delegate, her point was she wants to raise awareness about how to decompose.
Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
House is urgent for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I request members to be ready with your upcoming motions. You folks...
We'll resume the house. Any new motions on the floor? Nikhil.
Hello. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think instead of providing sanitary... Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Instead of providing sanitary pads, I think we can provide menstrual cups which can be reused.
Member, actually, there's a new motion which is to be raised. Okay, let's start again. Any new motions on the floor? Akshaya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Including sanitation, we can actually educate kids regarding good habits like washing their hands properly and all. Would also educate them with good sanitation. Like educating them regarding good habits would actually reduce diseases like diarrhea and all. So we can educate kids in the school itself, from the primary itself, regarding all these habits, and we can also give awareness regarding the diseases that will be getting because of poor habits.
Any points of support? Avinash.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would support my co-delegate Akshaya saying that the classrooms teaching about the basic facilities and sanitation things to the children, because the younger generation is the next generation, and the younger minds will be most we can actually say them that we can actually inculcate the idea of cleanliness and sanitary life to them. It's not only about the things we focus on the future, but also we can also make the whole society in a better way. We can also ask them to keep a weekly sessions saying that cleanliness program where the whole week will be focused on the cleanliness activities. By this we can also keep all the programs in the classroom saying that quotations might help the students to understand the importance of the cleanliness in their programs. Yeah, thank you for the giving me.
Any more points of support? Jaitir.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate mentioned about the weekly sessions and all, I personally feel educating children right from their age of 7 or 8, teaching them how to clean their own washrooms, teaching them how to clean their own school washrooms and all might work a bit more positive, because I personally feel right now, being in my 21 and all, I don't even clean my own washroom. So my mom used to clean, or else someone else. What if we start that habit for children right from their 2nd or 3rd standard, like all the government school children go cleaning their own school washrooms and all? That might actually work. So thank you so much, Chair.
Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? Vaishnav.
Thank you, sir, for recognizing me. Like my co-delegate mentioned that educating them in for a week or something like that. But there are lots of lessons on name of cleaning and everything, but it is not being implemented. So I request the sessions what are happening like my co-delegate said, it has to be happened in a way of like practical way, not just saying there and coming back like that. So it would be helpful, what I feel. Thank you.
Akshaya, do you have anything to say? Please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Definitely, when we go to respective schools and all, when we educate them, we actually definitely go and we can give them hand washes, and we can practically do and make them do. We just don't tell them and come, right? We definitely do some activities there, make them do and come. So it is not education doesn't only mean to tell some boring sessions and come. We definitely do some make them do and come. And we also I also wanted to add that as my co-delegate said, we should make sure that there will be sessions happening every week, or happening every week, and the staff should maintain kids, look after the kids whether they are continuing the same or not. So we should also talk with the staff whether they are looking after it or not.
Vaishnav, do you want to contradict? Any new motions on the floor? Zenat.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. History is history, and we always forget we can learn many things from our past. One such thing is rainwater harvesting, which I have seen in Golconda. I'm sure that this must be there in many parts of India too. As such, in Tamil Nadu, the first state in India which had made rooftop rainwater harvesting structure compulsory to all the houses across the state. Just imagine, clean water, of course, is a need, but as the things are going on, I think we need to increase the groundwater level too. So, as HYA members, we can create campaigns and make people aware about rainwater harvesting program, and we can help.
Any points of support? Srijanathmika.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to support Zenith's point, that is to conserve water through rainwater harvesting. And after that, we can use eco-friendly methods for disinfection purposes. Like solar disinfection is one of the methods. Like what we do in solar disinfection is, we take transparent water tanks, we store water in them, and then we leave it for over 8 hours under the sun. So that is one of the techniques to implement.
Thank you. Instead of considering this as a point of support, we'll be considering this as a new motion. So any points of contradiction to the Zenith's motion, rainwater harvesting? Jayadhir.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate mentioned, awareness regarding rainwater harvesting pit, that actually sounds good, but right now it's March, it's mid-March, and it's phase 2 assembly, so we'll not be having any kind of rains all this phase and all. So there's no point of giving an awareness sessions regarding them for rainwater harvesting pit, all doesn't even work. And the second motion, if you can allow me to contradict that as well, like the glass water tank and all, yeah. So basically for that transparent water tanks, you actually need a glass which should be of 2.5 to 7 inches of thickness. So that's actually very costly, and people doesn't even afford that. Instead of they viewing like it actually seems as an aquarium for me instead of a water tank. So I don't prefer aquarium on top of my roof instead of me fearing about everything. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Zina, do you want to answer? Stage is open for debate for 1 minute.
Considering, thank you, Chair, considering his point that it is the March month, but in another 2 or 3 months it will be monsoon season again. So for that we can just, I mean, like it can be we can start working on it now so that we can later save the water for our future purposes also.
Alright, so if there's any future purpose or future purpose or something like that, there should actually something should fall from the above region, right? That's rain. So it actually doesn't fall, and we can't practically show them what exactly how the rainwater harvesting pit works. So I personally feel that doesn't work for this phase in it. Sorry.
We'll move on to the next motion, that is solar disinfection process. So I just want the member to explain more about that so that we can proceed with it.
It is one of the eco-friendly and easy to use process. But we have to consider a transparent tank. As he mentioned, it is of thickness. But what we can do is we can afford it, and we can provide in the orphanages, because there will be many members to use over there. Here it is like only 1 or 2 people in our family, which may be costlier. But there, if we consider there are much people to use, so we can place it over there.
Do you have an exact budgeting for the same? Because you were telling to give it in orphanages, so if you have a budgeting for 2, support your point, that would be great.
Right now I won't have budgeting, but I would work on it.
Sure. Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate, what's the exact process actually? I mean, I couldn't understand the point. Like, just keeping, I mean, in a transparent tank, we'll be filling the water and we're keeping under sun. Is it the exact process which you are going to mention that?
Yeah. It is like, yeah, we are.
Srijanath, sorry, I didn't tell you to stand. You can sit. Nihal, please sit. Let's proceed with the next motion. Any new motions on the floor? Ronak.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We need to promote the idea of closed quarters for a toilet in villages and in backward areas, because it is quite common in villages that people defecate in open areas, which is very bad for them and the surroundings. So we can make closed quarters for washrooms and toilets and dispose it off in a way that that is beneficial to them. We can use it as a manure and many other things. Thank you.
Thank you, but the same question for you as well. So we just want to get some clarity on budgeting if you have that with you right
now. I'm sorry, I don't have exact budget right now, but I'll work on it. Get back to you.
Sure. Any points of support to that? Divisional President.
Yeah. Well, thank you for acknowledging, Chair. My name is Praneeth, and I want to, support to my co-delegate. Like he said that closets in village.
Member, could you be more louder, please?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So is it fine? Yeah. Thank you. So we can also go with a call WASH program, that is water sanitation program, which is also used in Jaipur and also in Maharashtra districts by government, which we can keep an awareness drives to make an awareness session for people and also train them for what we have to do exactly, and also we can also make an awareness session for sewage system also, and also many more closures which we can do from them. If they get awareness by, they are inspired in the sense they own self construct their own closets, so that which will not be a burden for us too as well. Thank you.
But member, we would like to ask you that if you have any exact plan of action for the same.
I didn't get you. Sorry?
Yeah, exact plan of action for the same.
Exact?
Plan of action for the same.
Exact plan of action in the sense, first thing, we need to choose an area which is, literally a lack of sanitation, and then we have to put an awareness drives, and some of them will be interested in the villages which they want to keep clean their areas, and we could recruit them like this HY members or like street cause like coordinators or volunteers, and we have to train them, and then those volunteers will go to home, and they're gonna explain them in detail, and the person who get inspired from us, they'll definitely help us too. So which could be help for us too.
Any points of contradiction? Akshat?
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So my co-delegate was speaking about washroom constructions and the stuff. Basically, Telangana is a state with 96.97 ODF, open defecation free villages, and it is a number one state in ODF list of India. So I think there is no point in taking up this project. It would take at least 3 months for us to find out that 4% residences in the state. And central government has already launched a program where with the central government will be giving 30,000 rupees to every residence if they construct a washroom along with rainwater harvesting pit. And for this, separate department has been designed for every district called District Rural Development Authority, and there is a project director, Group 1 cadre officer. So there is no point in this assembly taking up this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of contradiction for Akshit's contradiction? Avinash.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As Akshit said that there are so many government programs implementations where the government is taking care of the things, but actually in the basic society, the government is lacking in some or the other thing. That is the reason why there is a sustainable development goals. So why we are making sure that there are so many things to be implemented, and we need to make sure that there are so many villages where the government is not actually can't see them, or else they can't really notice those particular villages or the tandas, or else the particular areas where the strength of the village is not actually concerned by the government. So we should make sure that these villages are being noticed, and at least from our programs, whatever we do, the government is actually the chief guest. We inviting them might be acknowledging them as the citizens of a particular thing and their community people, and making the particular programs well good. Thanks for giving.
Akshit, do you have a point?
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair.
So the stage is open for debate.
Yeah, I mentioned it very clearly that.
Akshit, just give it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. The stage is open for debate, but please stick on to the point, and the time is 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mentioned it very clearly that it is a number one ODF plus state with 96.97% open defecation free residences. It's not about project or it's not about scheme. Already they have got constructed, they have got onto the record, they are into the use. That's the reason it has got declared as open defecation free city with a greater difference. The second position is of Tamil Nadu with just 35% of open defecation free residences.
So it is Hyderabad where we are talking about, and this is an Hyderabad Youth Assembly, and we are an NGO where we are trying to make sure that
NGO has no point in taking up the project which is already done in this society.
But which actually is not implementing everywhere.
You go, get me more than, if you can get more than 4% residences without washrooms in this state, I would give 10 lakhs.
There are so many schools. I would give 10 lakhs donation to this opportunity to you to put on the things.
I would give 10 lakhs donation to this HYA for this particular project if you can bring more than 4% residences without washrooms in this state.
There are so many villages.
Yeah,
I will be giving an example where I will be giving an example where our school, like our CVR college, which went for the project survey report, where the school has not even having a proper facilities of washrooms, and we renovated it. And there are so many survey reports. After that, the school management gave up the things, saying that not even the villages have the basic facilities to them. And the government definitely did those programs, but it's not in a proper state where we can actually use them.
Avinash, making it very clear, using is different. The delegate who raised the motion spoke about construction of the things. Already they are constructed. You need to create awareness about using them. Go, do zero budget events.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is done. Thank you. Please be seated. Any new motions on the floor? Kavya?
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. So, as Jaidir, my co-delegate, has mentioned to set up water purifiers in the rural villages. Actually, instead of that, we can set up a water plant in a rural village where there is an example in Andhra Pradesh, where in a village, I'll mention Nadipudi, in where there is a water plant set up. If you deposit 5 rupees coin, it will give 20 liters. And you can set up a water plant like that.
Thank you, Kavya. Members, delegates, so if you have any points of contradiction or support to the motion which has already been completed, you can write it in a chat and pass on to the chair table. We'll consider it in the end. But please don't raise it as a new motion. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Ritesh?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. So, as we are discussing about the clean water and sanitization, the important element that what we need to focus is about sanitization, which is a primary basic thing, that is construction of washrooms. I think this is the most popular motion that I want to address, because a lot of government schools where girls have a problem to use washrooms properly or maintenance of the washrooms and all. So this is a very basic thing, and which would support the strength to get down to colleges or schools or somewhere in the government sector and all. So I prefer to go with this motion. Thank you.
Any points of support? The delegate to the right. Please,
Thank you
please
for-
lift your placard correctly. Okay?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think constructions of washrooms is not the point. When we talk about urban slums and schools, they have common washrooms. So we sometimes, people don't know how to use them properly. It is very unhygienic when someone don't flush it properly, or else if the cleaning staff, sanitization team, wouldn't clean it. So we need to raise awareness about how to clean it and how to use it properly, rather than constructing a whole new washroom.
Any points of contradiction to that point? Ritesh?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. So first of all, I would like to address to the floor that I mentioned about first construction, then maintenance. So construction is there. So without construction, you can't even make the awareness first, right? So for awareness, you need to have the construction, then you need to have a scope for doing it. So construction is the primary thing. Then after the construction, you can work on the awareness part. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Any new motions on the floor? Satvika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Before we think about building new ones, we have to make sure that the existing water containing tanks are clean. The pre-existing community tasks should be checked by professionals to ensure the cleanliness standards. This way we cover the both aspects, clean water and sanitation.
Any points of contradiction? Do you want to listen the motion again? Can you please repeat?
Before we think about building new ones, we have to make sure that the existing water containing tasks are clean. The pre-existing community tasks should be checked by professionals to ensure the cleanliness standards. This way we cover both the aspects, clean water and sanitation.
Any points of support? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the motion raised right now. The existing water storage system is not being maintained properly, indeed. So we should try to start cleaning, or helping clean the existing water storage systems at the moment, instead of spending or investing money into new water purifications.
Any more points of support? The delegate to the right. Sorry, your name?
Srinivas.
Yeah, Srinivas, please.
Thank you, Chair, for addressing me. I personally know a college. Instead of considering the homes and the residential areas, I personally know a government college where the government has allotted a water tank, and it is not well maintained. And so it is fully fungus, or you can say that fungus, okay. It is completely useless right now. So I can even say the budget to make it usable again, to make it reuse. In this way we can reuse it.
Yes, please proceed with it. Please proceed with the budget thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It costs 1,020 rupees in order to clean the tank. And I even have a few more colleges near to the particular college. It's a government junior college, and the village is Cherial, near Siddipet. It is under Siddipet district, Cherial.
Thank you. Any contradictions to the motion raised? Jaidir.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I just wanted to ask my co-delegate regarding what is the capacity of the water, like water tank which you're trying to clean?
Do you have a point to say?
Yeah, I have
yes,
a point.
please.
Thank you, Chair. It is a 30-liter tank.
Oh my god, 30-liter tank I actually use in my 3 to 4 flushes in my bathroom. That's a sum of 30 liters. I don't think it's a water tank. So water tank is almost a capacity of more than 2,500 liters or 3,500 liters. So 30 liters tank, 1,000 rupees, it's out of our budget. It's instead of we carrying the Harpic plugs and putting it on our flush, that might actually does the job in 30 rupees. So.
Chair, can I?
Yeah, do you have an answer? Yeah, please.
If we carry cans every
you
time.
Didn't, sorry, you didn't acknowledge the chair. You may sit down. Yeah. Any new motions on the floor? Madhav?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. This is Madhav. So, I would like to suggest a mask awareness session and also solution for mask pollution. So, the thing is, this specific project I am suggesting is related to two goals, particularly clean water and sanitation, and also it has an impact on health and well-being. So, let me start with a perspective on sanitation and clean water. So, let me give an insight first of all. So basically during COVID-19, this is a new challenge. 7,200 tons of mask has been disposed in environment, not properly disposed at all. And the thing is, why I am specifically raising this in the sanitation and clean water is, particularly freshwater systems like rivers, lakes and all, which have been used for drinking purpose, have been found with a ton of mask. So basically, people don't have a basic awareness. Like, for example, we were able to properly educate people to dispose waste in dustbins and all. But since COVID-19 is a new challenge, they are not taking masks as a serious challenge and they are just disposing it wherever possible, like in environment, anywhere. Particularly to this goal, water quality, which is being used for drinking, is being drastically affected. So I would like to suggest two things here. So the first thing would be, we can take up mass disposal awareness sessions, which often include health equipment and all. Basically, in rural areas, masks are the only thing that people can take up as a measure. The second thing is mask disposal bins. Just like we have basic trash bins and all, we can have bins specifically for mask disposals. So not only we are ensuring better health and well-being, we are also ensuring that the water bodies are not getting contaminated due to masks and any other things. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? Ritesh?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So I think taking this particular goal, particular project, or particular agenda would be the suitable time for now, because it's post-pandemic time where we all been travel to all this kind of ups and downs, and I think yes, it's a big problem, and I also advise, because it could be a one-day project for sure, where people from the HYI team or from Street Cause, anyone can take up a challenge, go to a lake by doing the service, and they can do all this medical waste also if possible, not only the mask. And yeah, I think by this way we can at least aware that what are we working on, and we also tell how big this thing is when we in other things it's small, right? So I think it is advisable.
Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Vaishnav?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Like I just mentioned before, there is almost like 3.3 million plastic waste which is coming out of sanitary pads is being decomposed in the in the soil as well, in the water. So we can go arrange a meeting like run for a cause how we do. Let's call all the girls together, like in only it will be for a girl session, and let's give the menstrual cup and the menstrual hygiene, so that that would be helpful for a girl's health as well. It will be helpful for us also, what I feel, like giving 100 getting 100 rupees for 100 rupees or at least 50 rupees. Like I have a budget plan, whereas our division IIMC is taking up with this project, like we are thinking of, it is coming for 45 rupees. But if at all you go to a market and if you buy a menstrual cup, it is almost like 200 to 250 rupees. So women not getting it, not purchasing it as a problem, but how to use it as a problem now. So asking them, helping them in the way how can they use, and giving them that for that which will be useful for 5 years would be helpful. And also a meeting like a huge women meet can be helpful, what I feel. Like there are many women can participate, and it would be helpful, what I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Any points of support? Srihita?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as Vaishnav, my co-delegate, has already mentioned, creating awareness would make some change. But I think one more way we can actually help out is actually putting up sanitary pad dispensary machines. So we have that in our college, and we insert a 5 rupees coin, and a pad comes out of it. So a lot of schools in the rural areas, I don't think they have the facility to actually go and purchase pads, go outside and purchase it whenever and they're in need. So I think when rural schools and government schools have these facilities, it would help them to a great extent.
Any more points of support? Sushma?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I feel whatever you told is very right, and I also support and I have this idea of eco-friendly sanitary pad bank, in which we go to government schools and colleges and ask them to spread awareness about pads and everything, especially eco-friendly pads, sanitary pads. We set up a bank in which one takes the pad. Before taking the pad, they have to give a pad to somebody else. In this way, we can, create awareness about other sanitary things also, and it's quite healthy and eco-friendly too.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction for the motion raised? Sheikh, your placard is not so clear. Naina, go on.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chief. So my point, as Vaishnav said, he'll provide menstrual cups as prizes. He said the price is 200 in the market. I don't know, he said he'll buy in 40 rupees and he'll give us prices. I don't know, how he'll buy the 200 thing and give it in 40 rupees or prices. I didn't get that point. And also my other point is he's telling that he'll give menstrual cups. It's many girls don't prefer menstrual cups. Even if they prefer, they can buy it in the shops. And when we conduct any 5K runs or anything, if the prices are menstrual cups, I think no one will attend it. If menstrual cups are prices, I think no one will show the interest to attend. That's my point.
Vaishnav, do you want to answer? Go on.
My co-delegate questioned me. So we have approached almost 5 companies from Delhi, from Gujarat, and also from Rajasthan. So those people were like, if at all you buy 2000 or else above than 2000, we'll be providing you for 45 rupees to 80 rupees. Like there are three types of qualities in that. So one normal cup will be almost like 45 rupees, and the medium cup will be like 65 rupees and above, and the third cup will be, it is of 85 rupees. So our street, like I have mentioned that we are an NGOs, so they have given us this price. If at all we buy for buy a cost almost like 2000. Like she was saying that if at all we girls like her, like if at all we arrange a meeting and say that girls to come there and talk, like giving the menstrual cup, girls may not come there. She was saying that. So what I feel is, if at all we encourage them, like it is affecting the society by the by the patch, like almost like 3 million tons of waste which is coming out of that. So menstrual cup can be, if at all we promote it in a best way, if at all we influence the people in a best way, that would be helpful. What I feel, this is what my point is.
Do you want to answer? Any more points of support? Jaidir?
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So this is actually an add-on as well for that motion raised by Vaishnav, and also a bit contradiction. So basically, whenever we talk about menstruation cycle and sanitary pads, tampon balls, or menstrual cups, why do people actually prefer only women? Why don't men actually see? You're saying like only women should come on to the come and gather at one place and talk about that. I personally feel we can actually make sure even guys are participating in that particular event, so that this gender discrimination is actually starting from my 6th standard or 7th standard, where my personal class teachers and all taking girls to separate classroom and teaching them about menstruation. So that's when everything messes up. So I personally feel right from 6th or 7th standard, even guys are actually educated about that. And the add-on is, actually forgot the add-on, sorry. Sorry, Chair, thank you.
So I would like to add a point here. Our national unit of Street Cause Innovation and Research has already been working on this project from past couple of weeks. And we want to execute this distributing menstrual cups or spreading awareness about the same. We've started our research. We don't know where we'll be leading, but we're definitely going to make it a national project in few months. Avinash.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I will be adding up on a point saying that we are coming up to with an event called as RFC, Run for a Cause, as an event, which is a national fundraising event in Hyderabad. And it's not only where men and women will be gathering, and every age people will be gathering, not only good number of sect people, and people with a great mindset people will come together, because we are doing which is for an NGO, for a good cause. So obviously we can distribute the menstruation cups in the public, and which is for a free, or else for a lesser cost, or in 5 rupees at least for the trial session, so that we will make sure that it's not something which need to be talked in private, or else it should be not only in a first sect of people, but it will be in a public way. So by this we can actually implement and make the society understand menstruation is a part of like the society and everyone's life.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Okay, as you know, as my co-delegate has mentioned, that it's a meetup, like huge crowd gathering. Right? So, what would be what would be the target audience basically? Because it's a stigma that has been running around the society, especially many the young girls or anyone that regarding that regarding the stigma that is running. So what would be the target audience which would be focusing on especially?
Member, would you like to answer that? Vaishnav Raj.
Like as my co-delegate was questioning me, like how many people will be coming there. So if at all we call these girls, do people doesn't come to that event? Yes, right. So this people will call at least one of their friends, and almost like every division has almost 30 girls in every division. So if at all we count even, so 100 college, like 70 colleges have 30 girls. 70 into 30 will be a lot of crowd, and also we can call their parents as well, the society people there. If this will be a huge one, and not giving if at all, like Nihal was saying that keeping money, or else what the event will be. So if at all we start like how we are doing RFC, the Zumba, run, and conclave and the concert. If we can even go like we can even do like one will be the yoga session, and the second will be the second self-defense one, and the third will be the other which will be helpful for the women. So this giving them some helpful thought process as well, giving this menstrual cup would be helpful, what I feel. Yeah.
Thank you, members. We've been debating on the same motion or the same idea since last 10 minutes, and I think we have to move to the new motion. But
Actually,
it has been.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
member. Like, sorry, Madhav. Like, Madhav is my mentor. Like, we have approached him because of this project. Like, we have even search in a process of search. Like, we have even went to the department, the unit of just you have mentioned, I am not getting into my mind, I&R. So the head of I&R department is also accepted, not accepted, but she's ready to take up our division into the consideration. So it would be helpful for
Yeah, member. So I just wanted to mention that the motion has already been noted down, and let's work on it. So the debate is just on the same thing. Let's move to the new motions. It has been noted down by the chairperson. Okay. I request all the members to please come with new ideas and also contradictions or the point of support. Please be on point. Any new motions on the floor? Bhanuteja.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to add a point on the disposing of sanitary pads. So I think we can take an initiative to install sanitary pad incinerators.
Sorry, member. I think the motion has already been discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Members, so there are many crosstalk going on between yourself. If you want to talk anything with your co-delegate, you can pass the message sheets, and OC are there to pass your message sheets. So please don't crosstalk and disturb the assembly.
Great. Any new motions on the floor? Chanakya Varshit Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is on weed harvesting. Weeds are the aquatic plants which grow on fresh body surfaces like canals, rivers, reservoirs. These produce methane and hydrogen sulfide. Such hazardous gases can contaminate water, so weed harvesting should be done periodically.
Got it, but could you please explain how this is related to the current goal?
Like contamination of water should be eliminated.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? Shrihita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'm sorry, was mentioned the point. Yeah. I'd like to contradict this point takes a lot of investment to put in. I don't think it's something HY or Street Cause can take up. Because having all these plants cultivated or horticulture, if I'm not wrong, that takes a lot of research and manpower and a lot of investment to put in. We are looking to do more sustainable projects here for the betterment of more people. I don't think taking up this project would be very viable. If you have a budget, you can please propose that.
Any new motions on the floor? Josh.
Check. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So,
Sorry to interrupt. Are you sure that it's going to be a new idea?
yes.
Great. Okay,
so
continue.
most of us, like, we get water to our house like once in an alternate day. So in the slum areas, it's not on an alternate basis. So for the slum areas or most of a public or a household, then there's a lot of chlorine which is coming into water these past few months. There's a lot of dirt which is coming into water if you've observed keenly. So there's a test kit, water quality test kit, which is around 3K to 5K, which can be given to households, to societies, to few slums where they have like canals or a reservoir, which can help test the quality of the water, its alkalineness, either its chlorine levels or any minerals which are harmful or any toxins. Through that we can decide in which way they can cleanse their water or in which way they can start using a better way to process that water.
Got it, member. But could you please let me know the further plan of action once they test their water quality levels?
Sure. Like once the test is done, it's a 10-step process. So once it's known like what are the major levels of chlorine, alkaline and all the minerals in it, there are few more procedures through which they can reduce the alkaline process. Few of them have implicated the eco-friendly one, in which they use, as a co-delegate said, rainwater harvesting pits, and the other few processes are they are trying to come up with new processes in which instead of using a filter, they can easily make a filter within a 15-step process. So they give you the parts and you can make a filter on your own.
Okay, thank you. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Jaydev.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So here there are three major points involved in this particular motion raised by my co-delegate. The point one is slums are not legal in India. They are not authorized by the government. And the second point is for testing the water, it charges somewhere around 45,000 to 75,000. And the third point is if you test the water, I personally study on wastewater management and water supply system. So personally, there's a huge process, like it's a 15-step process as you mentioned. So it takes nearly 6 months to do it, as it involves a lot of budget and it is not legal to be done in the slum. So we checking the quality of the water, and then we actually first thing we finding a slum with proper water supply. Second thing is testing the water, and the third thing is the process which is happening in these entire things. So it is not feasible for our particular phase. So that's the thing which I wanted to suggest to my co-delegate. Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging. So as my co-delegate said, actually this is a very minute process for, rather than like for either a slum, it's like a normal person can just check the water he's receiving. Is it clean or is it unclean? It's just a normal process a normal person can do. It's just a 10-step process which he can go through and which he can do it on his own. So it's like you do it on your, it's a DIY, and it helps you to know like what are you getting. So in a way it's like you can do it directly, you don't need any permission or anything for it.
Any points of contradiction? Sanya.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. Having said that, the target audience for this is the slum people. Do you think, teaching them all this DIY stuff and ensuring that they do it will actually work? That's a question that I have.
Member, would you like to answer? OC, could you please pass on the mic?
Check. So it's not a complex process. It's something which is.
Sorry, member, you didn't acknowledge the chair. You can please sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Any more points of support? Any new motions on the floor? Jaydev.
For acknowledging me. Oh, my mic's working. So as we're talking about clean water and sanitation, we're in mid-March, so summer vacation is about to start, and why don't we do our like benchmark project, which is lake cleaning drive? We selecting a local lake and making it clean. That actually a best project, so that all the members of HYA can actually join it and can do the lake clean.
Yeah. Thank you, Jaydev, but has already been sent in chits by one of our delegates. Any points of support for the same? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This is one of a very major project HYA can take up. I think season 10 Hyderabad Youth Assembly has taken this project already, and we can take up this project once again, where we can not only Hyderabad Youth Assembly, we can also involve all the workforce of Street Cause, including other units also, and such we can take it as a major project, like we all coming together and doing for such a good cause. It will be really impactful.
Any points of contradiction? Vaishnav Raj.
It is not just a contradiction, but it's also a support thing. So I want to say that it was happened in I was not a part of HY before, but it was happened before, I guess. So taking up the same project again may not the workforce may not come again. What I feel, but if at all, like I have a plan, like whereas every Sunday, like I am saying also a point of support also. So Maharashtra government, there is one volunteer who has started like Beach Please project. So every person, like he will be arranging on every Sunday, almost like 100 volunteers will be coming to our river, Maitri river, or else there are some rivers which will be connected to Maharashtra. Like we don't have any rivers right in our Telangana, but we can go to the nearby like lakes or any particular places, and we can just do this project. What I feel, yeah. Thank you.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer?
My mic's again not on. Yeah. Vaishnav. So, hey Vaishnav, I just wanted to confirm you. Like, see, each and every season has different members. In season 9, you'll find different members. In season 10, you'll find different members. In season 11, you'll find different members. And then, as I mentioned, particularly, it's our benchmark on the standard project of HYA. We spreading awareness about we doing marketing about HYA also works for us a lot. And that Beach Please guy, I know he's a part of Roadies, right? So, yeah. I personally feel we can actually involve a lot of crowd from our own divisions, and actually there are a lot of people whom I know from Street Cause are ready to do that project. So I think it's going to set up a benchmark again and again. So thank you so much.
Great. Any points of contradiction? Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Divisional President at the last.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. What do I feel is, why don't we be a platform between the rural people and the companies? Like, before distributing the things that we do, why couldn't we be a platform? Like, rural peoples do a lot of things, they work on a lot of things, they We can say they make baskets, they stitches the things. So why can't be a platform and help them to sell it to the people?
Thank you, member. But could you please be more specific that how this motion is related to our goal?
Chair, as I want to say that we are being distributing the things needed. We are being doing the things like sanitization or distribution, anything. But before being the distribution thing or anything, why can't we provide an employment to the people?
I think, member, we could discuss the same motion in decent work and economic growth goal. So thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Avinash.
So I would like to introduce a new motion which is saying about, as Jaidir already said, that making students to clean their classroom, because classroom is like a home to the students, and the home is like the whole society is a home for us. So once we make sure that the inculcation of the thought saying that clean the classroom makes everyone understand how the cleanliness is more important in their life. And let's take an example saying that rule number wise, everyone has a rule number or the admission number in their schools and colleges. So when we go to the schools, we can ask the school member to, like, every roll number to take the 2 roll numbers and clean the particular classroom for the day, and he will be taking care of the cleanliness, and he will be the most in chargeable person of that particular day. And the next day the other 2 members. So the whole month the whole classroom members will take care of the whole class. So at the end of the day the whole school will be cleanliness.
Member would like to, I myself would like to ask how you will be keeping a track of this.
Go to the schools, we will be visiting, as we said that we will be going to the weekly sessions. So if we go to the weekly sessions, we can ask our teachers to maintain it. So we can ask it, we can request the principals to make sure that these things happen, and we can also have a track on weekly basis if we go to the schools and visit that particular place. It's not like every school need to be following it, but at least if we keep trying for one particular area, or suppose if we take 5 government schools from one district, we can actually go visit that place. So it will be really helpful to us. And most importantly, our engineering colleges are near to the villages. So we can ask our engineering, so many engineering colleges, CVR or else MRITS or else CMR colleges are near to the villages, and we can actually ask our workforce to go visit that particular school and ask them to give a survey report to it.
Before you break the tables, any points of contradiction? Ritesh. Sorry Ritesh, just a minute. OC, could you please ask the management to decrease these? It's hitting straight on my face.
Thank you, Chair, for the
Yeah.
acknowledgement. I would like to
You did acknowledge.
Thank you. So, to the Avnish's point here, so he's telling about tracking stuff and all. It's a great thing, but I think it's a waste of time investing that much workforce just for cleaning sense, because every individual is aware about this cleanliness. Faculty, college, school, everyone have that kind of sense in their own self. But I don't think so that we going on regular basis to the places and checking regarding the things, and I'm not pretty sure about the principals, school management would support us in terms of tracking things again on a regular basis, which won't be practically happening. I would like to advise this, because being the board member, he would have seen a couple of things, how things really work. So I would request him to take a practical things upon. Thanks.
Great. Rather than support or contradictions, I would like to say it's better we talk to the school or college managements and work on getting it better, rather than talking to the kids or making it more inefficient. So that, we can work on more sustainable projects during, just following up on a school or kids for 1 month and asking them to clean their classrooms. It's okay. Let's spread awareness, but HY is more than that. Any new motions on the floor? Naina.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So, as we live in the Hyderabad city, like it's famous for biryanis and like pans, and not only that, people also eat gutkas and all. Yeah, I can't stop them to not to eat gutkas, but they're like throwing on the streets, and most of them will step on it. For this, the solution can be like building any bins or placing any bins which has tissue in that, and so that when the person or split any that thing, they can use the tissues and use those dustbins. Like when there is no dustbin, they can't use it, right? So they'll definitely throw it on the roads. It's very unhygienic. So I think those bins can be like it can be budget friendly. We can use some thermosetting plastics to build that bins.
Okay. Any point of contradiction? Mahesh.
Thanks, Chad, for acknowledging me. So basically, gutka is in a liquid form. You can't put it in a tissue and put it in a dustbin. It's
Member, would you like to answer?
See, even if it's in liquid form, it's on the road, no? Like many step on it, and so when tissues are there, at least they can split in that and they can throw it in the dustbin.
Mahesh, would you like to answer? House is open for debate.
yeah. So they
Naina?
won't use tissue.
Could you
It's more
please start?
unhygienic. They can directly spit it in a dustbin.
Mahesh, could you please hold your mic closer to your mouth?
Yeah, they can directly spit it in a dustbin or a dustbin bag while spitting it on a tissue and taking the tissue with their own hands and putting it in
It's
the
not.
dustbin.
It's not like that. See, we can't see the initial velocity, everything of the liquid. When we are spitting it, it can go anywhere. Like it's a liquid. We can't decide like it should go in the dustbin. It can be anywhere. It can be sticked on the dustbins. So it's better to use tissues, right?
But the gutka holder will never take it in his hand. He'd
So
never take the
yeah,
tissue
that's what I'm saying. We are not agreeing to take it on hand, but many are spitting, and on the roads we are stepping on it.
Okay,
we are not even.
Okay,
we are not
thank you, members. You could please take your seats. Yes, I definitely see that as a problem, and that has to be, taken care of or improved. But I think this conversation could be more better. Let's move to the new motions. Any new motions on the floor? Any new member who haven't got chance yet? Okay. Could you please, tell your name and then proceed with your motion?
I am Gaurav Sai. Thanks
Okay.
for acknowledging me, sir. Right. I would like to say a new motion to constructing of bio toilets.
Could you be more louder, please?
Yeah, of course. Constructing of bio toilets in the farm areas, because in the most of the rural areas, farmers find to difficulties to go to washroom because it may be in their homes, the toilets may be, but it is difficult to when they work in the farms. So if there is urgent requirements to go to washrooms, we will not find them. But by constructing bio toilets, it is also not only useful for farmers, but also it increases the fertility of land. Like the biodegradable waste which is passes from the human body, like it is also useful for the fertility of land. It is also helpful for like most of the polluted water which is released by the factories and industries which are decomposed in the earth. It causes pollution of soil pollution. But between constructing bio toilets in the each farm with a minimum budget as taking with the project, we can solve the most of the farmers use fertilizers, urea and chemicals. It may also degrading the land fertility. But if we are going to construct the bio toilets, it will also help the ecosystem, and also it would also help the productivity of agricultural lands. The yield also will be increased. So it will be profitable to farmers as well as due to increase in productivity, the no hunger sustainable development goals
Got it.
will also achieve.
Thank you, member. Would like to summarize that for you all. So the motion of the member is basically construction of bio toilets, which helps farmers, and also it also helps the land to get more fertile. So any points of contradiction? Srinivas, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask 2 points. How many bio toilets are you going to construct? For how many farmers are you going to allot? And the second thing is, a farmer is going to use the washroom in the morning, and is he going to use the fertility thing what you told in the evening to the farm? It takes a lot of time, right? Where is going to store that?
Member, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I would like to answer.
Sorry, you didn't acknowledge the chair. Please sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Any more points of support? Akshay.
Yep. I thank Honorable Chair Table for acknowledging me. So it's not about how many bio toilets we set up, or it's not about where we are going to store, but it's all about the impact we create. You know, every one of us are taking adulterated food. No one knows when we are going to get cardiac arrest also. You know, a lot of people are losing their lives at 30 years, and the major reason for these things is the adulterated food we take. And you know, in support of the statement, I can also propose, you know, gobar gas kind of thing. You know, HYA is not only the thing. We have many divisions in Street Cause, and there are many other NGOs in the city, in state, as well as the nation. If we become inspiration to them, if we create, you know, some kind of impact, at least for a single village, then you know it would be you know, inspiration for other divisions or other NGOs, or it would be a role model for other you know, for government also. You know, it's all about impact we create, sustainability we increase. The, you know, it's not just about the need of a single farmer. It's not about the, you know, fertility of the land, or about the investment of the farmer. It's all about the life of the mankind, the adulterated food we are taking, the health issues we are facing. So instead of speaking about the count or budget or the thing, but how the impact what we create, how we take the project into the people, how we promote the thing, how we bring PR for this, how we create, you know, awareness sessions on this. You know, we create awareness sessions, you know, people of that village would contribute for that. So it's all about impact creation. You know, HYA has always been focusing on impact creation rather than, you know, fundraising and money. It's all about how we create, you know, long-term impact on the society. So this is a very good idea. In addition, we can also plan for gobar gas plant setup kind of stuff, and we can create some awareness programs, how they can improvise the quality of land. It's all about ourselves, not just for a village or a you know, farmer. Thank you, Chair.
Understood. Member, would you like to answer? Srinivas.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point is that after constructing a bio toilet, we cannot say them to use it in a better way. It's their wish. Like as I'm just going to say a point that the government has given water tanks to schools, but it's their own responsibility to use it in a better way.
Take care of it.
Yeah. If we are going to give a bio toilet to the farmer, is he going to maintain it well? If he doesn't do so, it is a waste of budget, right? So we can't just give it like that. Thank you.
I would like to highlight that we've already discussed about construction of washrooms and also maintenance of washrooms, and again the new motion is about constructing the bio washrooms. So what is it all about? I mean, could you please get into detail with respect to the bio toilets? Akshit?
So construction of washrooms is obviously different from bio toilets. It's all.
Actually, you didn't acknowledge the chair. You could please sit down. Shri.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the difference here is, so construction of basic normal washrooms that we have, people use it, we flush the tank, we're done here. So here with the bio washrooms, we're actually using that waste to convert it into manure or as a fertilizer for plants or for various purposes, and gobar gas and all of those things. So that makes a difference because we are utilizing human waste too here, so that it's not filling up land spaces or not causing any sort of contamination. Because if human waste is left out loose in the fields or anywhere else, it spreads a lot of diseases and it contaminates water. So this is one good way to curb spreading of diseases and contamination.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor? I could see the same placards raising every time. Any new members? Divisional President at the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So now when it comes to sanitation, I think it's very important for us to also clean the drains, the stagnant water that is flowing on the roads and other rural areas. This is also the way where a lot of
sorry to interrupt you, member, but this has already been raised that working on the existing drainage systems or existing storage systems. So thank you. Do you have anything to add to this? Or no, thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Sanya.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the new motion that I would like to present to the House is that this might sound more like a plan of action than directly the idea. The motion that is, every division and per month goes to a lot of projects which involve in the city and outside the city. So if HYA could take up a project where they collect sanitary napkin, not buy any sanitary napkin packets or any menstrual cups or anything, absolutely only collect from the neighborhoods or colleges or anywhere around, and give all of this collected material to the division that's going to a project in some rural area or to any place that the division is going. I think this division can take these items to the less privileged areas and educate people there and make them understand the usage of this, and maybe that's a way that we can introduce menstrual hygiene or sanitation related to menstrual hygiene in rural areas where there is no reach of all of this. So this was my motion.
Sanya, could you please just summarize in a line?
So it's about HYA as a team collecting all the sanitary materials that they would like to reach, spread to the rural areas or any backward areas, and divisions taking all of these and going to the areas and spreading there, making people understand there.
So basically you're extending the workforce of HYA and trying to increase the impact. Got it.
Yes.
So folks, let's have the last motion, motion for the goal, and then we'll start with the voting, interesting part. So last motion for the goal, please. Who is sure that this is going to be a very, very innovative and a new idea? What if it's not? Okay, Vaishnav.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like we HYA, without a single rupee, we can do a project called Clean Hill Campaign, whereas we divisions will be going to a particular areas which are hilly areas like Rachakonda Fort or else Golconda Fort, not Golconda Fort which is maintained, but Rachakonda Fort which are not into a maintenance of government. We divisions or else HYA can go approach there as an it will be a form of entertainment, but also it picking up all the plastic or else the things whatever there would be helpful, what I feel.
I would like to ask a question myself. I myself visit that place quite often. So what do you think would the footfall of the members would be every day, and what do you think will affect our public going there, and how do you think that impacts the society in a way?
That is what we can just wear gloves and pick all those. Why? Because government is not doing itself. We HYA can help them in a way where people also can take up this initiatives and do it by themselves. What I
Got it. Any points of contradiction? Member at the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate who has raised this motion, how sustainable do you think this is? Like, you will go to the place, clean all the dust. Do you think it will remain the same the next day? You yourself said it is not a maintainable site by our government or a UNSC site. So I don't think there are so many people who visit there just to visit the location. They go there probably to enjoy or just hang out with friends and eat and throw it over there. You will go, clean it one day, the next day it will still be the same. I don't think it will make a difference. Thank you.
Okay. So one last contradiction and we are ending the session. Jaydev.
Chair, for acknowledging. So I just wanted to contradict my co-delegate Vaishnav. So Vaishnav, basically we are in HYA to fulfill the needs, not the wants. So people usually travel Rachkonda or Golconda, they're actually the tourists, or else they actually want to enjoy there. So we actually fulfilling their wants, making them clean is not our thing here. So as we are HYA members, it is better we concentrate on the needs of the people and work on it, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaydev. Vaishnav, so how would you want me to take the motion as? Cleaning the tourist places or what kind of project?
Whenever we visit there, we need to keep a placard, like not a placard but a board called Street Cause HYA board, whereas there will be a dustbin before that, whereas we will be recognized, HYA team will be recognized with a, like not just with a dustbin but keeping there, people will come and throw only the dustbin over there. Why? Because like keeping boards and something would be helpful. Yeah, posters and boards which are permanently which are replaced things.
Okay, so it's basically setting up dustbins or boards or awareness kind of posters in these public places to decrease the waste.
Not only public places, in public places there are many dustbins, but in the places which I have mentioned now, the Rachakonda Fort, or else the places which
the
are
tourist
not,
places, would
yes,
you say?
Yes, but which are not.
Okay, one last motion. Okay. Jaydev.
Much Chair, for acknowledging me. So the one last motion would be, it is kind of a idea of, which I just got. So as we are constructing or renovating government school washrooms and all, we are teaching them or making sure we giving them awareness regarding bioenzymes. Like in government schools, they'll be having weekly meals, and every day government will be providing fruits for school students, and also out of that fruit pulp, like for oranges, citric acid, and also we together collect all the fruit pulp or the fruit waste, and we can actually create a bioenzyme and use that in our own washroom which we are building for HYA. And the other motion which I wanted to add on is, because I'm not going to get another chance for this motion, so the other add-on would be, we as the last phase members from climate change have done a crazy project regarding CO2 emitting through emails and all, right? So that I would really appreciate the one who took up the project. That was really fabulous. Yeah, and then so for now on the same repetition, to spread awareness, or to as social media is being a huge platform for each and everyone, so I personally want to create such kind of posters regarding sanitation, like dry waste and waste weight separation and all, and how to segregate them, how to use regarding schools or something like that. So something related to social media campaigns regarding sanitation would actually help a lot. Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Jaydev. So it's basically spreading awareness through social media campaigns or any other, spreading of posters and. Okay, yeah, bioenzyme is one, and the other one is the social media. So members, I request you to please send me chits for all the motions which you weren't able to raise. And I've got a lot of projects in my hand right now. I'll definitely read them out when we're taking up the voting. But now I would like to leave it to Sonia.
To acknowledge the presence of our alumni Srinidhi Gaur, Vice President Documentation and Division Expansion of Street Cause Hyderabad 2020-21, current City Mentor for Street Cause Vizag and Ally for SC Pride. Thank you for joining us, Nidhi.
Give us a minute.
If anyone who didn't get a chance to raise your placard and tell your motion, but if you really think your motion might get a difference, please send us in a chat form.
Okay, folks. I think, okay. We're getting a one more motion. So folks, I think you know the drill. So it's basically, I'll read out the motion, which we were discussing in past 1.5 hours. And so people with the motion or members with the motion, you raise the placard. Members against the motion, when I say that if you're against the motion, then you'll raise the placard. If we are unable to finalize a motion or pass a motion with the placards, we'll go by voice vote, which is members with the motion, aye. Members against the motion will say nay. Got it? Everyone clear? Okay.
First motion, setting up a water plant in rural areas. The members with motion, against the motion, with motion, motion passed. Next, sanitary pads disposal awareness in schools and menstrual cup distribution in schools and colleges. Members with the motion, against the motion, motion passed. Digging borewells and use of water facility in urban areas. Members with the motion, against the motion, motion not passed. Gloves, sanitary kits to municipal workers. Members with the motion, against the motion, motion not passed. Identifying the villages with industrial waste and asking them to raise voice against the same. Members with the motion, against the motion, motion not passed. Taking class in government schools or for school children regarding washing hands and sanitation. Members with the motion, against the motion, motion not passed. Rainwater harvesting to increase the groundwater levels. Members with the motion, against the motion, with the motion. Let's go for voice voting. Members with the motion, against the motion, with the motion, against, Motion passed.
So now is a motion process time and
The process. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Close toilets in backward villages for water sanitation program, and we'll be recruiting volunteers for the villages and taking care of that. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Construction of washrooms and maintenance in government schools for girls and boys. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Let's go for voice voting. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Existing water storage systems in villages. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. To reduce the mass pollution, having medical waste bins. In addition to it is disposal of medical waste bins and mass disposal bins. Members with the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Motion passed. Taking classes in government schools and different areas in backward villages to how to use menstrual cups and giving menstrual cups to along with the awareness, providing awareness for it. Also boys, starting with boys telling about the menstrual cups in government schools. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Lake cleaning drives. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Water contamination level checks and making filters, trying to make filters by own, teaching them the process how to make the filters by own. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Bins for disposal of gutka and other roadside waste. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Bio toilets in farm areas. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. In tourist places, including dustbins and other public awareness hoardings. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed.
Spreading awareness about bioenzymes. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Spreading awareness on dry and wet waste. Against the motion. Motion passed. So we have a lot of chits. Let's go through them. Okay, there's another motion here. Yeah. Educating primary kids regarding good sanitation habits, diseases caused due to the same, setting up weekly sessions, installing quotations, how to clean their own house washrooms and their classrooms. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. I could see members not raising their placards, the same ones who have raised the motions. Okay. By Gaurosai, setting up bio toilets, I think that is done. Another motion by Gaura. Harassment of girls, no awareness about it between 5 to 15 years age. This is not related to the goals, so let's discuss in the another ones, or at the last of the session if it is not related to any of the goals. Water recycling, a motion regarding water recycling by Shrita. Would you like to give the details? OC, could you please assist?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So water recycling, we're talking about already the water that we've already used for certain things. So there's a system in Japan, I think we can implement it on a smaller scale. So the water that they use in the wash basins that is directly connected to their toilets. So the water that comes in from the flush and all, that's all the water that they've recycled. So this way we're using the same water for a different purpose, and both the needs are fulfilled here. So we can have things like using the water that we've used to clean utensils and all for plants or something like that. So we can recycle water and promote awareness regarding the same.
As we are running out of time, members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Motion by C. Akshaya. Bicycle water purifiers. Akshay, would you like to mention in detail? Akshay isn't present in the hall. Okay. There's a motion by Nihal. Nihal, I couldn't spell it properly. Could you please? Something about cement tanks.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. The motion which I would like to take up is ferro cement tanks.
Okay.
It's ferro cement tanks is basically unlike any other water conservation system. Ferro cement tank, I have a proper budget also. It costs around 10,500 rupees only, where the required items are cement, mesh, and iron rod. Where it will be with the manpower, labor force, it will be constructed in a circular manner, where the water can be storage in that. So that's a ferro cement tank. It's comparatively to other alternative water conserving system, it is much more cheaper, at the same time much more effective.
Got it. Members understood the motion? Nihal, could you repeat again, but in brief?
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. The project, its name is ferro cement tank. Basically, ferro cement tank is construction of a like circular motion of tank with the use of cement, mesh wire, iron rods, where and the budget it costs maximum like 10,500 rupees. Where comparatively to other water conserving storage systems, it is much more cheaper. At the same time, the storage capacity is also very much more bigger than the other respective one. So we can take up this initiative. I think with much more research in this, we can implement this.
Got it. Members with the motion? Motion passed. Okay. A motion by Naina. Limiting apartment water usage, like each family to use 30k liters per month. This can be done by setting up rule and talking to owners. Members with the motion. Motion not passed. Motion by Vaishnav Raj. Filling the roadside manholes. Members with the motion. Yeah. OC, could you please assist with the mic?
Actually, the season after the summer will be a rainy one. So we'll be working almost like 5 months in HY and up. So after this rainy season, whereas there are lots of roads which are being like holes and things, the water is being there, and with that water there are lots of mosquitoes are being generated, and also by that water it is affecting to the person who's walking on the roads as well. It is affecting some other way to a person. So let's there is a husband and wife who will be going on a car with a huge with the waste of like cement or else the sand. They'll be going in a car and just filling that in a way, and that will not be affected, and that will be that will not be prevented with the mosquitoes. What I feel.
I think members understood the motion. Members with the motion. Against the motion? Motion not passed. There are two motions by Preetham. First one, there are many ancient steep wells in Hyderabad which are now used for garbage disposing, so we can restore some step wells in Hyderabad which are of Nizam's time. Members with the motion. Motion not passed. Second motion. There are many schools which don't have basic facilities like pure drinking water and clean washroom, so we can choose a school and build washroom there and provide water purifiers. Members with the motion. It has been discussed? Yeah. I think this has been passed. A motion by Shrihita. Making bricks by using face masks that are disposed. Members with the motion. You want to talk about it? Yeah. I would like to ask for a few details. How do we collect those? How do we make it into bricks? What is the cost? And in what kind of constructions that can be used?
So this is, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Okay, so this is with regard to what Madhav has previously raised, setting up proper disposable tins or cans for collection of such masks. So there's a startup that actually makes these. So out of the disposed face masks, they make bricks out of them, construction bricks. So probably contacting them or maybe taking some guidance from the procedure that they do, we can do something about it, or just contacting them would make a huge difference, because we're collecting a lot of face masks to them and giving it to them.
Okay. Members understood the motion? With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. But I don't think so we'll be able to execute so quick. So we have to work on the details is what I feel. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Now we'll move to the next goal.
Okay, the next goal is zero hunger to end hunger. Do you have any speeches on the floor? Your name? Sneha?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. India is a country where majority of the people are farmers who provide food for the country. And yet it is the same country which is ranked 103 in Global Hunger Index in 2021. There are also many other countries who face inadequacy of food. Keeping this in view, UN has listed zero hunger as a sustainable goal that should be achieved by 2030. But for a country like us, with a huge population, it is a very big challenge. There comes the assistance of the NGOs like HYA, who contribute in the best possible way. We cannot assure if the goal will be reached, but one thing is definite, that the goal will be reached to a large extent. Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome, Sneha. Do you have any experience on yeah, the speeches are good, but again, do you have any experience or have you faced any kind of hunger issues any time in these days? Till 20 years, right, we have. So, did you face any issues? Experience, basically. Okay, fine. Valerie, you have. Dharani, yeah, go ahead with the speech.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
Zero hunger is a sustainable goal. Why do we say it is sustainable is it is not tackling a problem of feeding somebody for some days, for few days. It is a goal to ensure food security for the coming years. It is, and when we say zero hunger, it should not only mean that we are just feeding people and people are like well fed. It should also mean that we are tackling challenges of child malnutrition, and we have to we have to ensure that people are maintaining a good body mass index and many other parameters we can measure that people are able to get a proper nutrition. So to make sure that happens, I only think that we can make projects, or we can do projects that that help some organization or some orphanage or any place that is like that needs help by giving it a sustainable solution basically. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Nayo.
Thank you for addressing me, Chief. So my motion is that like we can talk with the restaurants and hotels and we can deal with them. Like many people go to the functions and much food is wasted. So we can take that food and like spread it into the rural areas where they are experiencing hunger. And we can elect one, I like to add on like that we can elect one representative from every village where he'll be looking about is the food is correctly passed. So I think we can talk with the restaurants and hotels.
Any contradictions? Nidhi.
Hello. Thank you for acknowledging me, my chair. So I want to ask my co-delegate, what is the proposal first, village or functionals? If it is functionals, how do we guarantee the quality of food? And how a member of HY take care of the quality of food?
Yeah, like at least we can take minimum rice to the rural areas. Like, however, it's been wasted in the hotels, so we can take that food.
Can I?
Go ahead, Nidhi.
Yeah. So when you say hotels,
the house is open for debate.
when you say hotels and then when you say white rice, you're talking about the same thing, right?
Yes.
So if function is happening, you get to know that food is being wasted after 4 to 5 hours or 6 hours, or it can be 8 hours too. So by the time you go to people, we never know the quality of food, right? Thank you. And it's not sustainable too.
Any new motions on the floor? The member at the last but second row. Yeah, you. Go ahead. Mention your name.
My name is Sujana. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My main thing for this is permanent thing, right? So why can't we go to rural areas and give some work? From that work, they gain the money and they do their own food. For example, nowadays mud pots are very common these days. So why can't we give them those things? Provide them, they will do the work and they gain the money.
Any contradictions? Dharani.
Acknowledging me, Chair. My question for my co-delegate will be, I think, do you think this is a sustainable way, and do you think this is relevant to the goal? Because to me, it seems like this comes under employment generation, and I also feel that we may never know if they are gonna utilize the resources very well. How will you conduct surveys like every month or every time to make sure that they're utilizing the resources, and who is going to train them for generating that? And do you have a clear plan of action to implement it?
You have any question? Go ahead. Sujana, please acknowledge the chair. Members, once after the speech or the motion, please sit down. Just in case if you wanted to contradict or support it, please raise your placard. Okay? Please sit down, Sujana. Any contradictions or supports? Yeah, Yash.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support her point. So basically, it is obviously not possible to administer the usage of the funds and the resources properly. Also, it doesn't exactly come under zero hunger, in my opinion. It would rather come under no poverty or, generation of work.
Any new motions on the floor? Raunak.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say that we can promote organic farming, not only in the rural areas, but in the urban areas through hydroponics and vertical gardening. Vertical gardening is a concept where buildings and structures, they grow plants on their walls, and we can personally, I have experienced this in the northeast side. I went there on a trip, and there were people who were sustainable in terms of their own food. They used to grow their own vegetables in their house, and they ate those vegetables. And there have been a lot of examples like this, and this is a long-term plan. This makes a person self-sufficient and sustainable over the long term.
Any points of support?
Thank you.
Yash.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to agree with Ronak's point. Right now, we can actually try to set up hydroponic, setups, basically. It costs are approximately 15,000 for a 4 to 5 row setup. It is initially a little expensive, I agree, but on the long run, it is a very self-sustaining project. And we can try to set it up in societies where there is lesser food availability or lesser access to proper food, right? So over there, setting these hydroponic setups would actually help them to create make their own food and consume it themselves.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Gaurav.
Thanks for acknowledging it. I would like to say, see, if we are going to plant the vegetables or any type of fruits in our homes, it will be organic. Definitely I'll agree to that point. Yeah, but everyone, see, in an apartment there are many parts. Like in an individual homes, there are rent people who live. It is available for only 1 out of 5, but it is a temporary solution. We should work on permanent. That's my point.
Yes, you have a point. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned, it is a sustainable, step, and it's a step that can be, executed for a very long time. So the very point that the places where we're going to set it up, it is a place where they don't have food at the moment. They don't have access to proper food at the moment. They are obviously gonna put in more efforts to be able to sustain that project over there, right? Because, like, come on, they're hungry, they need food, and therefore, in my opinion, also one more thing, an addition to this, if they are able to create enough food, if they're able to produce enough food, they can actually try to sell it in the local mandis and generate income for the community, right? So it would help in both ways.
Any new motions on the floor? Ashish, is that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to start by targeting gated communities by setting up small donation stalls of raw ingredients. So people can donate them each week, and we can go from community to community and collect these funds in the form of food ingredients. Also, we can start with having proper storage facilities to ensure the food doesn't go to waste, and have a maximum record of all these food supplies to us.
Any points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to confirm if my co-delegate, when he says food, it's dry ingredients, right? So as a part of Street Cause, where we've already distributed dry ration, instead of going to every community, spending on our travel expense, why can't we take the same donations from the community? Instead, we buy for them and give it. Thank you.
Any points of support for Nidhi's point? No. You can't support your point again. Yeah, Shrita, you have any points of contradiction? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to contradict Nidhi's point here. So the thing is, for how long can we do this? So it's not very sustainable in the long run that we keep buying groceries and supplies and then we give it to them, right? So it's just a 1 day thing or a 1 month thing. My neighbor ka ration we give them. That's it, right?
I want to add a point.
Nidhi, you should.
You
You should raise your placard if you wanted to ask. Fine. Okay. We'll continue. Go ahead. The house is open for debate. You guys can.
Yeah, so we've been doing this since COVID has started. I didn't think COVID is completely off right now. And there are laborers who are, they don't have basic employment also. It's not about how long we do, it's about how we help them till they have those requirements. And I want to highlight this point. I want to add one more point. We could support the transgender community or the Hijra culture too, because their income is through begging and blessing, which doesn't happen frequently. So we can give dry rations to them, and for the laborers who don't have employment because of COVID situations, which are still happening.
I'm aware of Street Cause and HY doing these things. But the thing is, as I've previously mentioned, it's not sustainable in the long run. We're going to do it for a couple of months. COVID's not done yet, but we're still going to do it for a couple of months. Instead, why can't we set up food donation banks wherein people, whatever extra ingredients that they have, they can actually deposit it there. And then people can, whoever are in need of them can use it. Government has done these things. It hasn't been a good success, but we can try doing something about it, right?
Exactly. You yourself told government and started this, and it was not it was not a success. So we setting up a bank. Can you tell me the plan of action, because it's going to take a lot of time. You need to take government permissions to set up a banks on different places. When you set up these banks, we don't know where the ingredients are going as well. So instead, we could help their requirement until and unless they need. And it is sustainable because we're not giving them, food which has been cooked, but we're giving them ration.
Okay. The debate is up. Any points of contradiction? Deepak? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The government did set up many things, such as storage of extra food, but there is no proper governance. Food is being wasted. Running out of what do we say, expiry date. I guess there's no governing body to look after all these things. In the long run, all these things are getting wasted.
Okay. Fine. Any new motions on the floor? Sushma.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Before all these motions, it's very common and hunger is very common. After that, we'll get a lot of ideas and we can even coordinate with other NGOs or our street cause is there. And of course, we can even inform the government as well about this and we can focus on these areas.
What do you want to do on those areas?
First, identifying the areas.
Okay, please sit down. That you can do while doing the surveys and all. Any points, I'm sorry, any motions on the floor? Zenith.
I alone cannot do everything, but everybody can do something. The HYA people can do a survey about different areas and choose weekly localities where there are more amount of needy people and set up small tents where we can simply distribute food to the hungry people by making equal packages. Now let's give it a twist in the tail. We will be introducing potlucks, wherein the HYA team must convince the well-to-do people of that particular locality to cook any dish in any quantity they wish to. All the houses can give 1 or 2 dishes each, and the team will carry their foods as well, and we can combine it all together and later distribute it to the hungry people. This will as well promote a sense of kindness and humanity in the common households as well, that we should do charity work.
Any points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you, my chair, for acknowledging me. I think this has been repeated because there was one member who wanted to give cooked food where all of us agreed on it not being sustainable, because when you go to localities, get them cooked, firstly, we don't know the quality of food. Secondly, again, instead of giving cooked food, we can give them dry ration. Thank you.
Yeah. Akshit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Co-delegate was speaking about distribution of food. Basically, we HY and Street Cause concentrate on sustainable goals and long-run goals. Distribution of food wouldn't last for a long time. It's very important to create a source which would let people to get their own food. It's better to concentrate on the ways which would empower people in earning their own food. It might be creation of some employment, self-employment, or cottage industry kind of stuff, or whatever you say. But distribution of food can't be monitored continuously. We have 2 different phases in every season, and delegates keep changing. It lasts only for 3 months. It's not a project which HYA can implement in practical. So it's better to concentrate on the things which would empower in earning their own food. Thank you, Chair.
Any motions on the floor? You. Harshita, right?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my new motion is that awareness of diet chart in government scheme, in government schools, and also awareness for nutritional related diseases, even in cities, because zero hunger does not only include people starving, but also maintenance of quality check in the people in the second most populated country, being the most second populated.
In the new, contradictions? Naina.
As it's there another goal like good health, in that we can concentrate about the nutritions. Like first we can see about the hunger and then we can go with the nutrition list. As it's another goal, good health. So why don't we talk in that goal about these diet plans?
Remember, you have any point? Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would raise my point saying that without knowing the nutrition value or without knowing the nutrition in food, how can you intake the food? For example, if you want hunger, you can would you fill it with sweets of a box of sweets? No, we couldn't go for that. So we would go for rice and dal. So I would prefer the nutritional value first before than feeding our stomach.
Any points of support? Dharini.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I just want to add that hunger is not actually related to if our it's not entirely related to if our stomachs are fed, but also about the nutrition, because so many children, even though they are well fed and from the well-off families, they're actually malnutrition because they do not understand the concept of nutrition well. And there are so many slum areas where people actually will be feeding on only ganji, but do not understand that they have to they have to have another other things like proteins and nutrients to actually be healthy. So we can actually teach them about other alternatives which can be which are in proteins and nutrients, which will help them be maintain a good nutritional value.
Any points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. In rural areas where there's no food, it's not about, it's not about them not knowing the nutritional value and not eating the right food because not knowing. It's not about choice, it's about the availability and affordability of the food. Dal is not as affordable as just rice. You get rice over there for like hardly 5 to 10 rupees a kg, right? So it's about that more than, dal.
Dharini, you have any point to contradict? Go ahead then.
Thank you, Chair. So it's not only about rural areas or people who are not having enough money to buy, but even people who are well off do not understand the importance of nutrition and go on eating something that is not actually a balanced diet. So and there are cheap alternatives for all kinds of nutrients in the balanced diet. Some people may not afford rajma, but some people may afford something from the ration shop itself when government is giving you something. And some people may not always afford a fancy fruit which is so costly, but they can always afford banana. So I'm not telling that they have to always eat this. When to be like, just fill their mouths, or it's enough. But when it comes to a sustainable thing, when it comes to an entire life, I think they should understand the importance of nutrition. And it's not just the people who are not actually educated, it's actually people who are educated too. So it's like needed by everybody. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? I want the new people. The Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I think government has made a lot of schemes for reducing hunger in our country. One of them includes providing the ration cards to the poor. Like, we all of us have ration cards. It ranges for different classes, like middle class, lower class. But the thing is, the lower class people don't know how to make the right use of the ration cards, and that is why maybe they don't, get the minimum requirement of food which they require. Like for example, if they go and use their ration card properly, they might at least get rice and dal, which is sufficient to live at least. I'm not telling that it will fulfill the requirements of nutrition and everything, but it is better than, something is better than nothing. So why don't we as HYA make a drive and aware people about the right use of their ration cards, and through that increase less people dying of hunger.
Any points of contradiction? Vaishnav.
Like nowadays, like government is given food carts to every middle class and lower class families. But those people will be taking the food from the raw material from there, and they will be selling to other person. So it should not be happen. Like I'm supporting her point, but if at all we ask them, we promote them, and if we collect that food which they are selling it to the person, we can just we street cause can can hire a person who, like a cook, can we can just give food cards to the persons, like nearby my college Nilofer. There are many people who will be on roadside who doesn't have shelter, and who doesn't have any person, like any relative or any person. So we can give street cause or HYA ID cards, whereas we'll be giving food daily, like by giving a cooked food daily, what I feel.
This can consider as a new motion, but again, any points of support to the motion? Dharani.
Acknowledging me, Chair. Just to be clear, I'm supporting Afra's point. So it's not a well-stated statement that lower class people do not know how to make use of it, but still, so many people do not actually have ration cards. So many people do not know how to complete the entire process, and so many people from the underprivileged communities do not get Aadhaar cards also. And according to few surveys, people from Adivasi communities and people from transgender communities, they do not have Aadhaar cards. Because of that, they do not get ration cards. Because of that, they are not able to avail the benefits. So I think we should be focusing on getting them the cards, or just to helping them in the procedure and making sure we follow up with if they got the cards or not. Thank you.
Great. Any new motions on the floor? Jaideer.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. How many of you are aware of Feed the Need refrigerators in Hyderabad? Right. So Feed the Need refrigerators are basically a government initiative to make the food sustainable, not to make a huge wastage of food. Government has actually initiated that. So the main cause of setting them up is if we are wasting any kind of food in our place, like if we cook any food in our home or in any function hall, as the previous motions were discussed about that. So we can take that particular food and put them into that feed the need refrigerator, so that they don't spoil spoil then and there. It takes time for it to spoil, like somewhere around 1 to 2 days. So instead of that particular food or uncooked food like fruits, vegetables and all can also be put in that feed the need. So I personally feel HYA doing a drive which wherein they collect fruits and vegetables from different vendors and all, like the waste, like usually vegetable vendors or fruit vendors, they actually throw the food. Suppose from Street Cause Gold, we've actually initiated Swiggy Instamart, right? Like Street Cause Genie project. So the same way, we can collect the food and put them in feed the need, so that people who are not having food in their place, they can come and take the food. I personally found there are actually 73 feed the need refrigerators in Hyderabad. You can find them in Lakdi Kabul, Masab Tank, Banjar Hills, and a lot of places. So we can actually fill them up with food. Thank you so much.
Can you spell your name? Not spell, mention your name.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that was a great idea what my co-delegate have told, but I need to add few points. The fruits and vegetables which we are going to donate, or I think we should distribute in Anganwadis, because according to Global Hunger Index of 2021, 69% of under 5 deaths happens due to malnutrition. So when we provide all the fruits and vegetables which are rich with nutrients, if we could provide this food to Anganwadis, or else we need to target the areas where children below 5 years or children below 10 years are there, we can distribute the food there.
Any points of support or contradiction? Yeah.
Chair, for acknowledging me. So the basic concept of this feed the need refrigerator is to make sure the people who doesn't have access for food or something, like who are starving on the homeless people and all who are on streets, for them the feed the needs are actually. So in Anganwadi, government actually provides them with vitamin food and all. So I just wanted to know the plan of action from Anganwadi Kathing.
Okay, Pavitra, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I myself is a vice president of old age homes and orphanages. I work in 2 NGOs. I deal with, I often visit the children's home, Anganwadis and all. The food there, I don't say they are not providing food. They are providing food, the government is providing food. But when you see the children there, the children are malnutritioned. It is not about hunger, the point which I'm putting forward, it's not about hunger. I want to reduce hunger deaths, malnutrition deaths. Children below 5 years are tend to be malnutrition, and in the long run, when they grow up, they might face many issues like girls without proper food in their puberty or something. They might face health issues when they grow older. So I want to provide food to the children so that they won't be malnutrition. That was my point. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Okay, both of them conclude with just do a conclusion.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me. So I just wanted to clear my motion for my co-delegate. So the motion is all about feed the need refrigerator. It's not about giving it to Anganwadis or something like that. There are a lot of homeless people in Hyderabad. So it's better if we full up all the refrigerators. They will be having the access for different types of foods. Like one day he might eat fruits, the other day vegetables, the other day some cooked food. There's a multiple cuisines, right? So they can have the access for multiple, like the bread and all. So
thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Okay, yeah. So the government has many schemes, to be honest. I mean, we have 5 rupees meals, that is Annapurna. I think when like filling the people's stomach is easy, but filling the stomach of people who are malnutritioned is important. That was my point, yeah.
Any new motions on the floor? Sushma.
Why can't we encourage grow your own food, like by providing seeds and other things? And we can even go to mosque, church and temples and encourage them to provide food by setting up small stalls. Not always. Starting we can take the initiative, and later on the locals and people who are around in the mosque, people might get inspired or they get encouraged.
Okay, any points of contradictions? Jaideep.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me. So basically the motion which my co-delegate raised is sounding something like which we actually perform in each and every sacred place. Like in temple we find a lot of people giving food, donating food packets and all. The same is being done in church and all, a lot of places. So I don't think that is a motion which we actually, a true HY member is willing to take. Like we can find a lot of people distributing a lot of food packets and also. Thank you so much.
Okay. Everyone, stop using the phones. Just want to clear. And one more thing from the OC and also member, the seating is so different. I mean, when compared to the previous one, this is so different. You guys can actually sit comfortably and have a conversation with the co-delegate also. Please make sure you don't do that. We'll have a break, definitely lunch break. Make sure you concentrate on the speeches the other people are giving. that's it from my side, and make sure we'll have a, and OC, make sure the delegates don't even talk. Any new motions on the floor? Raunak.
Thank you, Chair. We all know that there have been a lot of drives recently regarding the government is providing meals to the needy people for 7 rupees or 5 rupees. So what I was thinking is we can donate to them on a monthly basis to increase the scope to the people they impact. So there are many mass food volunteers as well who prepare food for the poor people. So we can donate money to them on a monthly basis or a weekly basis. Not a huge amount because they're doing it anyways, to increase the scope of the horizon.
So basically donating food on the monthly basis or weekly basis. A certain period of time.
Like it can be for a long period of time as well. You can donate money to them. So the people that are actually impacted from that will increase, right?
Okay, got it. But I just want any kind of new motions. Till now we were discussing about the food donations and all. Any new motions? There any?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my new motion would be setting up storage facilities for farmers, because I think more like so much food is wasted even it came to the market, because there were no proper storage facilities, and so much field and so much produce was wasted right in the godowns without proper refrigeration or without proper conditions to store them. So I think providing them with storage facilities for a group of farmers would be better idea. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Ritesh.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So, as the co-delegate Dharani raised the point regarding the storage thing and all, so I would like to question directly that it is a good idea, that is no doubt about it, but in terms of investment, in terms of the construction of the storage, what do you say, construction of something regarding storage is not a feasible thing for HY members. So we are here for an implementation. So whatever we raise here, we try to implement to a maximum extent. So I request all the people, so practically make things so that whatever we raise here, we'll definitely implement here itself.
Seems like Dharani has a point. Dharani, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not talking about setting up an entire go down or something like that. There are just few facilities like not like giving them pesticides or something, or giving them something that will not make the entire crop grow for waste, and maybe giving them refrigeration facilities and not the entire go down. So I do not think it will take much amount to implement it in reality.
Dharani, do you have any kind of budget in your mind?
I do not have a clear plan of action, but I think it will cost around 20 to 30K.
Great. Okay, great. We'll move to the next motion. Okay. Kavya, do you have any point?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As Dharani was, my co-delegate was mentioning about food storage facilities to the farmers and all. There is a startup, like a 22-year-old boy who came up with the solar dryers. Like the sun drying method, which for the vegetables, fruits, and all, which preserves micronutrients, and also it will give a better
what can I say? Like, it doesn't curb food wastage to the farmers and will give more income to the farmers.
Any points of support or contradiction? Shrita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to contradict the point that my co-delegate has mentioned. I don't see how sun drying is going to curb food wastage here. We are trying to feed those people who are needy, but sun drying food or preserving nutrients, I mean, we get it, we're trying to preserve the quality of food, but we are not reaching out to people who are actually in need of the food, right? So I don't see any use of this.
Seems like Kavya has a point. Kavya, go ahead.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. I mean, yes, we do. I mean, as you said, you also have a point, but as most of the people are donating foods, I mean, also few motion was raised, like we donate food and all, but it doesn't have, I mean, what do you say? The fruits and vegetables are not properly like it. They don't give with the proper nutrients like they do wax. Suppose take an example of an apple. If they keep a wax for shining and all, so if we eat that fruit, that doesn't it doesn't give micronutrients. So just telling that sun drying might be an option for the farmers, and it will help in the.
But isn't this deviating from the goal?
Please sit down. Yeah, you both sit down. Any new motions on the floor? Gaurav.
Thanks for acknowledging it. I would like to say one thing, that Hyderabad Youth Assembly, I can see three terms there: inspiring, empowering, and uniting. Yes, everyone are discussing about the problems. I agree completely. But we are saying based on our experience, because these are the problems the people are facing. But we may don't know that apart from the schools, colleges, food, hunger, and sustainable development goals, there may be many things that we are not able to reach. Like recently, I have seen that registration of Street Cause, there was an application, like it's a link, but there should be application developed that our voice should not be only up to the Hyderabad. It should reach up to the country. Like HYA should change to the IYA, means Indian Youth Assembly. Like we are the youngsters. We came here, but our association should be helpful to everyone throughout the country.
Gaurav.
Yeah.
We are discussing about zero hunger and
Yeah,
we'll discuss about the motion, and later we'll discuss about the good things about HYA and also Youth Assembly. Hitesh, you have a motion? Go ahead.
Thanks for the acknowledgement, Chair. So as we're discussing about zero hunger, so having food is not enough. Having nutritious food is important. So I would like to get onto the flow that urban farming, that could be a new way of farming basically to practice in the urban areas, because yes, first thing we can promote to social media the importance and the essence of urban farming, because most of the people aren't really aware about it clearly. Yes, the kind of push for urban farming is being increased day by day, but not in terms of as per the expectations. First thing, so promoting the urban farming through social media, first approach. Second thing could be, as the members could go for surveys that they actually do, to find other places, like maybe where they have a place, like maybe in apartments, maybe terrace places, or maybe in terms of orphanages, old age home, government schools, wherever it is in urban areas especially. So conducting surveys where they could set up the urban farming system where they could afford their own food. That is, they can be financially stable in terms of having proper nutritious food. I think this could be an a very innovative idea that can be implemented but not implementing currently. So we can work on that.
Nice. Any points of support? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to support my co-delegate's point by, setting up hydroponics. It's basically urban farming. It doesn't require a lot of place, and it is sustainable, and it can be covered in our budget. So we could set up hydroponics in old age homes, orphanages, as we did earlier as well. Thank you.
Nidhi, it's just like, it's not like a contradiction, but I have something to say on this. So also Yash has discussed previously about the hydroponics kit and all. So we have previously done an event through E-Force, probably last year. We have given hydroponics kit in an orphanage in Uppal, and we have been went every month. We've been going there every month, like almost every week and all, and we have been checking with them if they're using it, if that's been useful for them and all. But in front of us, they've been telling they're using it. But there's another organization which went to that orphanage, and when they asked those orphanage people about the hydroponics kit, they said it is waste of giving and all. I mean, we're not using and all. So I just wanted to highlight that how would you want to verify, or how would you like to verify it, and what is the exact plan of action? Because yeah, how do you exactly verify the orphanage or old age home where it is exactly needed? Yeah, go on, Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It's unfortunate that it has happened with E-Force during an event. But if you not take that in mind, it totally depends on surveys. And it's just not one event we've did using hydroponics. I think from season 9, we have been doing hydroponics, and it has impacted. So it all depends on us, the survey we get, the place we're going, and how are we checking up on them, and how are we teaching them to use it. Thank you.
Sure, Nidhi, thanks.
Okay. Any new motions? Akshay.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, we can ask any hotels and restaurants, we can go and talk to them and ask them to provide the waste food at the end of the day to supply to the slums or nearby people, the poor.
I think this is already mentioned by some other member. So, okay. Any other new motions? Vaishnav Raj.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Educating girl is most effective ways to improve food security. I'm mentioning again, educating girl. Why? Because there are many women only cook in the kitchens in the Indian tradition. So I am mentioning this point. So when girls are educated in the most likely to be able to meet the nutrition needs and and their children, this would be helpful for the old age homes. Not the whole household women. And also I had a point, it might not be, it will be a huge expense for HY, but why don't we start a street cause cafe whereas we'll be getting raw materials from directly from the farmers, and we'll be having some customers as well, and cooking for a customer can also create a patras and akshay patra for people who is needed, what I feel. So this would be helpful for the people by giving the food.
Okay. Any points of support? Jaideer.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me. So as we were discussing about a new initiative in Street Cause called career advancement, so I think we can actually take it up as a consideration note, and as we are trying to build up new entrepreneurs from Street Cause, so that might be a better idea to setting up a own Street Cause cafe or something like that. Thank you so much.
Vaishnav, please sit down. Do raise your placard. Yeah, we'll give an Akshit, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. JD tried to link up the cafe thing with entrepreneurship, but this is not a revenue model. We are trying to fill the stomachs of the needy people, and we are trying to meet the appetite. So this wouldn't be a right of a project for creating entrepreneurship or something. We can never see this as a revenue generating model. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any points of contradiction to the Akshit? Jaidir, I didn't ask you to get. Yeah. Any points of contradiction to Akshit's point? Yeah. Jaidir, go ahead.
So Akshit was talking about the revenue model and all, right? So basically, we setting up a cafe is to generate funds. Okay, so it's not going to our pockets. It is just a source of income for Street Cause, so that instead of we going out for benefactors and all, we try to get the ATG certificate, and we are getting corporate funds from MNCs in the near future. So the career advancement program from Street Cause will make sure we are trying to give some new skills to the younger generations and make them entrepreneurs and get the funds from there and use them for our projects.
Thank you. I just want to hear Vaishnav's point, and then I just want to go with points of contradiction too. Go ahead, Vaishnav.
Thank you, Shah, for recognizing me. The people here in the hall might be knowing what is the plan of action. So what I am thinking is there are many cafes which will be run with people nowadays like me, who will be going to a cafe to look at the ambience, to snap the food which is on the plate. But if at all it is not good, if at all it is not nutritious, even it doesn't matter for the youth. But the youth who are taking snaps and who are promoting. But what I feel is, let Street Cause Cafe take raw materials from the farmer and cook by a particular person. Like there are many colleges, even a part of Street Cause, like what we call chef, the people who study for chef, hotel management people. So these people are also into Street Cause right now. So these people will be getting employment through Street Cause as well. By the wastage of food, or else the food which is a lot of food can be given to the people who needs it. What I feel.
Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to address that. Okay, while collecting funds for benefactions, there might be no losses or no profits. But when you are running a cafe, there might be losses, right? So how can you deal with the losses? Because when you collect the funds, obviously it's going to be used for public. But when you're using those funds for setting up a cafe, when the cafe is in losses, how it can deal the funds? And obviously you're telling hotel management people, you need to give them additional salaries. It's not an NGO, it's a simple business organization which you're telling the model, right? Because obviously no one would like to do for free service, obviously what they learn. They would expect some kind of pay scale, right? I'd like to ask my respected delegate the question.
Vaishnav, go ahead.
Like we are hiring the CEO, CFO.
Acknowledges.
Sorry, thank you, Shah, for acknowledging me. Like we are recruiting for CEOs, like big people who are CEOs, CFOs, and these people, right? So what I am thinking is, even if at all we hire at least 2 persons, like 2 people starting, and if at all we take into consideration in every state we are going now, so we can even start.
Okay. There is a contradiction. Akshit, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The first point is the goal is zero hunger, but not career or skill development. Second point is Street Cause has no business to do business. The third point is CEO's office is recruited for the transparent and efficient functioning of the organization, and there is no scope for loss or something for the organization. When we start a business, there is a high scope for getting losses. It's very simple. The goal is not career development and skill development, and Street Cause has no business to do business. We are not here. We are here to, you are saying about cafes. A lot of things are involved in it, starting from logistics, starting from, food safety things, starting from getting licenses, starting from paying taxes. A lot of things are involved in this. When NGO starts doing business, there is a scope of losing 12A certificate. There is a scope of losing our AITG exemptions. So there's no business to do business for an NGO. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshit. Folks, I think we need a break because it's been a very long session from morning. So after the break, the assembly will be adjourned for 10 minutes. The time now is 11:47, and we'll join back at 12:07, and we'll start off with new motions. Okay. 11:57. Sorry. So if anyone want to move around, go to washroom or drink water, they can. Hello everyone. It's already 11:57. We want everyone to assemble in your places so that we can resume the session. Hello members. Everyone please come back to your places. OC, please see that all the members are in the hall and sitting in their places so that we can start the session.
The CEO, CFO.
Acknowledge it.
Sorry, thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. Like we are recruiting for CEOs, like big, like people who are CEOs, CFOs, and these people, right? So what I am thinking is, even if at all we hire at least 2 persons, like 2 people starting, and if at all we take it.
All the members, we please request you to sit in your places. OC, we want you to check if all the members are seated in their places. If anyone is outside, please tell them to come in and please be seated so that we'll start. So delegates will start with the new motion. The current goal is zero hunger. Any new motions on the floor? Okay, just before that we have an announcement, sorry.
I would like the House to acknowledge the presence of our alumni, Mr. Ratan Vikram, the Associate President, Documentation Head of 2019-20, current consultant for Alumni Association. Thank you for joining us, Vikram. Also, I would like the House to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Meghna Rao Vajada, our Governor-in-Chief, President of 2016-17 and HIA Chairperson 2017-18. Thank you for joining us, Akka. Please do come onto the stage.
Any new motions on the floor? Any members? You just got a break, folks. Come on. Yes. Satvika. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Rather than providing only food, why can't we educate or pass on the information of not wasting food? Educating people who waste food. Most of the thing we see that they're full, they are enough. It's no need to eat more. We just waste it. Why can't we educate them through social medias, through newspapers and various things various platforms? That is better than finding repetitive solutions for it.
Exactly is your plan of action? What exactly do you want to do as HY?
We can take a kind of short film, and we can take a short film kind and post it in the social medias. That is what my plan is. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Shrija?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Our main goal is supporting and spreading food to the needy. How would that be helpful for the people to getting food? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You saying that we should educate people on not wasting food. How long will you do that for? Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Jaydev.
Thank you so much, Jay, for acknowledging me. So, as the goal is all about zero hunger, instead of we giving food or supplying food chain and all to the needy, we try to inculcate the habit of growing vegetables in schools. Like we setting up kitchen farms in schools, like making them grow vegetables and all in their own garment schools, so that children will have the while they try to grow the vegetables, they'll feel the pain of how long it takes to grow a vegetable, and we shouldn't waste the food, and also they'll be educated in that way. So my goal is all about setting up kitchen farms and all.
Any points of support? Yes.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. So I would agree with the kitchen garden and the kitchen farming system, because it is actually very sustainable, and if educated properly and executed well, it will help the schools produce their own food properly. And just an addition to the point, not just schools, we can do it in other areas, the areas where there's less food availability and there is lesser access to proper food, and also in orphanages and other places where it'll be helpful.
Any other points of support? Srita?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, adding on to the point that the delegate has already mentioned. So, the thing is, when we're cultivating our own crops here, water is one main problem that we face, the shortage of water. So to curb that, we can have drip irrigation system. It's not very expensive to implement this, but doing that can make a lot of difference. So if we can have that while we are cultivating our own crops here, and while we spread awareness to schools and to people about cultivating their own crops, I think having drip irrigation might make a lot of difference. This first things first, we'll have more food, and second, we'll not be wasting water here. Thank you.
Any add-ons to the motion raised by Jaidev? Any more add-ons? Ronak?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add on by saying that it need not only be in rural areas. We can do it urban areas. It's a matter of the space required. It need not be that every particular building should have its own system of organic farming. They can all meet at a particular place, area designated only for that purposes, which will save area as well, and it will reduce the costs for people.
Sure. Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? Yeah, Gaurav.
But I would like to say, in the case of apartment, how could you do it? Because it's a large community. Not only individual family lives there. Yeah, that's my question.
Would you like to answer that, Rana? Please.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I said, that if it's a matter of area, they can select one particular area which is free, which is like away from all these buildings, and it does not take much of the space of the apartment itself. It need not be one single apartment and one single area. There can be like a collection of whole area doing organic farming in one particular plain field.
Okay, then what's it?
You may sit down. Ronak, please sit down. Any new motions on the floor? Sorry, just before that we have a small announcement. Sorry.
I would like the House to acknowledge the presence of our alumni Tejo Seshadri, the Vice President, HR and Culture, Division Expansion and Maintenance, Chairperson Execution, HYA 10. Thank you for joining us, Tejo. Also, my apologies to Vikram. I missed out mentioning that he is the current city mentor for Kochi. I'm sorry for that, Vikram.
Thank you, folks. Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As right now, there are many ways, like as now technology has been increasing, there's an app known as Child Growth Monitor. Basically, it's an app developed by Microsoft actually. So what does it do is, it uses infrared, like basically it takes the height and weight of basically a 3D picture of the particular child, and based on the data on the height and the weight, it shows whether that particular child is malnourished or not. So with that data, taking that data, we can accumulate the data into one singular folder, and we can take necessary projects. Like this would be also helpful for all the other units also, like if they would like to take any other projects also, like based on this aspect.
Any points of contradiction? Madhav?
I think rather than using IR technology and all, just calculating the BMI would be a better reference, right? Because BMI is basically...
Madhav, sorry, you have not acknowledged the chair. You may sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Ritesh?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So I would like to address here that we might have heard about Anganwadi centers, right? So we don't really need a specific app, what you suggested by Microsoft or company, so and so. Yes, Anganwadi centers are being completely transformed into digitalization. They are having a track of it, and they have a personalized app also. So you don't need to go to an Anganwadi. You can just go to an Anganwadi center and just find out the details if you really want to do a survey or some kind of project at a place. Yeah.
Nihal, would you like to answer? Yeah, go on.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As the president of it was mentioning that the Anganwadi centers will be having the respective service side, but not like, unlike government schools or any particular thing, they might not have the track of the, especially like, because so we can approach even the government schools or any other rural areas where we can have this proper survey of that. If not, yeah, it might be a bit of time processing, but once when we focus on things, the data accumulated can be used for various other projects, and it would be also helpful for other units of Street Cause also.
Ritesh, would you like to answer? The stage is open for debate for 1 minute.
Okay, thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So first of all, this is not a motion. This is just an approach that you brought to the floor. So this is not a motion, to be very honest. He's trying to explain the approach that how you want to make sure. My mom works in ICDS department, so I know exactly how things really work in terms of tracking data and all. So I specifically mean to say in terms of malnutrition and all, you can or we can track exactly. Things have been much better compared to the previous years. So I don't think so. And first of all, it's not a motion, so I don't want to really debate on these things.
Yeah, okay. But before like any conducting of any motion of anything, the proper idea, to have a proper idea, the data is very much important, right? So before, even if it's not a motion, it's a basic idea where
that's what we do surveys, right?
Yeah, but even in the surveys, like this is the usage, like we can collect the data of huge accumulation, right? Surveys is basically there might be surveys where the actual person might not be going at the same time. I mean, at the real time, right? So obviously, using of this data, it might be much more feasible. At the same time, you can have much more efficient data, because using of this data, you can have much more many ideas for creation of the projects.
So I believe in real-time surveys, basically, where you go on field and works, and then you get more appropriate data, I believe.
Delegates, thank you, you might say. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Afra?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Beyond adequate calories intake, proper nutrition has other dimensions that deserve attention, including micronutrient availability and healthy diets. Inadequate micronutrient intake of mothers and infants can have long-term developmental impacts. Unhealthy diets and lifestyles are closely linked to the growing incidence of non-communicable diseases in both developed and developing countries. So as we know, India is a developing country, and we have many rural areas where the mother and the infant both don't have appropriate knowledge of what they should intake during the months of pregnancy and post-pregnancy period. So in these areas, we can have an awareness drive. Like we can take like a female doctor and make her a group of gathering of women and explain them like what nutrients and food they should intake during their pregnancy period, which will in turn be useful to the child as well as the mother, and hence reduce the food insecurity and the non-communicable diseases. That is my motion.
Any points of support? Srita?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. It is very important for the mother, the pregnant woman, to actually have proper food and take a proper diet, which will in turn support the growth of the unborn child. So apart from that, we can have we can do something for the breastfeeding mothers, because if they do not consume proper food and proper nutrition, they will not be able to provide nutritious milk to their children. So that's very important for the development and growth of the child. So I suggest that HYA could actually do something for mothers like them.
Thank you. Any more add-ons or points of support? Your name is not visible. Yes, you can. Sorry, can you tell your name?
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging the chair. Myself Shailaja. So I would like to add on to a point that I being a nutrition student, it's like I know the importance of what it is called the first 1,000 days actually. So it is like very basic knowledge that people like me can tell to a 10 other people working with me, so that we all can go to an orphanage or place like Anganwadis and all. We can like tell the importance of what first 1,000 days is, and we can like spread awareness. And also I would like to give an add-on to my co-delegate Nihal's point. The app which you told about just now. So it's like, about malnutrition thing. That's really very important to know, like the importance of malnutrition. And we can like not to the Anganwadis, but we can go to the orphanage centers and orphanages and some places like where like children below 5 years and all. And there are like some basic 7 to 8 rules of that malnutrition thing, where just by looking at the kids' size and all, there are some parameters of measurement. With that, we can like really help out, which will be in a long-term run. It would help the child's life. So it's a better idea, I feel. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Yes, Vaishnav.
Already thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Like already the government of Telangana is having a policy called Tallivadi, which will be I'm sorry if at all I'm pronouncing or else I'm making this point on a wrong way, but Tallivadi or some other policy which will be for a woman who is pregnant, and the woman who is after the pregnancy, they'll be providing eggs and the milk, and also some of things to that woman. So it has already happened. So we can work on a new thing. What I feel is already happening with the government. So we can work in a new way. What I feel. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction to Vaishnav's point?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Government is obviously doing it, but there are many rural areas where there are people not having proper nutrition and food, and many mothers not having proper food. So our motion is to help the needy in the rural areas also. So we can do the motion to help the needy in the rural areas.
Any new motions on the floor? Alright, there are some chips that we have.
Plants require 4 nutrients to grow. Cost of. Okay, this is not a motion. Just give me a second.
Just ask them to stand up and talk.
Okay, Banu Teja, you have passed the chit, right? Can you speak about that?
Who's Banu Teja?
Yeah, if you wanted to speak, you can actually speak about that. Okay, great.
So, even this? Done? This is also done? Okay, we'll move on to the other one. Start voting.
Okay, we'll start voting. I hope everyone knows the rule. The first motion is taking taking restaurant remaining food from the. I'm so sorry. Taking food from the restaurant, whatever the remaining food was taken, that will be donated to the poor people. With the motion, against the motion is not passed. Organic farming in urban areas, using vertical garden. With the motion, Against the motion. Motion passed. Okay. Collecting the foods from the gated communities and donating to the poor people. Collecting the foods from the gated communities and donating to poor people. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Awareness of food, nutrition food, and also diet chart providing to government schools and also colleges. With the motion. Against the motion. Once again, with the motion. Okay, we'll do with voice vote. With the motion, say aye. Against the motion. Motion not passed. It seems to be neutral. We'll go with the motion. Motion is passed. Okay, awareness on food cards, for example, government food cards. I forgot the name. It's not about ration card. Yeah, ration cards and all. Apart from that, HY will provide food cards, so we'll be supplying the food also. This is also a part of motion. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Collecting the foods and keeping them in the feed the need of fridges. With the motion. Against the motion. Okay, voice check. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion is passed. Setting a storage facility for farmers. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Okay. Urban farming using social media and social media platforms, and also by schools, old age homes, and etc. With the motion. Against the motion. Voice vote. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed.
Creating awareness by educating people not to waste food, maybe through short films. With the motion clearly not passed. Setting up kitchen gardens in schools and areas where there is less access to food, and also add on through drip irrigation in both rural and urban areas. With the motion passed. Using child growth monitor app to gauge the development of students and giving this data to units or divisions to do better events. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Spreading awareness about adequate nutritional information to pregnant women. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed.
Setting up a street cause cafe. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed clearly.
So in next 5 minutes we'll be breaking to lunch, and we need to join back at 1:30. So sharp at 1:30 the next session start. So in next 10 minutes OC will be guiding you and taking you will be guiding you to the lunch hall. So please be seated in your places. OC will be coming and taking you. Thank you. The house is adjourned for lunch. all the delegates, whoever don't have lunch coupons with you, you can go to the counter and you can take. OC will be assisting you, and whoever is having 1 to 30, whoever is having their lunch tokens numbered 1 to 35 will be going first, and 35 to 70 will be going next. Lunch will be starting in next 10 minutes, folks. Next 5 minutes we'll be breaking to lunch, and we need to join back at 1:30. So sharp at 1:30 the next session start. So in next 10 minutes OC will be guiding you and taking you will be guiding you to the lunch hall. So please be seated in your places. OC will be coming and taking you. Thank you. The house is adjourned.
Like to start by targeting gated communities by setting up small donation stalls of raw ingredients, so people.
Any members?
And we educate them like through social medias, through newspapers and various things like various platforms. That is better than finding solutions, finding repetitive solutions for it.
Exactly is your plan of action? What exactly do you want to do as HY?
Like we can, it's like we can take a bit.
All the OC members are requested to step in and make sure that the members are seating in their place. Chief EB, Ritesh, can you please make sure if Chief EB is here? OC, can you please step in and close the doors? OC, can you please confirm if all the members are in the assembly? OC, in your positions, please. Members, could you please take your seats? Okay, folks. So the third goal for this assembly is going to be decent work and economic growth. Any new speeches on the floor? Satvika. Before you go ahead, Satvika, Sania, over to you.
I would like the House to recognize the presence of our alumni Prashant Sai, Honorable Board Member 2014-15, Vice Chair Logistics for HYA4. Thank you for being here, Anna.
Any speeches on the floor? Yeah, Satvika.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. Economic growth should be positive force for the whole planet. This is why we must make sure that financial progress creates decent and fulfilling jobs while not harming the environment. We must protect labor rights and once and for all put a stop to modern slavery and child labor. If we promote job creation with expanded access to banking and financial services, we can make sure that everybody gets the benefits of entrepreneurship and innovation.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Ronak.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to say, instead of we going and creating real opportunities which will be very difficult for us, we can make people aware of the existing schemes that are already happening, like NREGA, that is the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, and the IRDP.
1 second, number. I request all the members to stop crosstalk, and OC members, please make sure that it's not happening. Can we have all the members' attention here, please? Ronak, please continue.
Thank you. So we can educate people on these policies which already provide employment in rural areas. So we can help them in becoming self-sufficient.
Could you please summarize in a line?
We can educate them on existing policies like NREGA and IRDP.
Thank you. Any points of support? Divisional President. Could you please tell your name and then your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair, for addressing me. I am Srinath. So, as he said, as Ronak said, one of my thing. So, giving employment to the rural women, or it may be anyone, they have different skills in different areas. Like some may be very efficient in handloom, some may be very efficient in making baskets, other things. If we provide a platform for them to sell different things to the companies they are really required in the customers, so that will be very helpful for the rurals. And one more thing, as he said, that government policies, we have a lot of government policies that are very not known to the rural people. So if we provide a clear awareness regarding government sessions, the government policies, that all we have, so that will be very helpful for the rural peoples.
Thank you. Please be seated. Points of contradiction? Any point of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Pradeep.
Thank you, Chair, for addressing me. On this occasion, I would like to raise a point on how to address the problem of providing employability and economic growth contemporarily. I believe a major drawback for this problem is lack of awareness. I encounter a lot of people's approach towards the job and business market is very conservative and traditional in nature in this very day. In fact, I myself have busted a lot of myths and helped my friends in understanding the reality of employment in this present day. Irrespective of what one wants to achieve in one's life, money and financial need is always an important aspect to be considered. On this note, I would like to raise a motion on awareness of financial independence, employment opportunities, and money management for the students who are yet to explore a whole new world after their education. It helps them to understand what is money management, how to maintain personal finance, what are the benefits of attaining financial independence, what is its significance in one's life. I would like to point out some criticisms that are on my way by my fellow mates before they addressing it. Well, this is not an employment consultancy service. It's not a financial course or skill we will be providing them with. Its sole motive is to bring awareness in young students about managing their educational and financial life. It intends to provide students with knowledge of wide opportunities for them as of part-time gigs, internships, and job availabilities. I would like to take a minute to demonstrate the plan of action. A team of 5 to 10 members form a group and formulate the presentative output above the above topics, approaching higher secondary schools and colleges and educating students through physical and virtual sources, building data-driven models about what, why, and how to improve their financial and educational life, building data-driven models for both genders, as it is just not an aspect of confined to one gender, building a team that would be open all the time for students to ask queries, share problems, and resolve them strategically at our best efforts. So the results that
it's taking a lot of time. Could you please summarize your motion in a line?
If you could give me 1 more minute, I'll be complete.
Sure.
So the result that I believe that could be drawn out from the plan of action are, it is cost friendly. It will indirectly improve the possibility of individuals shifting to the side of poverty. Young adults become more conscious about their decisions in career and aspects of their personal life. It will improve the freedom facility for individuals regarding the earning and improvising the livelihood. It can improve the understanding of work-life balance to the students. To my best knowledge, I believe that HYA will be the first NGO to come up with such an innovative and helpful idea which serves the unheard need of the students from rural backgrounds. As it is famously said, the lack of money is the root of all evil, and I'm here to help my young friends from not being a prey to that evil or poverty. Thank you for your kind attention.
Could you just summarize it in a line? I understood that you want to create awareness on money management, financial independence.
Yes.
And could you just summarize it?
Summarize, like I want to give present the awareness about this concepts to the people who have no idea about it. Like money management is such an intriguing and fascinating concept in the students out there who falls under the age of 16 to 18, and they're yet to become financially independent. They have to become financially aware, because there are a lot of things that are happening. For example, if we take as credit lines, slides, cards that we use right now. I'm sorry.
Got it. Thank you, Mama. Any points of support? Mehak.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There's an add-on point that we can also educate them regarding the investment. So when they know how to invest and where to invest, even there's a growth in the country, which will also lead to growth development. So let's have proper knowledge about investments and everything, and let's aware them and educate them where to invest and how to invest.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Preeta.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to contradict Pradeep. He told we need to give awareness on the points he told. But who are we? Like, we only don't know, we only don't have good knowledge in those aspects. So who are we to give awareness to those people?
Points of contradiction to the current members. Ananya.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging. As our fellow member Preetham has mentioned, that who are we to give them training about these topics, but it's not necessary that we are supposed to give it. We can call somebody who's like professional in that area and provide them these trainings, because I think schools and colleges don't really concentrate on these aspects, and this is very important for our living. Basically, it's like life skill, and it's not just bookish knowledge, and people really need it. Thank you, Chair.
Any more points of contradiction? Preetham, would you like to answer that?
I only contradicted.
You did not acknowledge the chair. Please sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think, as we all know, Hyderabad Youth Assembly works on sustainable impact. There are many motions about awareness which other parts of Street Cause can do. Where we have a separate unit, I think we should focus on sustainable impact, then awareness. Thank you.
Sure. Any motions on the floor? Shrihita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So first things first, when we talk about decent living conditions or anything, the most important thing that rural people need to have is a bank account. So any government related funds or schemes, the funds that are dispersed will come to their bank accounts itself, right? So I think providing them with the basic knowledge of how to create a bank account, or helping and assisting those people and connecting them to authorities that can actually help them create bank accounts or Aadhaar cards or anything like that. That makes more sense, because talking about stock market investments or investments of any sort doesn't make sense to rural people or people in villages. So I think creating awareness about basics first, a basic bank account, a savings account makes more sense. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Sushma.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. First of all, there are rural banks in which they go to, door to door in the village, and they talk about this bank accounts and everything. So I feel there is no point for Street Cause to work on it as of now.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to contradict the point she has mentioned. I don't think everybody individually gets this support from the rural banks and everybody, right? So we at Street Cause, at HYA, we're trying to make sure that this awareness is created. We're not going and individually approaching them and asking, saying, do you have a bank account? If not, we'll help you make one. So I think making sure that there are enough people who are actually well educated about this, or like well made aware of, is more important, to just see to what extent bank accounts and all these basics are met with.
Would you like to answer? Cool. Any new motions on the floor? Naina.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chief. So my motion is about promoting local brands and small businesses. Like we have to buy from those people instead of buying from foreign companies or anything. It can directly contribute to our India's growth, and also our HY can go and select any small business and give them at least some minimum amount of fund, so that they can use those funds to run those businesses. And like that, if we support those small businesses in India, one family can grow, and it can be contributed to our India's growth.
Thank you. Please be seated. I request all the members to please be active, because you supporting or opposing the motion will get to know if you're backing or just opposing it. So with that we'll understand how active are you and how how much attention you're paying onto the motions of other members. So I would like to see everyone's response from the next motion. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Vasif.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the motion that was raised is good, but there's a saying that if you give someone a fish, they would eat it for a day, but then they would not have anything. So if you teach them how to fish, then they could survive for the rest of their life. So instead of giving funds to a business, it is better if we teach them how to get sponsors, how to use money, and it's better if we support them on how what hot topics are in the economy or in the market, so they can flourish and improve the economy in that local area. Thank you.
Thank you. You would like to answer that? Naina.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chief. Like I didn't say that we should provide a whole fund to them. Like we can give some fund to support them. Like they can show their startup, they can show how they think work, how their products are, so that people can believe them. If they just say we do things like this, the people won't believe them and no one buys from them. So if we at least provide some minimum fund, they can show how they work and how their products are. So I think this should be raised.
Would you like to answer, member? Now the house is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yeah, like you said, the main thing is you can give someone funds, and if you give a fund in a well, no one will know what is going on and they won't be able to use the funds properly. Instead, what we could do is we could help them with marketing or market presence. We could bring their products to light. We could use them in our events and stuff, and encourage our sponsors to team up with them. That would be more helpful to them instead of giving money in something that's already not flowing or going forward.
Yeah, I think once they start, we'll teach about the marketing. Like once they start for 1 month, they can do those marketing and asking for sponsors for next months. At least we have to, they should have some support to start, no? That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not giving whole fund, at least providing them minimum fund to start at least.
Yeah, that's how startups work, right? First they give you a pitch and they tell you how, they give you a plan of action. So if they already have a good plan of action, any sponsor would take up their project. But the main reason that their already established plan of action is not working, and why they are needing more funds even without sponsors, why would we need to help instead? We are not sponsors, we are a youth organization. How can we help is, we will help them to solve their problem. Their plan of action can be helped with, and we can give them, aid them in going forward with their plan instead of just giving them funds.
I request both the members to give your conclusions and please sit down.
Yeah, like he said, we can help them by giving some fund and also giving knowledge about sponsors and marketing schemes and all.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you. Please. Any new motions on the floor? Vaishnav.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There was a particular village which I have recently went to. So there, the women's husbands and whoever are above 12 years, those people will be directly going to Dubai. So there is no men in that particular village. So I have that particular village names even. I'll just let you know, but I don't remember it. That is what I am not mentioning here. So what's happening there is those people, self-help groups, and those people are just working on themselves. in villages, those people make, those women makes BDLO a thing, like which is like a secret, which is like a cigarette. So by that, those women are just having it. Those women are having it, and those women are affecting with the cancer and the other problems. So let's give them a mission called like plates mission or something, and saying that you people can just use this, like 10 of them. If at all 2 uses, and the two women will be working on like covering, and we can just go to a particular like supermarket, or else kirana shop, wherever this products can be bought from, like a retail price. So this will be helpful for that woman, what I feel.
Member, your motion was not so clear. Could you please summarize?
So I just want to give this plates missions to the women who are living in that particular village, to employment.
Paper plate making machines, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be helpful for them to live, and also their daily beings.
Okay. Any points of support? Vikram.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support my co-delegates' point, and we've done this previously through our revision units and stuff. So I really support a statement by providing a paper plate stitching machine. We would create an employment that would improve their economic state. So I think this is a really good motion. We should go ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request Tejo Seshadri, our former chairperson execution HYA 10, to please come onto the stage.
Greetings everyone, looking forward to great and innovative ideas ahead. Any new contradictions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to propose a motion wherein we can go to the tribal areas, and we all know how much of our knowledge tribal people have, especially with medicines and stuff, right? So we can try getting, setting up plants there and getting them into, producing, manufacturing medicines, the tribal medicines, Ayurvedic medicines, using their resources, and sell it in the urban cities, basically.
Any points of support? Unit President.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think it is a great idea. And also, I think they have more knowledge and practical experience than the people who are studying Ayurvedic medicine. I mean, they do have it in the labs, but they have seen far more other species of plants and other kinds of medicine than which is taught in actual textbooks. And we can, just to add on to the point, we can get a person to survey and also ensure the quality and it is actually safe, so that the medicines can be sold in the market.
Any points of conflict?
Thank you so much for recognizing me. So I would like to contradict my co-delegate's motion.
Sorry to interrupt. There's been technical issue with the sound. So the house is adjourned for 2 minutes so that the technical issue will be solved.
Thank you so much, Sir Shantanu. So I have two questions for my co-delegate regarding the Ayurvedic medicines also. First question is, as you mentioned, saying it's a tribal area, right? I don't think there's a need of me taking some plants and going there and asking them to grow. The second point is, Ayurveda is not completely recognized as a medical science in thing. So what kind of medicines you want to do out of that particular plants? What are the plants? What are the medicines? What might be the cost estimation? What is the plan of action exactly?
Yes, you would like to answer?
Thank you, Chair. So by plants, I didn't actually mean plants. I meant the industry plants. Firstly, secondly, the medicines are like okay. Firstly, okay, yeah. So Ayurvedic medicine is being considered in a very large manner now, especially more than India. It's being considered outside India now, right? So in a way, it is going to be effective, and you're not going to be getting medicines for like major diseases. It's going to be like for basic diseases, people can use, and they'll have some income, and that way it's going to help both everyone, right?
So what is the medicine? What is the disease you want to focus on? What is the medicine that actually makes it? What is the basic medicine?
The house is open for debate between yes and yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
So basically, medicine, normal medicine, like we use at our houses for cuts and wounds, you put healthy, right? So medicines like that, which not everyone knows about, but they have their own herbs, they have their own medical knowledge, getting passed on from generations and generations, which they have been using. For example, there's different medicines for cold, there's different stuff they use for skin allergies, which we don't even know about, which we don't have access to, right? So we can get those medicines from them. We can try to get it approved medically, and yeah.
So I just want to say that we have not some medicine people to get the separate medicine to be approved by the government. So I'm thinking you didn't answer my question, so I just don't want to debate on that particular thing. Take more medicine out of plant-based Ayurvedic. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anand. Yes, I have two questions for you. First thing is, do you have any specific names of the plants which you want to grow in the area, and how exactly do you want to help from Hyderabad?
I don't have any specific plant name, obviously. It's the medicines they know, they have been using from generations. Right? So the plants they already have existing in their area. So you use those and you got it as next one. What was the next question?
How exactly you want to proceed from Hyderabad?
We can try to industrialize the whole process. We can set up a manufacturing unit for them and help. Like, you can help them sell it in cities, in small stores. Thank you.
Anything more to say on the members to the right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, my one liner for the new motion that I'm proposing is for the topic good health and well-being. There's something called, like I would like to introduce the House to a concept called hidden hunger.
So, the current motion is economic relaxation. This alternate motion in the next session. Any new motions on the floor? Yeah, done.
sewing machines or paper plate
Chair, for addressing me. As said before also, providing employment to the women and also rural employment will be a great growth for the economic and for the whole nation also. And for not only rural areas, still in the urban areas also women do a lot of things but are not addressed properly. So not only focusing on the rural but also focusing on the urban also may help for the economic development. Thank you.
Any other points of support?
Thank you, sir, for recognizing me. Just like I mentioned, the same point is repeated. But I just want to ask the HY team to take up this project. It is the same point is being raised again. So there's a cause which is to happen, and there are many people who wanted it to happen. So that will create an employment to the women and the rural areas. And the urban areas as well. Bye-bye.
Points of conflict.
Thank you for listening. What would be the exact plan of action for that? You need to set up an organization for that, right? Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. The exact plan of action would be first we will be doing a survey and we'll know where exactly there is like child marriages going on in a large extent and how many people got discontinued, like where is this like so blind. And then after doing the proper survey, we go set up an organization. We'll just give them the equipment they need and we'll train them if they do not have proper knowledge. I mean, we personally do not. We can give them guidance to somebody. And after that, they become like self-employed and they will start generating revenue for themselves. So that will create independence. Very natural. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Any new motions on the floor? Krishna.
So, as you all know that media is
Any new motions on the floor?
I'd like to thank the chair for your continuity. So I would like to raise a motion to organize a fair to promote small businesses, like events to promote small business and they can meet the customers or anyone who's looking up to invest in startups or want to invest in these small businesses. This is my motion.
Could you specifically mention how the project execution goes?
Well, exactly like how the Street Cause is organizing events in colleges where college students come and they come out for like it's a fundraising event, right? Where the stalls are the same way. The stalls are charged with Street Cause, whereas we put up an event and organize an event and there just to promote small businesses and whoever is interested in any kind of goods and service based business that he wants to promote, and we are here to promote these people with this fair.
Point of contradiction. Yeah. Here's a question.
Thank you, sir, for addressing me. So as said by Delegate, so I would like to inform that Hyderabad Youth Assembly is for developing sustainability development, not for creating events or for creating a promotion idea or something. We are here for sustainability development. We want the society to get better by our ideas and by our work, but not by promoting the events or contacting from face like
Points of support to the action motion. Yeah, Vaishnav.
Thank you, sir, for organizing me. As per my co-delegate, like what he was saying to the point what I got is, let's have an event whereas we will encouraging MSME people, whereas supporters, or else like who's a sweeper, who's a man, like these people will be coming into that particular place, and those like if at all we raising event, those people will be getting an employment as well. It is a form of marketing or it would be helpful to them in the name of HY
I just have a question. How does it align with what is called? Did you get my question? How does it align with MSME and encouraging urban talent, rural talent?
There are many farmers who will be staying in rural area. Like if at all you see, purple sarees will be in a particular area called, I don't remember Pali sarees. So we will get those people and also this people into a particular place, and then we can get proper knowledge, and it will be an encouragement for our
Any points of support to that you mentioned? Convert to that last.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So, as said by my board earlier, that if you put up a fair for startup businesses and which can help within HIA and other economic growth policies like giving jobs for people who need it, we can also invite colleges we are in touch with, like if they have their new startups or they have new ways in which they could help to economic growth, and we would have like for inter-college event and inter-college fair also including startup events.
Thank you. Any motions on the floor? Any other member who didn't get a chance to? Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to raise a motion wherein we use old age homes as daycares. Because they are, because of their years of experience in raising children, it's a very good opportunity for them to pass their time, and for the working class families to be able to focus on their work better. Right? Because and also the life skills, the life lessons they can teach the children from their years of experience is unmatched by any school knowledge or anything.
What exactly is your point? As HY members, what can we do?
We can encourage old age homes to start a daycare within their premises. Thank you.
Any motions on the floor? Members, I request everyone to please actively participate because we have only another goal to go, and we might end this session in like 10 minutes or so. So I request everyone to please actively participate and start with that.
Thank you, sir, for the pave the way from farmers to the needed ones. Like farmers will get a good amount and selling in the market, which they want to get satisfied, which they want to get satisfied with the less amount. And in this way, the economic growth is seen, and even the end human problem is also solved.
Could you explain about the motion a bit more?
In the economy right now, the farmers are getting really less margins for what they sell. So if we give a good amount to them, we would get even the goods, and we can even give them the same goods to the people who are the new.
Any points of support?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to support the motion raised by the co-delegate. So, the important piece of information shared by her, which I would like to clarify, is farming in itself is one of the biggest employment opportunities in the primary sector, and it produces the most revenue. But the sad truth is, farmers are not receiving enough money to continue their work properly, and then they are getting privatized. Due to which we are losing a lot of profit in the primary sector, as well we are losing a lot of farmers, they are leaving their jobs, which is leading to unemployment. So by supporting the local farmers and helping them raise their margins and encouraging local farmers markets, we would be able to give more revenue for them and employment to them. That way, we could solve both hunger problems as well as employment issues. Thank you.
Points of contribution.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I do not think we can secure and discuss what farmers really want, because farmers since a long time are rejecting middlemen. And now we cannot come in middle and become the middlemen that they want to reject. And also, you are talking about, like even other co-delegates told me that instead of privatization we can do this, but if we do that, how will you store the vegetables or fruits or anything? If you are taking their produce into the markets, how are you, do you have any equipment to do that? What if you give them losses instead of profits which they are earning in their own ways? You will be responsible, and entire empire will be responsible if it fails. And this is not just a small thing like another motion or another something, but it's their entire livelihood. I do not think this is a efficient project to move on.
Thank you, members. Any motions on the floor? Sriga.
Maximum of the people have mobile phones. We can do serviceable rural areas and help the movement to let them know how to make YouTube videos regarding the talents they have, like cooking videos or rangoli designs or handloom projects they can do. And this wouldn't take much of a fund also. It would be very much economical for us to help them. And if it actually works out, it would be a great profit to them in an economic way, in money wise. And if it is not going to work out, there would be no losses to them.
Points of contribution. Any points of contribution? Points of support? Hope everyone heard the motion. The motion is about encouraging the rural people and making YouTube videos and giving up their own talent. Any point of support? Point of contribution? Chika.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I don't see the point in all this marketing and all of that, because the money that we're actually going to spend on all of the equipment and all, we can actually use it to make something better out of improving their living conditions or anything like that. So I don't think a lot of women or people in the rural areas will actually be very openly be willing to step forward with. I mean, I agree there are a lot of people who do that, but it's not a very viable option.
Member would like to answer? Sriga.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We are not doing any equipment. Most of the people don't have their mobile phones. We will let them know how to do it from their own mobile phones. We help them with that. That's the reason I told them not really much to do this.
Point of contribution. Any other point of contribution? Maybe.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned about they having their own equipment, I think they already know about the YouTube videos or about Instagram, and there are many people from rural areas who are on social media. So I don't think that would be feasible for us to do, because again, we do sustainable impact, right? So instead of putting money there, we could use it for something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Member.
OC members, I can see a lot of members shifting their places. I request OC to find out the members who have shifted their places, which were allotted in the morning, and suspend them for 5 minutes.
OC, please check the cases which are allocated in the morning, and if at all they change, suspend for 5 minutes. Assembly is adjourned for 2 minutes. Members, please stand yourself. Whoever has to do, please. Any of the members, if you're not comfortable with a given place, the right process is to highlight it to the OC member and they change your place. But instead, you can't shift your place by yourself. OCs are done. And now House is open to session.
Any motions on the floor? Seeing none.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Farmers are usually not educated, majority of them, so they don't know how to effectively produce a crop. So we can give them teaching for about 15 to 20 days and tell them the techniques. Through this, they can grow crop effectively and also very less damage, through which they can increase their income. Thank you.
Any points of support?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So I would like to add on a point of my respect co-delegate member. So what we can do is, we can call in an expert who is basically, we can create an awareness session for farmers on organic farming and how to create a very good agricultural farming. And then we can also take the members also from HYA to go and to basically to see practically how they're growing, and they can also participate in agricultural activities, so that they can also know what's the step-by-step process. And this will be a good, it's not only an awareness session for the farmers, but it's also a learning experience for the members too.
I just have a question to the member who raised the motion. I guess farmers are the one who have more knowledge on farming and agriculture. Who are willing to explain about how does it go? Explain about this.
Thank you for acknowledging, sir. Yes, farmers have more knowledge than what is there in the books, but there are experts and professionals who know which modern techniques are to be used to improve their produce.
Yeah, member to experience.
Thank you, Jeff, for acknowledging me. This is the point. The last point.
Sorry, member, I disrespected the new motion.
Ask for the application.
What was the new motion? Any motions on the floor? Yeah, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Our street cause is also helping the trans community, which at the time of COVID, by providing them the food and the things which they needed. And also, what I request to the HYA team is, if at all let's go to our trans communities or else to the communities, Like we particularly don't know where those people stay. But as the people of HYA before Street Cause before did this project, so they might be having contacts. So we can reach out there, and whatever the employment we can create to them, we can even encourage them with good tech, like whatever we can do. Like as I've mentioned before, like sewing machines, or else to become a fashion designer, or else a normal stitching, this printing of plates, machines, or else whatever they needed. So that would be helpful. And also I request, there are many people the handicapped people are not getting recognized, while their parents are like, it is okay, just don't do any work, and they are just living themselves. But if at all we HYA people goes to some of orphanages or old age homes, there are many people we can find. So there, whatever the work they can do, if at all we can give them anything, it would be helpful for them as well. We can be as an person who gave them employment, what I feel.
Thank you. Any points of support? The motion was about helping the community people and handicapped people, I mean specially able people with giving them sewing machines or giving them some opportunity to make their own income. Any points of support? Yeah, Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned about us going to the community and teaching them in whatever the field they're interested in, that has been happening, and there are people from the community who are very talented. But the drawback is they do not have the proper opportunity to go and work. So I think as HYA, for economic growth and development, we can do survey and find people and try and get them into companies. Because there are few companies, I think most of the companies recruiting the community people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points of support? Yeah, Anaushika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, I would like to address the fact that my co-delegate mentioned going to transgender communities. Unfortunately, let me give you all a quick lesson on this. The transgender or the eunuch or hijra community in India, they're very deeply rooted in their ideologies, right? So they have this rule. It's a very, very specific and very, shrewd rule saying that being part of the transgender community, being part of the hijra eunuch community, they cannot and will not work for anybody else apart from themselves. And unfortunately, it has been deeply set and rooted in their minds that the only work they can do is prostitution or begging for alms. So I think we should start by probably going to these communities and explaining to them that these are not the only things that they can be doing for employment generation. And once that for them to understand that, we'll have to make them unlearn what they've learned and then teach them what we need them to know, so that they can realize that there are many opportunities for them except for just prostitution and begging for alms. And then, of course, we can focus on the rest of the community and promote them in workforces, and especially make sure that the human resources management mentions in their, in everything that they are doing, that their employment opportunities are not only available for cis-het women or men, but actually every part of the gender spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm sorry, my co-delegate, but there are different people in the community. There are different. There's diversification in the community. So there's Hijra culture, Hijra community, and their culture is to beg and bless and do sex work. So they are part of that culture, and then it's their strict rule to follow their culture, and it was their choice. So I think we should not go to them because it was their choice to follow their culture, which is begging and blessing, and I think we should respect their culture. Apart from that, where we have other transgender people who are not part of Hijra community, we can help them with employment. Thank you.
Thank you, member. As we are running out of time, we may end this goal now. I request people who have new motions on this particular goal, request to send chits to the chair table.
Educating about existing employment opportunity to the rural members. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? With the motion? I could see a lot of members not raising their placards. Again, with the motion? Against the motion? You want the motion again? Educating about existing employment opportunities to the rural members. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Spreading awareness on money management, financial independence, awareness in youth in managing education and personal life who are in rural areas, targeting mostly 15 to 18 years of age. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Let's do voice vote. Members with the motion? Aye. Members against the motion? Nay. Motion not passed. Spreading basic knowledge on creating bank account, Aadhaar card, PAN card and other government related documents in the rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Promoting local brands through Indian scope, providing funding in marketing to the small scale businesses. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Distributing paper plate making machines to the women in rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Setting plants in tribal areas and prepare tribal medicines, sell outside and earn their own living. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Teaching life skills or giving stitching machines to women who have discontinued their study due to early age marriages or widowed women basically. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Organize a fair to promote small business of rural areas basically. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Child labor awareness programs in rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. HYA acting as middlemen between farmers and customers. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Encouraging rural people in making videos and upbringing their talent. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Training farmers for 15 to 20 days regarding new techniques in the market. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Employment opportunities, creating employment opportunities for transgender community people. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. There are a couple of other motions as well. Motion by Karunya Reddy. To provide mindfulness sessions to all the men and women workers so that it relieves their stress. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Motion by Mehak. More campaigns like Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana need to be established. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Motion by Afra. Survey on rural areas, workplaces or schools, etc. and check the working conditions. Similarly checking with the labours, etc. And basically surveying the rural areas, workplaces, schools and also the labour situations, and then helping them out with their employment opportunities or making their working conditions better. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Motion by Srija. Srija, could you please explain your motion? OC, could you please assist the member with mic?
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. That's basically about the hair business. We spreading the importance about the hair business and about awareness about it. It can help lots of the cancer people and in many other ways.
Members, did you understand the motion? Could you repeat again, please?
Creating the awareness about the hair business going on. It would help many people in the cancer people and the many other organizations with the hair businesses done.
But we as HY members, how we will be able to help?
That's what we have to prepare awareness. We have to be telling about people to this hair business going on.
Could you talk more about the plan of action?
Yeah, we selecting drives for it, or doing some videos on social medias and many other ways.
Okay. So members, are you clear now? Members with the motion? Motion not passed. Motion by Shrihita. Creating awareness about frauds in finances in rural areas and also educating about new technologies. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion passed. Motion by Ronak. Career counseling sessions for all age groups. Members with the motion? I repeat the motion. Career counseling sessions for all the age groups. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Motion by Nihal. This is already discussed, but still. Awareness on all new career options available for school and college students. College dropouts. Members with the motion? I'll repeat the motion. Awareness on all new career options available for school or college dropouts. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Folks, House will now be adjourned for 2 minutes. I request EB, please.
4 o'clock కాదు 4 o'clock దీన్ని స్టోరీ నాకు అర్థమవుతుందా బాబు చైర్పర్సన్ కాదు 4:30కి దాంట్లో 4:30 4:40 అయిపోతుంది అన్నమాట 5-6కి గోల్స్ అయిపోతాయా టీకెట్తో ఏం చేస్తారు ముగ్గురు రావట్లేదా ఐపీఎస్ అయితే అరే మెసేజ్ నిహాల్ ఇక్కడ ఆడ బయట అరే నీ పక్కన నుంచి కూర్చోస్తాను నీ పక్కన నుంచి కూర్చోస్తాను అట్లనే చేతితో పట్టుకోతావు బ్రీఫ్గా చెప్పండి మ్యామ్ ఈ ఉద్దేశం ఏంటి ఇంకేం రెండు కూడా యాడ్ అయినట్టుంటాయి ఇవి కూడా వస్తుందా పని చేస్తుంది ఏం అవసరం లేదు కదా మళ్ళీ డిస్టర్బెన్స్ ఏమొద్దు మళ్ళీ అందరికీ ఓకే ఏం చేసిన వాళ్ళు
స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ తెలుగులో
అది సస్టైనబుల్ గోల్స్ని యునైటెడ్ నేషన్స్ ఏమంటారు అన్న దాని పేరు యుఎన్ఎస్డిజి సస్టైనబుల్ యుఎన్ఎస్డిజి దేశ్ సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్ గురించి దానికంటే ఒకటి ఉంటుంది గూగుల్ ట్రాన్స్లేటర్ రావాలి
అదే పెట్టా
ట్రాన్స్లేటర్
హైదరాబాద్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజెస్ మెడికల్
ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి ఏమంటారు
ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి
వాళ్ళు 17 సస్టైనబుల్
ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి వాళ్ళు 17 ప్రాథమిక అభివృద్ధి పథకాలను ముందుకు తెచ్చారు. అందులోంచి 8 మేము తీసుకున్నాం. ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి
నేను ప్రస్తుతం హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ అనే దానికి చైర్పర్సన్గా పనిచేస్తున్నాను. స్ట్రీట్ కాజ్ అనేది ఒక స్వచ్ఛంద సంస్థ. అందులో భాగంగా హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ ప్రతి సంవత్సరం మేము 2 సార్లు ఇలాంటి ఒక అసెంబ్లీని ఏర్పాటు చేస్తాము. ఇందులో మేము ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి వాళ్ళు ఏర్పాటు చేసిన 17 ప్రాథమిక గోల్స్ని తీసుకొని అందులో ఒక 8 అభివృద్ధి పథకాల మీద మేము పనిచేస్తాము. సో మేము ఏదైతే సంవత్సరంలో 2 సార్లు ఇలా మీటింగ్ పెట్టి ఏదైతే మాట్లాడతామో అందులో మేము ఫైనల్ చేసిన ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మీద మేము సొసైటీకి ఉపయోగపడే ప్రాజెక్ట్ మీద పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటాము. ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి వాళ్ళు ఏర్పాటు చేసిన అందులోంచి మేము తీసుకున్న 8 పథకాల నుండి ఏవైతే మన చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్నవి మా దగ్గర ఉన్న ఫండ్స్తో కానీ మా దగ్గర ఉన్న స్టూడెంట్ సపోర్ట్తో కానీ కాలేజీ సపోర్ట్తో కానీ మేము ఎంతైతే చేయగలుగుతామో తెలంగాణ స్టేట్, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఈ చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న ఈ 2 స్టేట్స్ మాత్రం మ్యాక్సిమం మేము లాస్ట్ 11 ఇయర్స్ నుంచి కవర్ చేస్తూ వస్తున్నాము. ఇది మా 11th ఇయర్. సో అన్ని పర్మనెంట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ అంటే ఎప్పటికీ నిలిచిపోయే ప్రాజెక్ట్సే మేము ఎక్కువగా ఏర్పాటు చేస్తాము. ఎందుకంటే మేము ఈరోజు ఏదైతే సొసైటీ కోసం హెల్ప్ చేస్తామో అదొక 10 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత కూడా వాళ్ళు మమ్మల్ని గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని వాళ్ళ లైఫ్లో అదొక హెల్ప్, ఒక పెద్ద ఒక మంచి చేంజ్ లాగా ఉండాలని మేము అలాంటి ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ టేకప్ చేస్తాం. ప్రాజెక్ట్ మేము హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ భాగంగా ఉమెన్కి, ఊర్లలో ఉన్న ఉమెన్కి, విలేజెస్లో ఉన్న ఉమెన్కి స్టిచ్చింగ్ మెషిన్ సెంటర్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాము, సోలార్ స్ట్రీట్ లైట్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాము, వాష్రూమ్స్ కట్టించాము గర్ల్స్ కోసం గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో. అలాగే మేము తాండాలో ఎక్కడైతే విద్యుత్ సదుపాయాలు ఉండవో అక్కడ సోలార్ బల్బ్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాము. ఏది చేసినా ప్రకృతికి ఎలాంటి హానికరం లేకుండా అలాంటి ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ని మేము ఏర్పాటు చేస్తున్నాం. ఈసారి రోడ్లు వేయించడంలో, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్ ఇంకా మెరుగుపరచడంలో, వాటర్ ట్యాంకర్స్ కట్టించడం, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్ ఇంకా రెనోవేట్ చేయించడం, అలాగే ఈసారి చిన్న చిన్నగా మన ఊర్లలో ఏవైతే చిన్న చిన్న పనులు చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటారో వాళ్ళ కోసము పేపర్ ప్లేట్ మేకింగ్ మెషిన్ కానీ, క్యాండిల్ మేకింగ్ మెషిన్ కానీ, లేకపోతే మన తేనెని తీయడానికి కావాల్సిన సదుపాయాలని కానీ అవన్నీ సమకూర్చి వాళ్ళకి వచ్చిన విద్యతోనే వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ సొంతంగా బ్రతికేలాగా ఏర్పాటు చేస్తారు.
అయిపోతే ఇది అయిపోతుంది. 4 నుంచి ఇంకా 4:30 నుంచి ఓటింగ్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం.
3 అయింది. నేను పోనా, ఎవరైనా వస్తారా? ఎవరైనా
స్టార్టింగ్ 2 minutes అని చెప్తాం.
All the members are requested to please be seated in a place. OC members, please make sure. The house will be open for discussion on next goal in next 2 minutes.
మొత్తం ఫేజ్ 1 ఫేజ్ 2 అందరికి ఇస్తారా? ఓన్లీ ఫేజ్ 2 వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తారా? ఓసీ వాళ్ళకి ఏం సర్ప్రైజ్ ఉంది?
అది వర్క్స్ ఒకటి కాదు. జనరల్గా ఫేజ్ 1 ఎంత కాస్ట్ అవుతుందో దానికి కరెక్ట్ తక్కువనే అవుతుంది కదా. ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఈసారి ఫేజ్ 1లోకి అంతే కానీ దానికంటే నేను మించిన లేదు.
మీరు ఎక్కువ పెట్టారు ఆర్డర్.
నెక్స్ట్ మాకు అప్పుడు శానిటైజర్లు అవి ఇచ్చాము. ఇప్పుడు వీళ్ళందరికీ వాటర్ బాటిల్, బ్యాగులు, కిట్లు ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది. అయినా అందులో హెచ్ఐ 9 and 11 అని లేదు. సో నెక్స్ట్ హెచ్ఐ 12కి వచ్చేసి అదేదో చాక్లెట్
Members, are you ready? OC at the end, could you please close the doors? And the house is now open.
So members, will proceed with our final goal for the session, that is good health and well-being. Any new speeches on the floor? Raunak?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say that a human is truly at peace when all three aspects of his body, that is the mental, physical and spiritual, are in sync. So I would like to firstly say that well-being and good health and well-being is not only about being physically good or physically fit, it's about your spirit and it's about your mentality. So that's it. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? I repeat, any new speeches on the floor? Our goal is good health and well-being. Any new speeches on the floor? Any new motions? There is a speech, sorry, Unit President. Please tell your name and proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My name is Anoshka. So I would like to continue the speech of my co-delegate. They did mention that, good health and well-being is not only about physical health, but also about the spirit and about the mental health. Now, we can see that, unfortunately, suicide is the second leading cause of death globally, especially among the youth, that is 19 to 25 years of age. So I feel that needs to be addressed in a large scale, especially in a country like India, considering that mental health is still very much a taboo here. Even in, not only in rural areas are honestly hopeless in that sense, but urban areas as well. Nobody wants to address the fact that mental health is an issue and that it needs to be addressed. And also the very fact that health and well-being is closely linked to the quality of our environment. Because the environment can potentially reduce the number of deaths, illnesses caused by air, water, soil pollution, contamination. So that needs to be addressed. And HIV and AIDS awareness, sexually transmitted diseases, which then comes to, of course, our LGBTQ plus health. Because unfortunately, like we've seen recently during our coronavirus vaccinations, 90% of our LGBTQ plus community members did not have access to the vaccination, and they still don't. They still do not. And trans health, let's talk about trans health. Our doctors do not know how to treat trans patients because they've never been taught. They have never been taught. It's new. The subject is new to them. Every time a trans person goes for medical consultation, they're being sent back because unfortunately our healthcare workers do not know because they've never learned. I think we need to start there because trans health is health too. We need to display inclusivity and program service in our healthcare institutions, and that's how we can ensure good health and well-being all over. Thank you.
Thank you. That's indeed a great speech. Any new motions on the floor? Mehak?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. As we all know the importance of good health, there are doctors and hospitals available 24/7, but government hospitals and clinics requires good maintenance and better facilities. The doctors and the nurses are well qualified, no doubt, but if they don't have proper facilities to work with, output won't be visible. So at the time of COVID, these hospitals, doctors and nurses were qualified and professionals, but there isn't a good maintenance and better facility available. And also COVID unveiled the dark truth behind the government hospitals, the sanitation facilities, etc. And these need to be improved.
Thank you, member. All the members, this will be your first warning. All of you, please switch off your mobile phones and keep it away. For this is the last call, and there are like more 3 to 4 hours we'll be spending here. And this is a warning to the member to my extreme left, Pradeep, and also Akshaya, also beside Akshaya. And the next table, all of you, you were using your mobile phones and not paying attention to the member who's raising motion. So I request you to please switch off your mobile phones for the rest of the essay. This will be your first warning, and the second one would be the suspension.
So Mehak, I just have a doubt. So can you short it and can you tell it once again, because I think many of the people might have not followed it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just summarize it and say that the government hospitals and clinics require good maintenance and better facilities. The nurses and the doctors are no doubt professionals and available 24/7. But when there is no facilities provided, the output is not visible.
But Mehak, what's your exact plan of action that we're going to do from Street Cause side to resolve that?
Okay, we have to provide proper facilities. For example, at the time of COVID, we can take the example of Gandhi Hospital, where there was not all the facilities available for all the people, and also there was no maintenance, where that was the time where we had to maintain social distance and everything. But we all know what the situation was. The doctors were there day and night, but there was no proper facility and maintenance. So let's make them aware and provide proper facilities. Thank you.
Okay. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? The person to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think the main problem with how COVID patients or any patients are being handled right now and the hospital services, I can tell as a medical student. So the main problem that is actually occurring in government services provided for health is that there are not enough not enough employed doctors. There are a lot of trained doctors, there are a lot of special well-educated doctors, but they don't have enough workforce in government hospitals. So government hospitals actually have less than half of the employment that is in private hospitals. This is because they are not getting enough money, or they are being overworked, sometimes not being able to have even 4 hours of sleep. They are overworked, they are short on staff, and it's not just about facilities right now, and I don't think we would be able to help with what facilities are provided by the government. We could only question them on what funding they're doing, and the main thing as a youth assembly we should question is on employment. We could question is why there's so many less doctors that are being employed in government hospitals, which is less than half of what's being employed in private hospitals. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Srujanaatmika.
Our physical health majorly depends upon two factors. The first one is the food we intake, and the second one is the exercise we do. So it is very necessary that the food we intake is free of undesirable chemicals. So we will have to promote natural pesticides and insecticides like neem oil, rhizobium bacteria and earthworms, which would help in farming. And coming to the next point, that is the exercise we do. So we can actually help government schools by providing them with sports equipment.
Any points of support? Ronak?
Thank you, Chair. Adding to my colleague's point, I would like to say that only promoting natural food is not enough. We need to understand the 6 basic nutrients that a human requires on a daily basis, which are vitamins, minerals, proteins, carbs, fats, and good amount of water. So, along with natural food, we need to promote these. We need to promote awareness on these 6 nutrients, so that a human can be healthy.
Thank you. Any new add-ons to the motion? Gaurav.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to say, okay, it's fine. I agree completely to your statement that providing all the proteins, vitamins is good. And main thing is mental health. Physical health we are maintaining. But if we focus on mental health, he can focus on the studies if he's in the school. And for that mental health, we have to conduct programs like listening, quiz, which can improve his mental ability, and that lead to growth of his brain. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction to the original motion? Nidhi?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think mental health problems, I think people with mental health, I'm not saying most of them, but there are few people who can't communicate. They can't talk about their problems. So if you organize quiz and everything, it's difficult for them to stand up for themselves too. I think maybe we could have a professional counselor going monthly to schools, then organizing quizzes. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Satvika?
Thank you, Chair. Distribute fuel efficiency cook stoves to reduce level of indoor air pollution and the pressure on local forest for firewood, which affects our health.
Okay, but can you be more clear and specific in your point?
Distribute fuel efficient cook stoves to reduce level of indoor air pollution and the pressure on local forests.
Okay. So what's your exact plan of action from SE side to actually work on that?
The pollution will reduce. What we breathe, it affects our problems.
Yeah, but what do you want to do from SE side, from HYS side actually to reduce that over?
Distributing this, only who are suffering from this, we can.
Okay. Any points of support to that? Or add-ons? Divisional President?
Thank you, Chair, for addressing. Chair, so as our co-delegate said, to keep awareness session, so as said, good well-being and good health doesn't only mean physical health but also mental health. So what I think is creating, keeping awareness sessions and counseling sessions regarding the stress management or personality skills management may help for the physical stress, for the reduction of physical stress. Thank you.
Okay. Any more add-ons to the same? Pooja?
Thank you, Chair. So, the best way of having fab, fit and fun life is having knowledge about the major drawbacks of non-fit life. So, making awareness about the non-fit life and telling them the drawbacks of it might encourage people to come forward, and it might also help them to stay fit.
Okay.
Thank you.
I could see a lot of members sleeping.
So let's just have a rapid fire for 2 minutes. Let's see how many of you can answer. Are you ready? So rules are, you shouldn't do any crosstalk with your adjacent member. Also, whenever I ask the question, if at all you know the answer, you have to raise your placard. When is the first HYA done? At least the year.
No one paid interest during induction. Huh? No one will listen to the induction. This is HY 11. I'll give you a clue. This is HY season 11.
Pooja.
2011.
Is that right? It is. Okay. Who is the co-chairperson of HY 11? Members who didn't raise their placard till now. At least this one. Sujana. Pranay. What is the first goal we discussed today? Vaishnavi. Mike.
Sanitation.
Great. How many of you got your photo clicked? Everyone. And was the food delicious enough? That's why you're sleepy? Okay, and who are the yellow tagged people here? Which alumni? Okay, I think now you all are back on track. Everyone active? Do you have some energy in your body? If the food is really delicious, I expect some reply. We'll meet after the assembly, Zina. Okay, folks, are you ready? This is the last goal for today. Let's try to raise as many motions as we can. All the members, please be active. Also, yeah, before we start with the goal, start with our motions, let's do drum rolls for 2 minutes and start. Okay, thank you folks. Are you all ready? Definitely no sleepy heads? Okay, so our agenda is going to be like for next 1 hour we'll be discussing on our last goal, and then we'll move on to, then we'll have a break for 20 to 30 minutes, high tea, and then interesting part, voting, and then EB and OC and the session ending ceremony, that's it. Got it? And one last question. Whom are you expecting as the chief guest in next 30 minutes? Come on folks, we've shared posters everywhere. Anyone? Which IPS office? Oh, you took it too seriously that, do not open your phones. Okay, now just at least check his name. Okay, folks, we have to start the session. Okay, MP Ranjit Reddy and also our IPS officer is going to arrive in next 30 to 40 minutes. So everyone,
Let's please be active and give them a very, very huge active welcome. No, not a warm welcome, but an active, fresh welcome. So folks, shall we start? Great. Yeah, so there's an acknowledgement to make. Okay, folks, let's start. Any new motions on the floor? New members, I'm seeing the same placard since morning. Okay. A new placard. Okay, the member at the last. Please tell your name and then start with your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I am Sai Sarpik. And as previously one of our member has discussed about the poor hospitalization, regarding this point, we can actually provide free medical health checkup camps in rural areas and actually into the old age homes for old people and orphans, and we can with a group of certified doctors, and we can actually provide them basic medicines. This is my point.
So it's basically setting up medical health camps in rural areas.
Yeah.
Members, come on, it's a very good motion. Any more points of support? Okay, before we go forward.
I would like to acknowledge presence of Yashasvi Arupula, Associate President of SC 2021 and Co-Associate President of Street Cause Gold.
Points of support. Prashant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would really support point of my co-delegate, like conducting health fairs through street cause, conducting health fair through street cause. Like we can have interactive displays, screening sessions for people who are having daily health issues like BP, sugars, body fats, malnutrition, etc. And considering point of my co-delegate, we can also know the issues of transgender health issues, and we can also concentrate on mental health stall with therapists. We can also keep mental health stalls in that health phase with support with the therapist, and we can also demonstrate sessions considering the efficient cooking technologies which will be helpful for each and every individual. And according to National Mental Health Survey report, 56 million Indians suffer from some anxieties and disorders every year. So considering that, we can, I have mentioned the point that we can keep health stalls, considering the mental health issue patients, conducting sessions for them with help of therapists.
How often are you planning to conduct these medical medical health camps, because your term as a member is going to be for another 6 months?
Yeah, actually, this April 7, the World Health Day, we can take the initiative keeping a health fair for 1 day. Yeah.
Any points of contradiction? Srinivas.
Thank you, Jeff, for acknowledging me. My question is, how are we going to set the camp? We don't have any doctors here. Are you going to convince the doctors? Are you going to get the patients to the doctors, or are you going to take the doctors to the patients?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't ask you to stand. Please, both of you sit down. Any new motions on the floor? Naina.
Yeah, Nena, before you start, we would like to thank Tejo Sheshatri, former chair execution, for chairing with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for acknowledging me. So as my co-delegate said that most major reason for the deaths is suicide. So why suicide occurs? Like it's the main reason is feeling lonely or feeling unhelpful. So my solution to this problem can be teaching parents. Like yeah, parents take care about their children, but they sometimes forget about their mental health. Like we can teach them about this anxiety problems of of the children, and also we can teach them the problems of adolescents. Like we can teach them to handle them, and also not when they are choosing any career, don't curse them, and instead they can support them, and like this we can at least reduce 90% of suicides. So I think educating parents about their children's mental health is important.
Any points of contradiction? Nidhi?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my co-delegate that why are we supposed to hire people from outside to talk about mental health issues to your parents? We are the change. We are supposed to talk it out to our family first. I agree, we put on social media, but why social media? Everybody knows about it, right? Put it on WhatsApp status, send it on family groups, talk to your parents about it. And then we can think about, getting all parents together and talking to them. Thank you.
Would you like to answer? Yeah, go on.
I totally agree with your point, but like, why do we get depressed? Because first definitely will try to talk with our parents. They definitely don't agree with that. So that again, if we go and ask the same thing, is there any chance they will agree again? I think most of the parents don't agree. Like we already asked them, and again, as they are not supporting us, because we get depressed, and again ask them same thing. Are they gonna again agree it or not?
Okay, we understand. Lot of contradictions. Any point of contradiction? Someone who didn't get a chance so far. Karunya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So, firstly, I believe as our alumni has told us, we are the change. So, I believe we have to learn how to talk to our parents. We have to speak out what is our problem. When we are not speaking out, how can our parents know what is going with us, within us? Yeah, just speak out.
Any new motions on the floor? Kavya? OC with the mic, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would say we have to get an initiative to distribute mosquito nets, because according to WHO, sleeping under a net, mosquito net is the most cost-effective way of preventing dengue and malaria. So this goal is to lower incidence of dengue or malaria by the provision of long-lasting insecticide treated nets that will benefit the rural people.
Any points of support? Vasif?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to add this point, instead of distributing it directly, like buying mosquito nets and going and giving it to families in rural areas, it is better if we approach the startups or like any products that are already in the market which have a good design with mosquito nets, and help them get their product forward, and then we can distribute it and find out in which areas there's prevalence of more dengue and malaria cases. That would be better instead of just buying and giving out nets. Thank you.
Any point of contradiction to the actual motion? To the actual motion of distributing mosquito nets? Any point of contradiction? Vaishnav?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Can I just know in which areas is it happening, and also the person who have raised the point, like how much will be the budget and how she is going to give? Like there are people who can afford for that as well. So is it a way of promoting them, or else we give them? What I did not get her point. That is all.
Kavya, would you like to answer?
See, it's not recently.
Kavya,
but
you didn't
sorry,
acknowledge the chair. You can please sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Nikita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Many women in rural and urban areas are not aware of breast cancer. So, providing basic awareness on what breast cancer is, and also providing test centers.
Also providing?
Test centers.
Could you give us more details about the test centers?
I mean, like health camps.
How feasible it is to test a breast cancer? Okay, thank you. Any points of support? Member at the last.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. I would like to add a point that there is a self-assessment test for the breast cancer. The training of that test would be really helpful to women, that they could identify the lumps or whatever. Thank you.
Can you know the numbers, please? How much it costs and what is the...
It's a self-assessment test.
yeah, but what's the cost of the test approximately?
It doesn't cost.
It's a free of
yeah.
cost. Okay. So it's
more
home.
like an exercise thing.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? Vasif.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Like you said, it's a self-assessment of breast cancer, and we don't need to do anything as of such. There's a lot of awareness programs. The most we can do to help out with this is just spreading awareness on our social media platforms, and we could do that on any breast cancer awareness day. I don't think we need to do something that's more sustainable, or that will help this out.
Okay, before you break the tables, any points of contradiction to the members' contradiction? Unit President.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So firstly, awareness and all is great, but just doing it once in a year is, that too on social media, don't you think that's too superficial? And to add on to the point that my co-delegate had firstly spoken, I don't know if most of us know this, but 1 out of 10 men also can have the
breast cancer tissue in their body. So I think that is very, very important to raise awareness, and also not only tell women to get tested from the ages of 50 to 65, but also men, saying that, you can potentially be a victim of breast cancer. So I think it is very important for us to know that, and also spread awareness and make sure that people know this so that they can take better care of themselves. Thank you.
Ananya just passed a message hit saying she has a new motion. Ananya, would you like to? Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Every 27 seconds, someone somewhere in the world is diagnosed with blood cancer. Only 30% of all the patients are able to find a compatible stem cell donor within their family. And so it would be great if we would organize a stem cell donation campaign or bring awareness about stem cell donations, because a person might find a donor within a week, within a month, or within 5 years also. So it will be really great, helpful, and it will save a life.
Any new points to be added to the motion raised by? Points of support? Any points of contradiction?
Should we do another round of rapid fire or? Then please.
I repeat, any points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Unit President.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we got many points regarding mental care, here's something which I want to mention. It's evident that pets also bring a nice peaceful life and give you a nice mental care. So we can do a bit awareness camps wherein we promote adoptions more, and this way we can collaborate Hyderabad Youth Assembly with Street Cause Paw. We can get two benefits out of it. Thank you.
Any points of support? Vaishnav?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Like my co-delegate asked, it should also be helpful for the paw. So I request we can afford for an ambulance which will be going to a particular place, and it will be helpful for a paw thing. So wherever we get a call, we can just directly go with a doctor or someone and directly do treatment there itself. So this has not been happened with any of NGOs till now. So why don't we HYA bring up and do it, take up this initiative, what I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Any new motions on the floor?
Ambulance for paw. Ambulance for paw.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Akshay?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Actually, my new notion is we should educate people about organ donation and tissue donation. We can actually make them know how important it is, like whether if it is a tissue donation or eye donation, we are we are giving some person the ability to see, we are relieving him from the pain. And through service, a single organ donor can donate up to 8 lives, so save up to 8 lives, and by donating tissues and eyes, the same donor can improve up to 50 lives, which means like a single person can save so many lives by himself. So, thank you.
So to summarize, is it organ donation campaign?
Yeah, at least awareness.
Awareness and
about
then the
its
campaign.
importance, and then the campaign.
Okay, got it. Any points of support? Any point of contradiction? Vaishnav.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There are many people who will be saying that I will be donating my eyes when I die. I will be donating my kidney when I die. But there are many people who doesn't do it. So I request this would be an easier task to do by HYA. What I feel.
Would you like to answer, Akshay?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. We can actually, in the awareness session, we can actually add how to register and make themselves, who are interested, make them registered then and there. Thank you, Chair.
Got it. Would you like to answer? Okay. There was a motion by Sushma. Would you like to? Yeah.
So I want to do this awareness program about women and child abuse, especially in rural areas as well as urban slums, especially the targeted areas, because most women are tend to get targeted and abused.
I request all the members to please pay attention. Please continue.
Some children and women don't even know what actually a mental abuse and a physical abuse is. So let's make an awareness about it and talk to them about these things.
Great. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Nidhi.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is pretty basic, and I think we should start with it because we've already been doing that, and we should continue with it. Basically, talking about menstrual hygiene in slums. They don't know how to use a pad. They don't know how to dispose it. So maybe we should start promoting biodegradable sanitary pads, going there and talking about the disposal of pads, which is very important, and about how many hours they should use a pad. Thank you.
Any points of support? Sorry, any points of support? Vaishnav.
Like we have discussed this point before, so we can give a menstrual cup, and we can give the education about a menstrual cup, so that would be helpful. Then a sanitary pad, which has to be used, and by sanitary pads, as I mentioned, there is lots of plastic which is being produced. So to stop that, a menstrual cup can be used in replacing the sanitary pads. Yeah, thank you.
Before moving to the next motion, so you'll be having your high tea from 4:30 to 4:40, just for 10 minutes. So before the high tea, all the members who want to nominate yourself for the chair projects and the vice chair positions, you folks have to be giving your nominations to us. And in the high tea, in the break time, you folks will be campaigning for yourself. And once the high tea time is done, every one of you, the nominated members, have to come here and give a speech for 1 minute, and accordingly the voting from all the members sitting in this room will be taken. Yeah.
Motions on the floor. Dhanashri.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This is regarding a vaccine which most of the girls or most of the women need to have awareness, which is HPV vaccine. So it cures cervical cancer, and which is basically occurred due to STD. We need to create awareness among from 15 to till 45 women, and if we have more budget to do it, we can go even in rural areas and get them vaccinated, because this vaccine is a bit costlier. Thank you.
Dhanushri, could you please let us know about the cost? Also, the age the woman can take.
So any person after 15, and the cost will be around 3,500 or 4,000, like that. We'll be having 3 doses or 2 doses. I'll give you clear information for you later.
Great.
Thank
Any
you.
points of support? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would want to support my co-delegate point by saying that I think here itself in the assembly there are many women with me who have not taken that vaccine. So to concentrate, I mean, we can start with our own HY and then we could go to colleges first because, you know, engineering and degree women, yeah, so maybe we should start there and here as well and then go to the rural areas because we'll know what are the effects or whatever it is. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? No points of contradiction? Any new motions of the motions on the floor? Afra.
For acknowledging me, Chair. So since we are talking about good health and well-being, I've seen many poor people who are handicapped and they beg for money. Like I travel through a bus stop and there are many people who are asking for funds, like money. So why don't we as HYA like make a platform for them and like take care of these people? Even if we can't do that, why don't we take a responsibility of these people and set them up to the place, like if they're handicapped, then take them to a handicap center instead of leaving them on streets, because some of them are not even able to walk and they might come into an accident. So like I don't have a proper plan of action, but this is like an idea for people out there, because I've seen it live and I don't feel good when I see those people roaming down the streets which are handicapped and they don't have any support. So yeah, that's my point.
Could you just summarize on what specifically you would like to
like help the people who are handicapped and poor and like which we see on the streets.
How? You want to provide them a shelter or?
Yeah, if possible we could provide them a shelter. If we cannot provide them a shelter, then we can take them to the respective shelters where they can stay and somebody can take a responsibility of them.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would want to ask my co-delegate if she has ever approached 2 people who are physically handicapped. Because if you approach them and if you try and talk to them, I did that. So it is their choice to do it and they won't listen to you. If it was like that, they're actually there's government or police going to them and asking, but they want to do that. So thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Unit President.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, it would be better if we would not call them handicapped and instead call them differently abled. Secondly, I completely agree with what my co-delegates said. It is not that easy, because if it was that easy, there have been like opportunities for these people provided by the government itself, not only by the government, but by different NGOs who actually focus on handicapped, on differently abled space in which we can try. But then I know for a fact, like Nidhi said, like my co-delegate said, when you actually go and approach them, they want nothing to do with it, because of the fact that they are already differently abled, they feel less than. So they do not want to they would rather fend for themselves by begging than being completely,
put upon a different person. They do not want to be a burden to anybody, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
After, would you like to answer?
Yeah, first of all, I apologize for calling them handicapped, and yeah, they're for sure differently able. Yes, I understand. Okay, they might want to do it on their own, it is their own idea behind it, but how long will we see people roaming down on the streets this way? I mean, if you go to other countries, you see most of the countries. I have been from coming and asking for money in Saudi Arabia. But when I come back to India and see a lot of people, I'm not telling that it is bad or something, but you know, I feel bad for them that we could counsel them, even if they're not agreeing, but maybe we could approach and try to make them understand that just because they're differently abled does not mean they have to feel lesser than anyone, but instead they can try to come up. And because there was a case where there's this woman who didn't have hands, so she used to stitch with her legs. So giving those examples, we can like try to counsel them. That is what my point is. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, member. Now it's time for voting. Medical health camps in rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Conducting health fairs, regular health issue checkups, transgender health issue checkups, mental health stalls, entire like a health fair. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Educating parents with their children mental health, about their children mental health, with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Distributing mosquito nets in slum areas or rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Spreading basic awareness on breast cancer and setting up test centers. With the motion? Clearly motion passed. Promote pet adoptions, pet rescues. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Organ donation campaigns, awareness on organ donation and also the campaigns at the same time. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Menstrual health awareness programs. With the motion? Motion passed. HVD vaccines for women aging starting from 15 years in rural areas majorly. With the motion? Motion passed. Helping physically disabled people on the streets, shifting them to better shelters or providing them with food, clothes, etc. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Awareness on blood cancer stem cell donation and also set up of campaigns. With the motion? Motion passed. There are a couple of chits here. Providing knowledge on all kinds of vaccinations for yourself and the people who do not have proper knowledge about it. With the motion? Against the motion? I'll repeat the motion again. Awareness on all the vaccinations available for ourselves and also the people who don't have enough knowledge about it. With the motion. Motion passed. A motion by Ronak. Would you like to say it yourself? Counseling for PTSD patients. Could you explain what it is? OC, could you assist with the mic?
Thank you, Chair. My motion is we provide counseling for PTSD patients, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. These people have been through a lot of things in their life, and they are mentally defeated. So we can show them, we can actually inspire and empower them. The first two words of our HYA, and we can show them how to live a better life.
Got it.
Thank you.
Members, did you understand? With the motion? Motion passed. There's an add-on by Akshaya. Regarding menstrual health awareness. So for deaf and dumb people, providing them with, distributing them a book called Menstrupedia. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Motion by Anoshka. Sexual health education. Would you like to specify where exactly? What kind of crowd you're going to focus?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as we know, in schools and colleges, we have like a vast curriculum, but unfortunately, we do not focus on mental health and sexual health, so forget about it. So what I'm trying to say is, especially with the youth, going through sexual changes, going through puberty, I think it's very important for them to understand and know what's going on in their body, so that they know if it's good or bad, or if they need help, if they do need help, who to approach. Because let's talk about it, no one talks about genital health in India. It's taboo again. And genital health is so important. And I think it needs to be addressed because it's health after all, right? So I think with normal curriculum, schools and colleges should also focus on having a proper sex education curriculum and mental health education curriculum for their students. Thank you.
So members, with the motion? Motion passed. So I request all the members, if you have any other motions, not only with respect to this goal, but all the goals which we have discussed since morning. So if you left out any motion, you can please write it on a chit and send it to us. If we don't discuss it right now, but we'll definitely consider it while we're finalizing the projects or when we're working on the survey reports. Also now, I would like to give you a 5 minutes time actually, 5 minutes time to just give your nominations for chair projects and vice chair. So the house will be adjourned for 5 minutes. No crosstalk is allowed. Please, yeah, Vaishnav.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So how the process will happen, can you please let us know? So that there are many people out here who doesn't know the process of nominations, as we nominate the other person or else self-nomination.
Yeah, so it's a self-nomination. So if at all you want to be in a chair projects position or a vice chair projects position, you'll nominate yourself, and then you folks have to do a campaigning. There will be a break for high tea for 10 minutes. In that 10 to 15 minutes of time, you'll be talking to all the members present here. You'll try to explain what good projects you could get in, how beautiful you can make this HY season 11 phase 2 projects, or how your leadership would look like. And that's how you're going to gain your votes. After the campaign, all the members here will be given with voting chits, and everyone will be voting for a chair projects. They'll be selecting a chair projects and 4 vice chairs. So that's how the majority of the votes, considering the majority of the votes, funds raised, and also your active participation throughout the day, chair projects and the 4 vice chairs will be elected. Previous vice chairs and chair projects, phase 1 members can also be part of the process. Yeah. So after 5 minutes, we request, please take 5 minutes of time. After 5 minutes, you folks can give the final nominations.
క్యాబ్ ఎక్కింది, ఆమె మెగా క్లోజ్ వస్తుందంటే ఆమె వస్తే ఏముంటుంది అసలు ఏం చేస్తారు? ఎప్పుడో స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది, ఇప్పుడు సికింద్రాబాద్ దగ్గర ఉంది. ఏం చేస్తారు ఆమె వచ్చినాక?
దాంట్లో చేసినప్పుడే
నువ్వు కూడా 8:13 వరకు రాసిన విషిత వరకు రాసిన ఏ తాత నా పిల్ల రాసిన గుమ్ము
ఫోటోగ్రఫీ సెషన్ పెట్టు అరే ఈశ్వర్ బయటికి వెళ్ళి తీసుకోండి
Members, could you please take your seats? All the EB members and the OC and the members, could you please take your seats? This is the last warning. Members who would like to nominate yourself for chair projects position, could you please stand up? Chair projects HY11 season phase 2. Chair projects. And for vice chair. You can stand up. Members who would like to nominate themselves for vice chair position. Okay. I'll read out the top 10 fundraising members, and it's by default you folks will be in the nomination. Sushma, Deep Malik, Nikita, Josh, Pradeep, Siddharth, Sujana, Satvik, Ritika, Anirudh, Shravani, Mehak. Okay. Also, apart from these members, anyone wants to nominate themselves? Karunya. And anyone else? Vaishnav? Shrija? Last 1 minute, folks. Anyone else? Would you nominate yourself?
the last ever only HY phase of Street Cause. From next year, we're going to have CYA, Chennai Youth Assembly, Bangalore Youth Assembly, Kochi Youth Assembly, Pune Youth Assembly, and Vizag Youth Assembly. So don't miss this chance of being the chair projects or the vice chairs for the only assembly of Street Cause. I mean, that is the last year. So anyone else? Okay, so this is a final list. I request all of you members to please come forward and give your names here. And if anyone wants to really drop, you can sit. Below. Oh, so sorry. But yeah, you can come in. I mean, they've given me an individual list, so maybe there might be a mistake. So what's your name? Shrija, right? One second, I'll just check. Oh, okay, so it's 5,000 for 3 of you. Okay, so your name was Mr. Shrija. I'm so sorry, but yeah, you can nominate us. Mehak? In the crowd.
10 members to 4 selected.
They 4:30 break basically. 4:89. Yeah, 4:89. 4:30 break. Then local one is completed.
At least for vice chair. You would like to nominate, yeah. You're nominating for? Chair projects? Kavya? Vice chair. Chair. What happened to you before? Oh. On this podium.
No.
Yeah. After.
Vice chair. Oh, you after 20-30 minutes? Yeah.
Vice chair.
Me for the vice chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
You? Chair. Okay. ఇదిగో ఈమె కాదు రమ్య టాప్ టెన్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో జోష్ వాళ్ళని వైస్ చైర్లోకి ఇద్దామా దీనిలోకి ఇద్దామా
Josh, are you still in the nomination or you've dropped? A little culture. What's your final decision? No. Okay, so I'll announce the final list. Please confirm. Vaishnav. Folks, could you please stand up? Vaishnav, Shrija, Satvika, Kavya. These are the nominations for chair projects. Where's Satvika? Stand up. Yeah, these 4 are the nominees for chair projects. Karunya Malik, Satvik Sai, Nikita, Pradeep, Mehak. And these are the nominations for Vice Chair projects. Apart from these, is there anyone else who would like to apply? Pooja. For? Could you please come down? Folks, so now I'll explain you how a voting card looks like. So folks, this is the voting card. This will be given to all the members. First we have chairperson projects. So here you'll write the name of the person who you would want to elect as a chairperson. And 4 vice chair names. So all the nominated members will come down here at the podium. They'll give a speech for 1 minute after the high tea. In this meantime, you're open for campaigning. And once your speech is done, the final votings will be calculated and the final chair projects and vice chairs will be announced. Yeah, that's what I'll announce. So can these people stand up for once? Vaishnav Raj, Shrija, Satvika, Kavya, Prashant. Would you folks want to nominate yourself for vice chair projects as well? Who is applying for only chair projects? Okay. So Kavya, Satvika and Vaishnav only for chair projects. That's what I'm asking. Vice chair and chair. Kavya, only chair. Satvika, only chair. Prashant, chair and vice chair. Shrija, both. Okay.
ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళతో మనకు పని లేదు కదా, వాళ్ళతో మనకు పని లేదు కదా, హైటీకి పంపించి.
Okay. Folks, now I'll announce the final list, and now please stand up and hold your placard this way so that all the members will know that you are the nominees for the chair projects or the vice chair projects. Please sit down. I'll announce your name and then you can. Okay. Yeah, members. So when I announce your name, you folks have to come down to the podium. You have to show your placard. Also tell everyone which position you're rooting for and why are you applying. And what is the new thing that you're going to get into HY, or what is your leadership going to look like, or what are the projects going to look like. So the speech going to be only for 30 seconds. Now itself. Yeah, because we are having our chief guest coming in, so take 2 minutes of time to prepare that 30 seconds speech. Okay. Please come down, come here, all the applied members. And the drum rolls, folks. Vaishnav Raj. Ashrita, get your placard. That's it. Okay. All of you, could you please come to this side? Yeah. There. Yeah. Folks, I'm setting a timer for 30 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Vaishnav Raj. There. Yeah.
Can I go there? Good evening, good evening, respected dignities on the dais, and all my co-delegates. Very good evening to you all. I'm Vaishnav Raj from IIMC, Divisional President. So, just to be in HYA, I have started division in IIMC after seeing in TV5 channel, and today I am being here as a delegate. So I feel proud of myself being here, and today I have got an opportunity, whereas being in a position of chairperson, so I am nominating myself as to be in that position, whereas starting a division.
Thank you, Vaishnav. Shrija.
Thank you.
You can just show your placard and go back to it. Shrija, your time starts now.
Hello everyone, this is Shrija Gurpadi from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology. Since my childhood, I've always fantasized helping the society from my side. Street Cause Hyderabad Youth Assembly gave this great opportunity for me to develop the society. I would take the opportunity to stand as a chair, or even it's fine if it is a vice chair. The only doubt would be why me, what's the specialty in me. Firstly, my strength, I would actually say my confidence, obviously.
Time's up. Thank you, Shrija. Show your placard and you can go back to it. Satvik. Start.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, 5 more seconds for you.
Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to introduce myself here. I'm Satvika from Bhavans. I'm here to serve the people who are in need and explore myself. I love to interact with people around me and educate the poor and help the needy. I'm really happy to be here in this auspicious meet, and I promise if you elect me as a chairperson, I would really be happy and give my best to the HY. Thank you.
Kavya. Start.
Yeah, myself Kavya, and I'm nominating myself for chair projects. As you all know, present over here, I am the chair projects for the phase 1, and I think I am capable of handling all the tasks, whatever is it. So I'll cross your expectations, and I'll do the best again. Thank you.
Before time. Prashant. Start.
Yeah, good evening everyone. This is VS Prashant, Associate President of Street Cause IMC. Yeah, have nominated myself for chair as well as co-chair. I always follow a principle that one should not always play a game but change the game. And today I have nominated myself to be the change in HY. Thank you.
Karunya. Start.
Hey guys, I'm Karunya. I'm contesting for vice chair. I was part of phase 1 already, and I believe there were a few loopholes that I faced in phase 1. So I believe we won't have the same loopholes in phase 2, and I'll make sure I respect and agree to all your opinions and ideas. And yeah, please do vote for me.
Sujana.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sujana. I'm from IAMC. I am nominated as vice chair because I want to prove myself. I want to serve people. That's the reason I am a part of Street Cause and even HYA. Give me a chance, I'll prove myself.
Deep Malik.
Good evening, guys, and my name is Deep Malik, and I'm from Srinidhi Science and Technology, and I'm so glad that you all have given me opportunity to be the vice chairperson, and I'm not how I seem to look like. I'm not bragging myself, but I used to be head boy in my school days, and I'm pretty sure that I'll give my 100%, and I'm looking forward to see you as a vice chairperson. Thank you.
Satvik Sai. Nikita, get ready next.
Good evening,
Start.
guys.
Start.
Good evening, folks. Myself, Sai Satvik from CVR College. I appreciate the trust and overwhelming support from the chair for have granted to me, to the vice chair. I thank you for the election. I promise you as a vice chair, I will do my very best to listen and ensure transparency. I base my confidence on the daily contacts with my team and chair projects representing my member and all my team motions to get done. And I promise to make no mistakes. Thank you.
Pass on. Satvik.
Nikita.
Good evening, folks. This is Nikita from SNIST. First of all, I'm very glad that I got this opportunity to be elected as a vice chairperson. From the start, I always wanted to help the needy. I wanted to serve the society in one way or another. I also served as an NCC cadet, so I know how much work it takes to take up a responsibility and execute it. I promise I will give my best and serve HYA as much as I can. Surely we will together make it a national level NGO someday. Thank you.
It's already a national level NGO. Okay. Mehek.
Hello
Start.
everyone, this is Mehek and I'm from IMC College. First of all, it's an honor to be a part of HY and now I have been elected as Vice Chair. So whatever the motions have been discussed today, the main motion was about the menstrual cups and other motions as well, but this was raised in all the 4 motions and I would try my best to implement and execute all the motions given by you all people. Thank you.
Pradeep.
Hello everyone, myself Pradeep Kumar and I'm contesting for Vice Chair. I qualify myself for being a data-driven strategical planner and an effective executioner of projects, and I can ensure you that the journey with me is going to be fantabulous, so I promise you that you won't regret it. Thank you. Vote for me.
Pooja.
Hey folks, I'm Koluru Pooja and I have nominated myself for vice chairs. I have nominated because I feel I'm potential. Hope I reach your expectations. Thank you.
Yeah. Gaurav.
Great morning, everyone, my dear HYA family. I am Gaurav from IIMC, and I would like to say why you should nominate me, because I have all the abilities. I believe myself. Before believe in yourself is that matters to, in any field you can achieve anything. But I am capable of doing these projects because I was also an NCC cadet in my school days, and I was leading 100 cadets. Thank you so much. If you are voting me, vote for Gaurav Sai. Bye.
Did we miss anyone?
Have I said anything wrong?
So, members, please take your seats. Yeah. Chief guest will be arriving in next 2 minutes.
I would like to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Gajara Bhupal, IPS, Joint Commissioner of Detective Department of Hyderabad City. He was born and brought up in North Godavari district and has done his education in Kakinada. Dr. Gajara Bhupal sir has done his MBBS from Rangara Medical College. While pursuing MBBS, he found interest towards humanitarian studies and cleared the civil service examination. After completing his training from National Police Academy, he got his first posting as Assistant Superintendent of Police in Bhadrachalam. Then he went on to work. Then he went on to work as the additional SP of Medak and got promoted as SP of Adilabad district in 2014. After state bifurcation, he served as the SP of Nellore district, serving in the Crime Investigation Department, DCP Vijayawada, Tirupati Urban SP. From Tirupati, he has been transferred to Hyderabad as DCP of South Zone and now as a Joint Commissioner of Detective Department. Sir, thank you so much for gracing this event. We hope to have a long-lasting relationship with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, sir. Welcome to HYA Season 11 Phase 2 Assembly. So, HYA is basically, we were debating on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we are coming up with innovative projects which we could implement in our surroundings and also nearby areas where the underprivileged will be impacted. So for you, for like next 10 minutes, we would like to debate on few of the motions and then you could give us your insights on the same. So folks, from all the goals which we've discussed in the since the morning, any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Nidhi. OC, could you please assist Nidhi with the mic?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would want to discuss on this awareness about menstrual cups in colleges. I know we are youth, we know everything, we check on Instagram, YouTube, everywhere, but most of them don't use menstrual cup. So I think it is necessary for us to know about menstrual cup and hygiene about menstrual cup and then take it to rural areas. Thank you.
Any points of support? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate has already mentioned regarding the menstrual cycle, so this is a stigma which has been running around the society. So we as a Hyderabad Youth Assembly, it would be a great project and a responsibility like removing the stigma that has been running around society, especially for the current girls, especially for providing awareness regarding the menstrual cycle, because there are various alternatives. So it is our responsibility to give education, proper awareness for the girls, so that it would be, they can know much more, for hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Yashasvi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. And my point is, everyone can't afford an expensive product like a menstrual cup is what I feel. So I know it is important for everyone to use menstrual cup as it is more hygienic, more important, but it is not affordable, as I said earlier.
Any points of contradiction? Pavitra. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think providing menstruation cups is the best way for girls for their hygiene. And also they are not costly, spending 50 to 60 rupees every month. Rather than that, they could buy a menstruation cup for 200 rupees and they could use it for 5 years. And as my co-delegate mentioned earlier, the sanitary pads, the waste is going to the oceans. The waste is about 1.5 billion. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. 3.5 billion waste is going. So providing sanitary cups also reduce the pollution, and also it is the most hygienic thing for girls.
Great. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor?
I wanted to ask what is the cost of the cup, so she gave me the answer. That's fine.
Any new motions on the floor? Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I wanted to talk on the motion from the goal decent work and environment. So there might be rural areas where there have not been proper surveys, so we could go to schools or the work areas and check on the working conditions there. Like in Street Cause itself, we have a unit which checks on the work conditions, like, you know, there is no wrong talk between opposite gender and all. So why not we do that check on the rural areas as well. And also on the laborers, like we could go talk to them and ask them if they are facing any issues, also aware them of the labor rights. So that would be my motion.
Any points of support? Vaishnav.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Like my co-delegate mentioned just now, we need to educate both the men and women about the education, like equality, about the menstrual education, what I mean, so that men will also help in situations where women needs, not just casing, not just pointing out her or in a situation. He'll also help her in situations whereas whenever she asks for help or any particular thing, it will be helpful for her, what I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Great. Any new motions on the floor? Ronak.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak on the goal of well-being, as a lot of us have to be educated on the first move techniques like CPR and all those techniques that we have to use properly, because not everybody knows how to use it properly at the time of accidents and any mishaps. So we can spread awareness about that.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor?
Meghna.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So my motion is about reducing the carbon footprints in our respective colleges. So if we could do some analysis on what is the carbon footprint right now in our current colleges, because we're all from different colleges, right? So if you could understand what is it, where can we reduce the wastage and come up with a plan and give a plan of action to the college to implement, maybe that'd be great as a HYA, yeah.
Any points of support? Any point of contradiction? Great. Any new motions on the floor? Shrihita.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So one, regarding the clean water and sustainable, sanitation drive on that goal, one important thing would be lake cleaning drive. So it's very important that the lakes that we have in the city are not polluted so that contamination and diseases don't spread. And it also creates nuisance to the people who are living in and around the area of the lake, and the flora and fauna situated near the lake. So that would help the localities and everybody to a great extent if we can have a lake cleaning drive.
Thank you.
I'm very happy to be among you people, young and enthusiastic. And this is a very nice program, and I feel you are all very lucky to be part of this, and I am lucky to have come here to experience all this. And I also like the right. Yeah, very good topics in the last 5-10 minutes were taken up. One is this issue of menstrual hygiene. Forget about the hygiene, cups and all. Even till very late, the topic of menstruation itself was taboo. Even to speak about menstruation was taboo. So more than the girls, it is the boys who need knowledge about menstrual cycle, because it is, I don't know how many of you boys are aware, but when we were your age, many of us were unaware. So it was just some kind of mystery that one of our classmates would suddenly disappear for a couple of days, and then she would not give a reason. So over a period of time we have come to guess like this is what would have happened, and there is nothing wrong in that. It is a social taboo and it must be broken. It is a very normal biological phenomena that happens in every human being. So and also the kind of religious taboo which is associated with this, especially in temples and all, also is being now debated, and we are very happy that this is being taken up. Thank you. We have some guests.
Pleasure in introducing our next chief guest, Krishna Garu, an LGBTQ activist, founder of Suraksha Society, a community-based organization in Hyderabad, started in the year 2004. They have initiated a technical support team consisting of experienced and committed TG members from all over India. The objective of the team is to provide technical support for organizing organizations or institutions working for sexual health or other issues related to human rights. They also led the major events like LGBT Pride March, Melu Kolupu, and media advocacy to reduce stigma and discrimination against the community members in the state. These are just a few activities and initiatives that Krishna Garu has taken up in their life so far. Krishna Garu, we are so honored to have you among us. We would love to hear some inspiring words from you. Thank you so much for joining us.
So I'm very glad that you have taken up this issue and it has been debated in the open floor. And the second one I made to understand is about, it's a very broad topic that you have discussed and make up what exactly you are taking up at your level, but it is related to the carbon footprints in your respective campuses, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, that's a very important issue, but you must also realize that a lot of systemic issues involved in this, especially basic hygiene, sanitation is the responsibility of the local government, the municipalities, municipal corporations, etc. And unfortunately in India, local governments are underfunded, they are not strong enough, they do not have enough political muscle and the economic muscle to tackle even the basic issues like sanitation. And one good thing COVID-19 and protocol is the awareness in all of us about the need of sanitation, especially of during the first lockdown. The role played by the sanitation and sanitation workers. And the related issue here is manual scavenging, which is the worst form of human employment. It must be eradicated. For that again, the person should not be sent. He has to be liberated from that work. It has to be done by something else. It should be mechanized, which again needs investment. And again comes back to the same point, the local governments are underfunded. So it's a much more serious and systemic issue. I'm glad that you all discussed it, and thank you for having me.
I request Veena, whichever board of governors, Governor-in-Chief to come on to the stage to felicitate the
Good evening, all. Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's a great honor for me. I think in my 25 years LGBT work, this is the first time I am attending Youth Assembly. I worked a lot in school education, school educations, especially educational institutions. First of all, I'm very sorry, I'm very little bit poor in English, but maybe people hope you will understand me. The thing is, I'm proper Telugu person, some years back, even I don't know single word of English, but after working and working, I adapted my English here. So, first of all, Nidhi called me to participate for this meeting. I thought, wow, first time some of the youth people are calling me because we attended so many national, international conferences which is related to only LGBT community, not any straight and heterosexual or youth meetings. And I feel it's very important. This is my very important day for me to share my feelings and to share my experience with you people, how we people gone through. I think you people discussed so many issues from the morning as United Nations sustainable developments. But being a LGBT community, even I was there in UN Nations in New York once. Here I will start with some sex and sexuality earlier. I think as you people well educated, you people know what is sex and what is sexuality. And you people know there are LGBT community within our groups or in the society and everywhere, but we always ignore. The thing is, LGBT is not a new thing. This is there from the before Christ. I think more than 4,000, 5,000 years back, when we see the world temples, world sculptures, it's very Ajanta, Khajuraho, Ellora. It's very clearly says homosexuality is there those times, but it was respected that time. Unfortunately, the thing is, the Britishers came to our country and they implemented this law, especially for our country, and they left our country, but their law we continued from so many years. So we struggled a lot. I think I will start very short. I think Nidhi and these people given only 15-20 minutes time. I have to finish that. And the thing is, in Hyderabad, especially you people should know, it's a more than 400 years history of the transgenders and LGBT community. It's a Nizam's times. I think many people you don't know, here Nizam's built for the community, transgender community 400 years back, 6 Havelis. It's like forts. So still it's there, still it's running. Majority of people don't know that. Maybe some people have knowledge. So in Old City we have 6 Havelis, and those times Nizams used to believe one transgender community, when they go to the war or somewhere to fight the other destinies and all. So this is for blessing they used to call the transgender community that time. And those time it's very difficult, one transgender or any eunuch, that time people says eunuch, if someone borns in their home, as a child, they used to bring that boy to left out in front of the Haveli. There is one place to call who kept the people, the child babies there, because who don't have proper organs, who are not properly born. The thing is, these kind of things happen because some people showed, those Nizams showed sympathy on these people. Either these people are not male or female, that's why we will put them separate houses to protect their people. So that's why they build the Havelis there. So later on, the same thing happening for so many years, from 400 years. Everywhere LGBT people born, but everyone have family pressure, social pressure, and legal, especially legal issues. So no one cannot express their feelings and all. So even myself like that, because so many people, majority people don't know, maybe don't express here, not in the world also. So many people gone through sexual abuse in their childhood with other males. But it's not there to tell out till date because we are in very backward. Even we fought, we bought our rights, even Article 377, we already removed almost all because unnatural sex is not crime. With mutual understanding, if they are having sex, that is not a crime. At the same time, World Health Organization, after so many years, researchers clearly declared it's not unnatural, it's a natural. Because so many researches happened there. So many research happened. So finally they declared, this is not disease. Earlier it was disease. At the same time, our legal system also said it's against to nature. If two men having sex with is against to nature, it's punishable to the 10 years jail. So we struggled those kind of days. At present day, I'm a 52 years old. When I started my LGBT work, when I was just 16, because that time, I thought I'm only the person who came into the world because no one is not like me. Because with more femininity and more femininity works, so wearing cross-dress, like cross-dress in the sense, wearing towel and wearing my sister's dresses and all, I used to beaten with my parents so many times. With the neighbors, they used to discriminate like hell. At the same time, they used to do sexual abuse on me also. So I can't remember when I think I was at the age of 6 years old. So my neighbors did sexual abuse very badly, but whom to express my feelings. The same thing happened up to my 10th standards, but so many times my sexual abuse by my teachers, my classmates, and my neighbors and all. Even sometimes I dare to tell about my parents, but my parents says, you are not good, you are not feminine, you are doing feminine acting. That's why people are doing like that. So again, I was beaten up with my parents. So I completely went into trauma at the age of 10 years old. I never used to talk with anyone, whom to express and all. So I continued studies. When I came to Hyderabad, I went with the help of my neighbor, one friend, I went one meeting point in 1986. So there I seen more than 200 people of my community people. So it was quite surprise. Hyderabad, my family. Suddenly I felt I came into my family. My biological parents are my family. This is my family. But again, it's a secretive family. Because weekends we used to go there. Entire completely week we were very busy with our works and our education that time. Weekends only we used to go Saturday or Sundays, that's it. But when I met those people, I felt I came into my family. But again, I met so many people and we discussed. every story is very disastrous stories, very horrible stories. Many people thrown out from their families. And they are living alone in Hyderabad because of their sexuality. Sexuality is nothing like who is feminine. He is not only the gay person. Who is not feminine, he is not only the lesbian. The thing is, sexuality built in our own blood and own nature, own body. So even I acted like that because of my family, society. Even I used to do the regular, after 16 years I started my gym and all. I make good body. I tried to walk like manly in front of everyone for my family. Because I'm bursting inside myself. I'm not a man. But whom to tell? So with the help of five people, we started one small LGBT, one small support group. We don't know what is that LGBT also those days. We used to call homosexuals, that's it. Because that was the thing there that time. Because LGBT later after we implemented from the international level, maybe US or other countries. We used to say Koti, Panti, double decker, some within the community also some categories, top, bottom kind of thing. So versatile, top, bottom, but we don't know the real language. So we thought it's very important. We 5 people came forward. I was the youngest person in that group. Let's start our own, because we used to contribute our money weekend, we used to gather. We took one post box in Secunderabad post office, because those days there is no mobiles, there is no internet, there is no computers. So we decided, we thought, we'll take one post box, we'll put the ad in the newspaper. Is there any LGBT people have any issues, physical, psychological, and any other issues, please contact us. This is our post box number. So every weekend is our work. We used to go to the post box and we used to collect all the letters and sit together and return back to those communities. Don't worry, we are here. We are big family here waiting for you. No need to suicide. Because why I said suicide, every letter we see, we are going to suicide because of my sexuality. My family is not accepting, my society, my neighbors is not accepting, my siblings, my relatives are not accepting. So that's why, so finally I seen your post box number, that's why we are writing you. So there are, those people are, they are doing good work in India and abroad also at present, who want to attempt suicide that time, but now they are literally developed, they are living in best manner. So this is the thing, after we started first CBO, community-based organization in 2000 in Hyderabad. It's called Mitrudu is a friend. It's only one organization for Hyderabad, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, that time combined Andhra Pradesh. So suddenly we thought our drop-in center is rushing up every day 200 to 300 people, because entire 2 states people knows there is one office, there is our family members who wants to support us. So without any financial issues, they used to put money from their pockets, they used to run away to our office. So they are very happy, some are majority people are married. I thought, how you people got married? They said, it's very important, because my parents, if I am not marrying, they clearly said, we attempt suicide and we are going to die. So hum paasi dal lete, tum shaadi nahi kare to. But parents also don't want about their children's sexuality to know that. I'm not saying it's very important, and recently NCRT also, I conduct one press meet. It's very important sex education to start from the 8th standard. People will decide what they are, what's happening, whom to complain. So many countries going lots of forward. Why our country is still like that? Even our people still afraid. Our youth still afraid. They can't, because They are well more attached with their parents. I'm not saying to attachment of parents. We have to respect parents all the time. Even I live with my parents. I thought we'll fight and win with family. Later we'll go out and we'll work for my society. That's why I explain, I sensitize my parents, my family. Then only I came out to work for the community. So this is very important, sex and sexuality education from everywhere. At the same time, where you people are working, I see in today's so many issues. Everywhere is my community. All your issues is my community. My community are there. They need all those issues. We don't want only rights. We don't want sympathy. We want empathy. So the thing. So in future goals, when I talk about your future goals, it's very important. LGBT inclusion is very important. I request all you youth people, especially upcoming youth leaders, you people are going to become number one in the world. So maybe people are number one into your organization, number one into your future. But it's very important, inclusion of LGBT community, understanding the LGBT community is very important. So what I request you all people is, so I done very much thing. Already Nidhi and other people told me, I initiated the group, I initiated the first LGBT organization in Hyderabad. I initiated 23 LGBT CBO community-based organization, 23 districts in Andhra Pradesh. I initiated first LGBT Pride March with 3,500 people in Necklace Road. Initiation is very important, what I'm saying. I request all the youth members here, you have to initiate. No one come to you. You are the person. So maybe people will laugh, people will discriminate, people will stigmatize to you. So no need to bother. Initiation is very important, any work. Don't afraid to talk with the LGBT community, don't afraid to talk about sex and sexuality. So open to talk. What is your problem? So that is the thing. I request you all the people. Still I'm working for my community, but I'm very happy. So I made more than 20 leaders in Hyderabad, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. My work become a little bit less. So I know the Mobera Foundation, my children who are referred me here actually, and my daughters also become good leaders. Vaijayanti Vasanta Mogli is very good leader. She is my daughter. Rachana Mudraboina is very big national level transgender. She is also my daughter. I'm happy because I produced so many children without my womb. Thank you so much. I will open because I'm very happy to ask questions someone actually. Normally my sessions, my trainings, I don't give speech actually. Because what is in your minds actually. So that is more important, especially youth mind. When sometimes I talk parents meetings also. So what you people think exact as a older people? So we should educate, we should give the awareness to them. We should clarify them, we should satisfy them. We can't forcefully, we can't tell them. So I told my my LGBT children also, don't tell directly about your sexuality to your parents. They will hurt. So they put so many hopes on you, no? So sexuality, coming out is very easy. But how many people struggling by coming out? So I say always, first you should be self-independent, be responsible with your parents, be responsible with your work. Then only, it's not necessary to tell to your parents, I'm a gay. It's automatically accepts how you are respecting your parents, how you are caring your parents. Maybe very slowly they will understand what is your sexuality. So sometimes if they are not understand, once you become independently strong, definitely they will listen to you. So, but being a student, simply don't say to your parents, my sexuality is this. But I'm not saying to explain other all youth what you are listening today, because you are the representing here. So everywhere, any your colleges, any your other meetings, please tell. Some people will come to you. So this is my sexuality. I'm going to die. I'm crying. So cried abuses happen in our life. So by remembering that, we have to cry other 20 years. But we don't want past what happening with us. So we want future, what we can do our future generation. That is more important. So that's why most of the time we will discuss our achievements, not our struggles. Definitely we have to share our struggles, but at the same time, we don't need to carry our struggles in our past. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity, Hyderabad. Last but not least, my daughter also working with me from last 15 years. She is our future leader, Mr. Pappy. She always with the community, wherever community struggles with police harassments in medical departments, always my daughter will be first in that place to solve those problems. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you.
I request Meghna Rao Mojada and also the Pride team to come on to the stage to felicitate ma'am with the memento.
Definitely, if you people any kind of support from our community, Hyderabad, the North Chennai, or any other place, because we have national network. It's called integrated network for fiscal management. So through them, we can send some people to your support. In future, you can take my number from the meeting. Thank you. So much.
Okay. Member, excuse me, everyone, please please write the nominated person the voting card and give it to the concerned OC. Shravani will be getting collected. No, yeah. Fine. 4 names obviously. 4 name and chairperson. OC chicks collect చేస్తారు. ఓన్లీ ఒక్క కలెక్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఓన్లీ ఒక్కరు కాదు అసలు. I request all OC come to the dais. OC?
OC, for last 10 minutes, could you please close the door? OC, just for 5 minutes, could you please close the door, and all the members, could you please settle down? Yeah. So while OC are collecting the voting chits, I would like to talk about our Chief EB members. Good turn. All the members, could you please be silent? Members, could you please take your seats? Members, could you please take your seats?
the members. Can I have the house quiet, please? All the OC members, please collect the voting chits, and the members, please be seated in your places. Our Phase 2 Season 11, HY Season 11 Phase 2 Assembly has come to an end. And in 10 minutes, we're going to announce the chair projects and the vice chairs. Meanwhile, the OC is collecting the chits, voting chits. I would like to talk about our executive board members of Hyderabad. So firstly, I would like to start with Nihal. Nihal, thank you so much on all the media and the chief guest work. Getting all the confirmations, you were there, yesterday all day and you were working. So you were always an OC member for me, and then suddenly getting into Chief EB, it's a really huge thing. Thank you so much for all your good work. Really looking forward to work with you more for RFC also. So all the very best. And next I would like to, sorry, I have to be really quick because we don't have enough time. All the members, have you submitted your voting chits? Great. Okay, so I would like to talk about Sania now. So Sania was also in the organizing committee, and then she's also moved into the chief executive board, looking at all her good work. But still, she was always there for OC whenever I asked for any content, or whenever I asked her to make calls, alumni calls for HYA. Though it was last minute, but still she pulled it off. And thank you so much, Sania, for all the good work, for your OC work, especially in the Phase 1. Thank you so much. All the best for RFC. Looking forward to work with you. And then Harshit. I always see Harshit as an OC member. He's not an OC, but he's he worked for media, and also in the beginning he worked for media partners of HYA. And he was always there whenever there's some logistic work or whenever we asked him to come down to the venue. So thank you so much, Harshit, for always being handy and supporting HYA. And Shrihita. It's been just a month, month or two she's been into Chief EB, but every other day we were calling Shrihita for project finance or else events, HYA finance and etc. But still she was like, Jesus sir, Ramya, 1 minute I'm going to do it. So thank you so much, Shrihita, for that. Though there are ups and downs, but still end of the day we were able to pull it off. So looking forward for more good work as you've just started, really. All the best for your RFC. And Madhav. Madhav is not so much attached towards HYA, but Phase 1 he has handled all the finance, he has handled all the event expenses, and then the member benefactions, collection, OC benefactions, and etc. He kept a track of it. So thank you so much, Madhav, for that good work. All the best for RFC is what I would say for all the EB members right now. And Avinash, how I can forget Avinash? He was the spark of HYA for Phase 1. So Phase 2, I thought he would be the spark, but then Nihal and Sahanya, they took over. So, but still, it was great to have you in the Phase 1, Avinash. Thank you so much for all the good work you've done, all the sponsors follow-up, or the EB follow-up, Parcels follow-up and everything. Thank you so much. Then we have Jaidir. So, thank you, Jaidir. It wasn't a specific work, but then whenever we ask something like get these bouquets for chief guests in the middle of the night, and they just travel few long kilometers and then they've got it for us. So whenever there's some challenging thing came up, we've reached out to them and they've tried their best to in whatever the limited time we've given, whatever the limited resources they have, Jaidir has always tried to support. Thank you. And all the best, Jaidir, for RFC. Looking forward to you to close 15 lakhs RFC target. And Akshit. Hi, Akshit. App issues, we know. Phase 1, you were really working on the phase 1 member pass sales, and you were there for the interviews and everything. You came down every single day with the present the office, and that was really a lot of help for HYA. So thank you so much, and as always, all all the very best for RFC. And who's left? Ritesh.
Virtually presented because every other portfolio they used to either back up or follow up from the back end. So, but somehow we got the work done with this. I mean, that was a great help. Yesterday also we were calling up, class members to come down and you asked them to help. Previously also the pass sale or the benefaction, though it was tough for you, you still try to give your best. So that support towards HYA is really great. And RFC tutors, Jessica. All the best for all the members.
So thank you so much. Sorry for being real quick. Otherwise, it would be much better. And I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Mahesh, Chennai, Street Cause Chennai president.
So he has come from Chennai just to witness HYA and just to see how it goes, and he was all excited for a couple of days, and he's leaving today actually. Literally he just came
For HYA, and he was there entire night yesterday. He was watching looking forward for CYA next year. All the best, Mahesh. Thank you so much. So we've got a few kits for EB members. Would like to give it to you. Ritesh. Huh? You getting one? Thank you, Akshay. That's a compliment. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you very much. Could you folks please come forward? Thank you so much, Nihar. You were the biggest from this side. Thank you, Sanya.
I request all OC to come to the dais. Come near the dais. Happy Summit?
Did everyone get? Yeah. Mahesh, I'm getting.
Jeevan, OC కాదు కదా నువ్వు.
And this is for Mahesh. We specially bought this for you. Thank you so much for being here, Mahesh. It was great to have you. And coming to our OC members. One thing I would like to highlight, folks, and then Pranay and Samhit will take over. To be true, me and Samhit getting into CEO's office, and then we got busy with this, and then Pranay, his academics, and then he was writing a couple of exams. So we were really, lost that track of HYA in the middle. Our, members, chair projects and the vice chairs, along with them, our major pillar was our organizing committee members. Even though we're not available,
I used to get calls from Shravani, Sushma, Jeevan, these three members especially.
చేయలేదు మెసేజ్ ఇంకా పెట్టలేదు ఫండ్స్ ఇంకా రావాలి ఆర్ వెన్యూ ఇంకా బుక్ చేయలేదు జీవన్ యూస్ టు కాల్ మీ అక్క ఇది చేయకపోతే ఇంకా పోతుంది ఐ డోంట్ నో వాట్ యు సో that kind of conversation we used to have, and really without them truly we are nothing, because that is how much effort gets right. So I would just give just one or two lines about each one of them. It is not enough, but still, I'll start with Shravani. So Shravani was So Shravani was always there for the content. She was always there for the member follow-up, for the OC follow-up. Yesterday also it was like, Shravani OC, akka nenu chuskunta. No kangar bad, nenu chesta. I'll send you the sheet. I'll send you the link. So that is how they used to. So I mean, that was a really huge, support for us. You shouldn't be in a position to follow up with your OC, and in return, they came forward and they were supporting us. So thank you so much, Shravani, for always being there. So really a great support for
And then we have Sushma. I don't know how many calls I made her, how many calls I made her to do. All the phase 1 calls, phase 2 call, member follow-up, member PM follow-up. Every time she used to do that. Every day, even for the GDs and PI Tribute, I was not available, and it was the organizing committee, and they directly followed up with the alumni. I really would like to thank Nidhi and Yashasvi also for the same. And so thank you so much, Sushma, for always, taking that ownership, taking that responsibility, me not, asking you to do something or following up with you regularly, but they always knew their responsibility. So on this occasion, I would like to announce that we are promoting Sushma from Vice Chair to Chief Vice Chair. Congratulations, Sushma. Congratulations, Sushma. And Shravani, can we have you here? So Shravani,
Shravani is promoted as Chief Vice Chair Online Operations.
and now G1. Our logistics head, and also even though he had his personal problems still, he didn't give it as an excuse even one single day also. So he was always there for HY. He was always there in the office. He venue through, day and night, also for the recruitments, whenever we want something from the logistic. He came, I think you came around 10 times to this venue right before we finalized this. So that is how Jeevan has worked. Phase 1 venue, phase one was more tough than this because we had to arrange this all by ourselves, and Jeevan was handling all the logistics and operations, all the venue, all the vendor contacts and everything. So that was a great help, Jeevan. I don't know without you how far it will take for us to finalize these venues. Thank you so much. So
you can leave. Bye now. Bye. Okay. Okay, fine. Chief Vice Chair Logistics. Relax. Next one. Harsha. Bamarde. Chepra Bamarde. Okay. Okay. When Harsha has joined the HY as a OC, these guys don't even know both of us. But everyone was like, are these two our brothers or what? Twins. So coming to the Harsha's work, he did an incredible job. ఇనిషియల్గా హిట్ నత్ అంటే అరే పాస్ సేల్స్ అసలు అవ్వట్లే, బెనిఫాక్షన్స్ అవ్వట్లే, చేయరా అంటే అవుతుంది ఐప్యాడ్ పట్టుకొని వచ్చుకుంటాడు మీటింగ్కి, జస్ట్ ప్లే. ఫైనల్లీ ఆఫ్టర్ జస్ట్ వన్ ఫాలో అప్, దాని తర్వాత హీ డిడ్ ఎ ట్రెమెండస్ జాబ్. ఐ మీన్ ట్రస్ట్ hero. Logistics work, not just only logistics work, fundraising, and also he did equal work with Jeevan. Whatever the Jeevan work he did, it is almost promotion. Okay, he got Samit.
Harsha got promoted as Vice Chair Logistics. So next Tarun. సో తరుణ్ ఫేజ్ 1 నుంచి చూస్తున్నా. ఫేజ్ 1లో ఒక రోజు నేను ఇయర్ పాడ్స్ తెచ్చుకోలే, ఏదో పనుంది ఇయర్ పాడ్స్ కావాలంటే అప్పుడు ఇచ్చిండు. ఇప్పటివరకు అడుగుతలేడు ఇయర్ పాడ్స్, నాకు కూడా గుర్తులేవు నేను వానికి ఇవ్వాలని చెప్పి, ఇంకా మా ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నాయి అవి. బట్ కమింగ్ టు జోక్స్ అపార్ట్, కమింగ్ టు వర్క్, తరుణ్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ దేర్ ఫ్రమ్ ది ఫేజ్ 1 అండ్ ఇప్పుడు ఫేజ్ 2 కూడా he has been the whole night. Yesterday also we were doing all logistics work, ఈజ్ గ్రాఫిక్స్ నుంచి తేవడము, మళ్ళా ఆఫీస్లో అన్ని సర్దడము, మళ్ళా ఇక్కడ అప్డేట్ చేయడం అండ్ ఆల్. అండ్ అసెంబ్లీ ఈస్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, దట్ ఈస్ Tarun is also one of the person who is behind the thing anamata. And thanks for the good help Tarun, for the HYA, and this is a small appreciation. Thank you.
Then we have Lakshmi Narsimha. So, Narsimha is the, I was the ex-TV member, but then he's the Vice Chair Finance. So, he started in between. He had no clue what's happening with the finance because before it was Pranay, it was handling, and then suddenly it was moved on to Lakshmi because we all got busy. And then Lakshmi immediately he started following up with the OC, with the EB, or with the pass sales, or with the benefactions, bills, each and everything. He sorted the sheets along with Rishabh, and finally we were able to. So each and every penny, Lakshmi has made sure that it is properly accounted. Thank you so much, Lakshmi, on that good work, because you know how important finance is to Street Cause. So, thank you so much for all the good work. Looking forward to perfect closure of finance of HYA also. So, please get.
Next, Rishabh. I'm seeing this person since 1 year, HY Raghavan Chuda and all. So, I saw him last year RFC on RFC 7 day. So he showed a great level of interest in doing each and every work. Being an L1, he came to venue. He worked with us for RFC and all. And I just thought, I just had a doubt how would be he working for HYA if he's part of an OC. But Rishabh killed it because he's been available for us all the time whenever we need him. He made the calls, he made the follow-ups with everyone, and yesterday too he was there till night until all the works get done. And even for the first phase assembly, the help we got from Rishabh is like tremendous. Thank you, Rishabh. And Rishabh, are you expecting anything from? Okay.
Hi, Manogna.
So Rishabh is
Hi,
getting
Manogna.
promoted as director.
Congratulations, Rishabh.
Thank you, Rishabh.
Yeah. Manogna was always, she was there for phase 1. Phase 2, it was little off, but then for phase 1, I think she has given her best. She got that Red Bull deal also, and then I know there were little hiccups with that too, but then she's handled that too really well. And thank you for always being there for HY, attending, the assembly, and also being there for previous interviews and stuff, previous assembly, escorting all the members from morning to evening. Thank you so much, Manogna. That was a really great help. Yeah. Akash, Shruti. As you all know, Vision 2030 Chief of Staff, OC. Oh, Rishabh, come. Okay. Yeah, Kavya is missing. So, the last moment, I just called them up. I was like, I need someone to follow up with the phase 1 members. I want phase 1 members full attendance. I want to follow up on the fundraising. I want projects follow up. Immediately, they came down the very next day to the induction. They were there throughout. And immediately from the next day, they started working on the follow-up. Every day, they used to give me all the updates. And Akash was there yesterday. Shruti was there yesterday, helping with all pre-assembly work. Not only this phase, but also the previous phase. So they were always there whenever, HYA needed their help. Thank you so much, folks. Akash, Shruti, and Rishabh. Well, special garni picture. Okay, Chief of Staff, our dear Chief of Staff of Vision 2030. Yeah, thank you so much, folks. So here's your kid. Jeevan, Shravani, your kids. Sushma. Tarun, did you get yours? Only this two. We actually got photo frames, and also I've personally written notes for all the OC members, but I couldn't give it to you right now. We'll definitely give it once we reach the office in 30 minutes maybe. Yeah. And our results are ready. Okay. So I now invite Srinidhi to please announce the first Vice Chair of HYA Season 11, Phase 2. Everyone, we're so sorry, but please pack your bags and be ready. You have to just go through the results, get the chair, Vice Chair and the Chair projects on the chair table, and then we can leave, taking our snacks and we can leave. So Nidhi, will you please announce the first Vice Chair of HYA Season 11 Phase 2?
So the first Vice Chair projects for the HYA Season 11 Phase 2 is Pooja.
I invite Yashasvi to please come forward and announce the second Vice Chair.
Okay. Okay, the the second vice chair of HY season 11 phase 2 is Satvik Sai. Please come with your placard. Get your placard, please.
I request Ratan to please come now. Tejo and Meghna also.
Hello. The next vice chair projects is Pradeep Kumar.
Next vice chair projects is Karunya Reddy.
And the chairperson projects of HYS season 11 phase 2 is louder, is Vaishnav Raj.
Congratulations, team. I request all the members to please pack your... please collect your snacks while leaving.